like when you click on that.
Testing.
that, so why don't I just give you that? So see, and it's on green.
Hi. Well, good morning, everyone. Let's go ahead and get settled and get started. I'll give you 30 seconds. If we can get the folks out in the lobby into the auditorium, that would be wonderful. And before we get started, is someone missing their purple phone? Purple phone. Okay, well, it's up here on the podium. Well, welcome everyone here in the room with me today and everyone that is Zooming in. It's a pleasure to kick off this first day of the 2022 Salton Sea Symposium. I'm Tamara Hedges. I'm the Executive Director here at UCR Palm Desert. I'm just gonna do a quick check with our tech. Is everything okay? Looks like it, yay, great. Woo. Okay, the Salton Sea Summit has been a very long time coming. We gathered here at the Palm Desert Center in October of 2019, sharing vital research on human health, the environment, and the economy, and public policy, presenting and discussing challenges as well as potential solutions. We looked at past research findings and were inspired by new discoveries happening in and around the sea. We shared concerns, ideas, and hope. Now, 2.5 years later, we have come together to do the same. We are delighted to host this summit at UCR Palm Desert and honored to have you all here with us today. I'm looking around the room at all of you wearing your masks, and I just want to say thank you so much for adhering to our UCR protocols around COVID. The campus protocols are changing, in fact, on April the 11th, but for now, the mask requirement over your nose and your mouth, not on your chin, are still in place for everyone regardless of vaccine status. This means that masks must be worn indoors at all times when not actively eating or drinking. And we know it's going to be really hot today, and we have shade, and we have uh, umbrellas outside for all of you to enjoy your lunches and your breaks outdoors, but we also know for some it's going to be a little too hot, and we have some areas set up for you to eat indoors. We just ask that you be smart and socially distance. There's no eating in the auditorium. I feel like the principal here. There's no eating in the auditorium, but you can drink your water and coffee. Just be mindful again of the masks. Speakers and panelists will be removing their masks when speaking as they choose. This conference, of course, is being recorded. It's no easy feat. And I want to thank our UCR IT team and Associate Director Agam Patel in the control room for pulling this all together. It is very difficult. Yes, let's thank that team. Upstairs in B200, right above us, we're streaming with live Spanish translation, and all Zoom viewers have the ability to hear the audio in Spanish. We have a dedicated team of staff members, volunteers, and students here with us today, ready to help you with just about, not everything, but just about everything you could need. So let's give them a round of applause too. Now it's my distinct honor to welcome Council Member Karina Quintanilla from the city of Palm Desert. We are so honored to have you with us here today. Thank you.
Good morning y buenos dias. It is my pleasure to speak to you as a Highlander. I am a UCR alumni, so this is an extra special moment to thank all of the students that are moving research forward to help us understand the challenge of the Salton Sea. I have always felt that the challenges are like a dodecahedron. There's 12 different sides where we all want the same thing, but we're going about it in very different ways. My family moved to the Coachella Valley because it was a great place for asthmatics, but the challenges with the environment have continued to take toll. A lot of people don't know that the Salton Sea has a military history. It was a bombing site and training site. So we need to understand the longitudinal impacts of something like that. I am proud to be here as somebody who has been studying the Salton Sea, and I will be staying all day hearing that I'll be getting answers from students and community members so that I can be a more effective policymaker in the spheres and circles where I have the ear of other elected officials. So I can't say enough to thank you for being here. I know that for some of you, this was quite a commute. So I thank you very deeply for taking an interest in the Coachella Valley and also the Imperial Valley. The changes in weather, we've had more haboobs. The sand is picking up particulates that are impacting the community from silicates and all kinds of things. So I've been doing my reading on the Salton Sea for a little bit, but I can't wait to get into all of the details. So from the city of Palm Desert, the home of higher education in the Coachella Valley and in Palm Desert, I give you my deepest gratitude for being here.
Thank you so much. Next, it's my pleasure and honor to welcome Kurt Schwabe. He's the Associate Dean and Professor of Environmental Economics and Policy in the School of Public Policy at UC Riverside. He's been engaged in research surrounding the Salton Sea for nearly 20 years with specific attention to water, environment, and agricultural issues. He is also the co-chair of the summit and the previous Salton Sea summits, which is, again, not an easy task. Please join me in welcoming Kurt Schwabe.
Thank you, Tamara, and it's made so much easier with the work of the Palm Desert campus here and Tamara Hedges, so let's give her a round of applause as well. As you know, there's a snafu in terms of getting here, so we started a little bit late. We'll catch up on that time throughout, but I don't want to shortchange any of the sessions, so we just kind of moving the timeline back a little bit so everyone has a chance to hear the science and the discussions and have time for Q&A. So again, we're not going to shortchange anything. We'll just make up that time at some point throughout the session today. I appreciate your patience and flexibility. Just and to reiterate, for those of you that are live streaming it and would like a Spanish translation, on your screen you might see a little globe icon. If you press on that, you can listen to the live stream in English or in Spanish. Thanks. I want to also thank our summit sponsors, the U.S. Department of Interior Bureau of Reclamation and the Salton Sea Action Committee for their support in sponsoring this. Throughout the day, I'll also be acknowledging the other wonderful sponsors that have helped make this possible for all of us. So thank you very much. So today, this morning, I'll just introduce two videos. Unfortunately, Congressman Raul Ruiz couldn't make it today, but he did send a video, and former Senator Barbara Boxer has also just a short little welcome introduction. So Dr. Raul Ruiz's office is in attendance here today with Field Representative Peter Karlstrom. But representing California's 36th Congressional District, Dr. Raul Ruiz is an emergency medicine physician and public health expert. He currently serves as the chair of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus, as well as the House Energy and Commerce Subcommittees on the Environment and Climate Change, Health, and Oversight and Investigations. Since being elected to office in 2012, mitigating unfolding public health and environmental crises at the Salton Sea has been a top priority. So we'll listen to a short welcome introduction from Congressman Ruiz. As we're getting this together, someone pointed out to me, isn't it ironic that we're holding at a summit at one of the lowest places in the state? I thought that was pretty clever. Tim Lyons is a distinguished professor of biogeochemistry in the Department of Earth and Planetary Sciences at University of California, Riverside. His primary research interests include astrobiology, geobiology, Earth history, the search for life beyond our solar system, and biogeochemical cycles on modern Earth, including those in the Salton Sea. So let's welcome Tim Lyons. And the panel can please come up.
Well, it's my pleasure to be here. I've stood on this stage many times talking about the Salton Sea and about astrobiology and life beyond our solar system. I've been interested in the Salton Sea for probably about 5-7 years, and I'm really honored today to be moderating this first discussion on hydrology, because after all, hydrology is at the core of everything that we're going to be talking about for the remainder of this summit. In the interest of giving the speakers as much time as possible, I'm going to keep their introductions very short. You can click for online access to full descriptions of all the important things that they do, but most importantly, you're going to get a great sense for what they do from their talks. So it is a wonderfully distinguished panel, and we've organized this in a sequence that should make good logic by the end, and let's go right to it. Our first speaker is Peter Nelson from the Colorado River Board of California.
Great, thank you, Tim, and thank you, Mike, for inviting me to come here. Back in 2019, the hydrology looked a lot better than it did today, so Peter Nelson, Peter the pessimist today. Sorry about that, to open up a conference on a challenging note, but the river is really in a stressful position right now. I'm going to describe that and talk a little bit about California's response to that and what our obligations are under the 07 guidelines and the 2019 drought contingency plan. So every good hydrology report has to start with this map. On your left is the map of the basin, the upper basin of 4 states, Wyoming, Utah, Colorado, and New Mexico, and then the lower basin being Nevada, California, and Arizona. Up on the on this one closest to me, up on the upper right, is Lake, well, actually is Wyoming on the top, and in the middle here on the map on the right, you'll see that we have Glen Canyon Dam, which is up in the upper right-hand corner, and Lee's Ferry Gauging Station is right below Lake Powell. I'll be referencing that as we move forward. And the Salton Sea is in the bottom left. Just take a note of this map, how it's kind of separated off. At the end, I'll have a little comment about the Salton Sea and the Coachella and Imperial valleys. This is the natural flow of the Colorado River at the Lee's Ferry Gauging Station, just below Lake Powell. As you can see, it starts in, let's see, it's covered up, but it starts in the early 1900s, and each of the blue bars is a year of hydrology, starting up on the left at about 20 million acre feet at this gauging station. And then down on the right, you can see that gray line is the long-term average. It starts at about 18 million acre feet before the allocation of the river. And now we're under 15 million acre feet at that station on the long-term average. And the black line represents the 10-year moving average. And you can see it also has a downward trending line just at about 12.5, 13 million acre feet is the 10-year moving average in that 2022. This is the state of our system. The Colorado River storage system has about 60 million acre feet of storage. Lake Powell and Lake Mead are about 50 million acre feet of that storage, so 2 big reservoirs store the majority of the water. In 1999, you can see here that they were 95% full. Those are the dark blue bars. And you can see 95 down to this year over on the very far side on the right, my left, your right, is 27%, and we'll get into those figures a little bit more. And I'd just like to point out right here, 2012 and 2013, I'll reference those a little bit later. They're right in the middle, 45% of a runoff at Lee's Ferry, or unregulated inflow into Lake Powell, and 47%. So we'll reference that a little bit later in my brief talk here on the hydrology. This is where we are at this year. And so the dark black line represents the long-term average. Over on the left is the past of this year, and moving off to the right is the future. So you can see the snowpack builds up, and then it tails off rather rapidly April through July. The red line is last year, 2021, which was another poor hydrology year, and the blue line is this year. You can see the rapid buildup in December when we had the big storms move in, and there was a really good snowfall, good snow water equivalent, and then we had a flat line February and March. And you can see the blue line just heads across time, not much snowfall, and then you can see at the top of the graph is that we're already entering into our spring runoff period. For the water precipitation year, the year to date is 97% of precipitation, and the current snowpack is 88% of median. Here we are at the Colorado River Basin storage. Lake Powell is 24% full, with 5.8 million acre feet stored there at a lake level of 3523. Lake Mead is only 33% full with 8.5 million acre feet at lake level 1061. And we'll talk about lake levels here in a minute. The total storage is 35% and about 21 million acre feet of storage, which is 5 million acre feet lower than last year, a little over 5 million acre feet of water lower than last year when it was 44% full. This is the upper basin storage. So if you can think of the up in Wyoming is Flaming Gorge up at the top. It has a capacity of 3.7 million acre feet, and it has about 3 million acre feet in it right now, ready to receive some of that spring runoff. And then we already talked about Lake Powell at the bottom being only 24% full. When you look at the unregulated inflow forecast for this year, for the water year 2022, it's at 6.7 million acre feet of storage, or only 71% of average. This is why the river is in a stress position, as we've seen these low averages as of late. And speaking of that, we have, here is our Lake Powell water year for unregulated flow from 1964 on the left over to the forecast on the right. The green bar represents the most probable inflows, which is that 6.7, 6.6 million acre feet. The minimum probable is kind of the range, so you have a minimum probable down below 5 million acre feet, and the maximum probable, which we'd have to get quite a few storms coming through, which are not in the forecast. And as I heard on the radio this morning, there was a quote that said, predictions are really hard, especially about the future. And so I thought that was really apropos for this morning. So we're going to get into the 24-month study that the Bureau does. And I'm going to talk about the 24-month study because Alan with the Bureau of Reclamation has some really forward thinking that the Bureau has done as the last couple years about the 5-year outlook, which is, in my mind, just as grim, but he can take the future out there. And this is the 24-month study. This on the left is the black line, and it is the history of this year from July of 2021 up to the present right now. And you can see this is Lake Powell, started at 3,550 feet has just gone below the 3525 by 2 feet. And then off to the right is the projection of the future. And with that projection of the future, this is the CRIMS projection model that the Bureau uses. The green line is the same as the green line we saw in the projection, the 6.7 million acre feet. It's the dotted line going across. The red line is the minimum probable going across, and the blue line is the most probable going across. Those were the lines that we saw for years and years and years. And then the Bureau did a good thing, and these are 33 model runs of the CRIMS projection model, and the Bureau added the gray lines. When we saw that this last year, we initially called it the cloud of death. And it's a stark reminder that there are many possibilities in this probabilistic studies, and some of them are even below the minimum probable in the dotted red line. And so I referenced earlier the 2012, 2013 hydrology years as to take note of that. Well, this solid red line is one of the runs of the CRIMS model that utilizes that 12 to 13 hydrology, which was 43% and 47% of normal back to back. So this is what Lake Powell would look like under that scenario. So we're all getting pretty nervous about the downside of dry hydrology years back to back. And so my message this morning is that the Salton Sea is part of the Colorado River Delta. And so it will be affected by the hydrology on the river, not just of the actions of Coachella Valley Water District, of Imperial Irrigation District, but the basic hydrology of the system. And you can see that the inflows into Lake Powell here don't look very well. The 3490, the dotted black line that goes horizontally across, that is the minimum power pool at Lake Powell. And you can see that the forecast, even the most probable, the forecast goes below 3490. Actually, the most probable does not go below the 3490, but if we do get this dry hydrology in the minimum probable, it does. And if we get the 12 to 13 hydrology in December of 2022, it could really sink the power production potential. So it's of great concern to the water managers on the river and to the electrical managers on the river as well. This is the lake levels at Lake Mead. Same scenario. The solid black line is historical this year into last year up to this year. And then as the lines diverge, the maximum probable, most probable, and the minimum probable are in their respective colors, blue, green, and red. There's less variance here because of the regulated outflows from Lake Powell into Lake Mead, so the variability falls down, but it still looks not good. You can see that currently we're in the level 1 shortage condition on the river. That means that Mexico, Nevada, Arizona take mandatory water contributions to support the lake levels at Lake Mead. The next level is between 1050 and 1025, which is, I'm sorry, is that right? I thought it was 1045. Anyway, from 1025 to 1050 is shortage level 2, and then shortage level condition 3 is below 1025. These are operating tiers where I'll show you where California would make contributions as well to Lake Mead, which would mean as a result a mandatory cut there. So these are the 2007 interim guidelines, which and the lower basin drought contingency plan that was put together in 2019. And this describes how the contributions to support Lake Mead are managed. And so if you look right now on that second line down, we're at lake level between 1075 and 1050. Sorry, it's a busy slide, but if you look over, you keep going to the orange on the right, and you see under DCP water savings contributions of 0 for California. So that's where we're at now. Even down to 1050 to 1045, the next line down, that's shortage level 2, that's still 0 for California. But when you get at 10 to lake level 1045 at Lake Mead, there's a 200,000 acre foot contribution that California makes to support the lake levels at Lake Mead. That is that's a big contribution out of the 4.4 million acre feet that come to California. California has the highest priority on the river, and that's why California takes cuts at lower levels. But at that point, there's a real need to support the lake levels for future deliveries. And so that's why the most senior partner on the river starts to take these cuts. This was well thought out in California's thinking, that's for sure. Making the connection of the Colorado River to the Salton Sea. Up at the top in the middle is Yuma on this map, and this is a map from 1937. And I'm going to turn it around here for a minute, but if you imagine the river running down and over to the right to the Gulf of Mexico, and off to the left down here is the Salton Sea, and I really like this map because it really makes the connection to the sea. This is from a book called The Colorado River Delta, written in 1937. I think that's a 1933 map, but I really like that, and I always make that connection to the river through this map. So I have the book in my backpack if anyone wants to see it. It's an old book, right? So I'd like to thank you for allowing me to speak today and trying to make that connection, Colorado River to the Salton Sea, and what dry hydrology is, and Alan's gonna kind of take that band from here. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Peter, very much. And as you indicated, Alan is going to pick up that torch and run with it a bit. And so our next speaker is Peter Allen from the Colorado River Board of California. And sorry about that. Let me try that again. Alan Butler from the Bureau of Reclamation. So just to fill you in on the procedures, we're going to have time to we hope about 10 to 20 minutes at the end to have a panel discussion with questions coming from the virtual viewers, but also from the audience. So Alan Butler.
Good morning, and thank you all for the opportunity to be here to speak with you. And thanks, Peter, for setting the stage with the state of the system. Oftentimes, Reclamation takes that on, so it's nice to get to focus on our future projections during today's talk. Before I jump into the future projections, I did want to just introduce you all to the Bureau of Reclamation if you're not familiar with us. I know when I started at Reclamation 13 years ago, I'd actually never heard of them before. We're a federal water management agency and power producing agency that operates in the entire western United States. For purposes today, we're focusing on the upper Colorado and lower Colorado basins. I work for the lower Colorado Basin region, which is headquartered right below, or right above actually, Hoover Dam in Boulder City, Nevada. Within Reclamation in the lower Colorado, we serve a very specific and special role, which is that of the Water Master. It's a title designated to the Secretary of the Interior, and Reclamation carries out that mission by operating Hoover Dam, the Parker Dam, Davis Dam, administering water entitlements, approving U.S. water orders, and operating that mainstream river. As Peter said, any good hydrology presentation, or at least ones that we give, start out with this map. The one thing I want to add to what Peter said is that when I talk about our models and our model projections, everything that we do is within that hydrologic basin of the Colorado River. So we model the operations of Lake Powell and Lake Mead, and we model the deliveries to Coachella, to Imperial Irrigation District, and many others, but that's sort of where these models stop. And then I think some of the other panelists have some models that pick up from there. All right, so many of these slides will look very familiar to you as Peter introduced them, but we'll be making some different points. As Peter mentioned, I'll kind of pick up on some 2-year projections and then get into our longer term 5-year projections. This is a graph of the inflow to Lake Powell, where 90% of the runoff occurs in the upper basin. And I'll draw your attention to 2 things in this slide. One is the dashed line, which is that long-term average inflow. And then within that orange box is the runoff that has occurred in 2020 and 2021, which were both well below average. And then those red, green, and blue squares represent that range of possible runoff this year. And you can see again that all 3 of those are below that average. So we're looking at the 3rd below average year in a row, likely. So we take this information that Peter presented, the state of the system, the current conditions of the reservoirs, along with these projections of future hydrology, and run our operations models to produce those charts that Peter introduced. We really run them and analyze them in 3 different ways. One of them is that most probable, minimum probable, and maximum probable runoff scenario that comprises the 24-month study. And that's important because the 24-month study sets the operations for Lakes Powell and Lake Mead for the following year. So this August, we'll run those models and set the operations for Powell and Mead in the subsequent year. We can also sample from that 30 years of historical data and run them 30 times and come up with that range which Peter introduced. And then we can analyze those data probabilistically. So we can look at the chance of falling below a particular elevation threshold in the future. And then finally, we can do what we refer to as a what-if analysis, where we will grab one of those particular years of historical hydrology, and we'll say, what if this year's hydrology looks like that year of hydrology? Where would the reservoirs be if that happens? And no surprise, Peter introduced 2012, 2013, and so I'll pick up on that as a particular what-if scenario, but look at it just slightly different than we already have. Now, instead of looking at Lake Powell and Lake Mead independently, looking at their elevations, this chart combines their storage. So this is the combined total storage at Lake Powell and at Lake Mead, starting in January of 2019 and going through around January or February of this year. The boxes at the top show the runoff that occurred in those particular years. You can see that 2019 was a pretty good year. It was a 120% of average runoff, and so we increased the combined storage a little bit. But then we had 2020 and 2021, which were 54% and 32% of average, respectively. That resulted in a decline in combined storage of about 8 million acre feet in those 2 years. And so that's where we're sitting now, is a combined storage of about 15 million acre feet, which is about 25–26% of capacity. So then what if this year's hydrology looks like 2012, and then the following year looks like 2013? Those 2 years were bad. They were 49% and 44% of average, but not even as bad as what we experienced last year. This dashed red line shows what could happen if we receive that runoff. And what it's showing is that the combined storage would continue to decline, and we'd lose about another 7 million or so acre feet of combined storage, and we would end 2023 with a combined storage of around 8 million acre feet. I just want to kind of reiterate that because it's alarming. If we had 2 more bad years, this year and next year, we know this year's going to be below average, or it's very likely to be below average. If we get that again next year, we could decline down to a combined storage of about 8 million acre feet. And that's in 2 reservoirs whose combined storage, when full, is 50 million acre feet. So that's about 16% full in 2 of the nation's largest reservoirs. Okay, so on to what happens beyond 2023, which are our 5-year projections. This is a very similar figure to the one we've already introduced. I'm focusing just on Lake Mead pool elevation now. And we've run the model out 5 years instead of stopping at 2 years, so it goes out through December of 2026. Rather than showing each one of those individual gray lines, we've computed the statistics across those 30 sequences or traces, and that's what's shown in this orange cloud. So the orange cloud represents the minimum and maximum from those sequences. The dashed lines represent the 10th and 90th percentiles, and the orange solid line is the median. And so you can see that the range expands through time because of the hydrologic uncertainty and other uncertainties in the system. But if you look at the solid orange line or that dashed line below it, you can kind of see a downward trend, which is what we've experienced over the last decade and likely, given current hydrology on the system, will continue to experience. When you look out to 2026, that minimum orange range has the possibility that Lake Mead would decline down to an elevation of 950. That would be about another 100 feet, if I'm doing my math correctly on the fly, which would be down near where we could no longer generate electricity from Hoover Dam, which we think is somewhere around elevation 950. I'm just full of good news. If you look at the gray range, that's an even more expanded range of possibilities that comes from another model that uses slightly different assumptions, and you can see that gray range falls even lower than the orange range, down to almost elevation 900 at the worst case, I'm not gonna say worst case scenario, by 2026. Elevation 900 is about 5 feet above dead pool. So at 895, we essentially have no more storage to draw from in Lake Mead. This is a nice figure to kind of show the trends at Lake Mead, but we can also compute statistics and look at the chances that different conditions might occur at Lake Powell or Lake Mead. And that's what is summarized in this table. So now we're taking that same model data, we're just computing the chances of being in very specific operating conditions or falling below very important thresholds. As Peter indicated, at elevation 3490, Glen Canyon Dam can no longer generate electricity. And so that second row in the table, that shows the chance that Lake Powell would fall below that elevation 3490 in the next 5 years. There's a N in this year, it's a negligible chance. We don't want to say it's definitely not going to happen, but it's a very low chance of happening. But looking through 2023 through 2026, there's about a 1 in 4 or 25% chance that you'd fall below that threshold and at least for a month or two in the year not be able to generate electricity at Glen Canyon Dam. That's also where the releases then become constrained, and depending on how low the lake is, you can run into delivery issues where you're no longer able to deliver the required delivery to the lower basin. Essentially at that point, we're constrained by the bypass tubes that don't go through the power plant, and those have some release constraints to them. Moving down to Lake Mead, the first row under Lake Mead, that's the chance that we'll be in a level 1 shortage condition in the lower basin. We know we're operating in that level 1 shortage condition this year. We think that's very likely till next year. This chart says a 100%. We will make that determination in August. It hasn't been decided yet, but based on the current modeling, it looks very likely to happen, and then likely to continue to be in those level 1 shortage conditions throughout 2026. And then the final row is the chance that Lake Mead might fall down below elevation 1025, which is the level 3 shortage condition, and we see chances increasing up to 30 or even 40% by 2026. One last set of probabilities to focus in on. This table shows a lot of different elevations at Lake Mead and the chance that Lake Mead would be in these different tiers. Each one of these tiers correspond to a different level of shortage or DCP contributions, mapping back to that very colorful table that Peter showed. If you focus in on those numbers inside that orange box, this is the chance that Lake Mead would be below elevation 1045. And that first occurs in 2024. And if you sum up all of those numbers, you get 60%. So there's a 60% chance that Lake Mead would be below 1045 in 2024. And the reason this is important is back to what Peter mentioned. That's the elevation that California starts to make DCP contributions. And so with that, I just want to make one last comment on our historical hydrology. So when we run these models, we're largely reliant, when we run these models for 2 and 5 year projections, we're largely reliant on the historical hydrology as a way to approximate what the future might bring. This is a figure that shows that historical hydrology at Lee's Ferry dating back to 1906. And that purple line is the long-term average, which is right around 15 million acre feet. So the 100-year record averaged 15 million acre feet. The green line shows the average for the last 30-ish years, and that declined to 13.3 million acre feet. And so that's about a 11% decline from the long-term average. And then finally, the red line shows the average for this most recent 20 years, starting in the year 2000, and that average is 12.7 million acre feet, which is a 14% decline from that long-term average. So from looking at this, we can see the effects that rising temperatures and climate change have had on the runoff in the basin. And as we plan for the next 2 years, 5 years, and beyond 2026, we just have to grapple with how much more these changes in temperature will affect runoff. With that, thank you.
Thanks so much, Alan, and thank you, Peter and Alan, for that 1-2 punch of such great concern. And so now on that happy note, what we're going to do is move further downstream, literally, and start talking about issues more specific to the region of the Salton Sea. And so our next speaker is Tina Shields from the Imperial Irrigation District. Tina.
So very rarely are my presentations considered the happy ones. So I guess it's all about context here. So thanks for making me the not so bad guy. So my name's Tina Shields. I'm one of the water managers at the Imperial Irrigation District. We're one of the largest water users on the river, and I primarily deal in Colorado River issues and run our large-scale water conservation programs. And that's what I'm going to provide you a little bit of background on as to what in the last couple of decades has started to contribute to the decline of inflows to the Salton Sea, which leads to the elevation dropping. On the reverse side, IID and the other farming interest in the Coachella Valley are what has led to the increases up until the point when the water flows start to stop, given that that basin is the low point on the river system, and our usage and ag return flows are what comprise the vast majority of inflows to the Salton Sea. So just a little background, and I have changed up some of my slides. I don't know if it's going to work well or not. We'll know at the end of the presentation, but IID has a very large water supply. We farm, you guys all know the weather, you're familiar with our logistics here. We're in the middle of the desert. We farm 365 days a year. We're a little slow on Christmas, but other than that, it's a great growing season. We get really high yields, but it takes a lot of water to grow and irrigate 500,000 acres. And that's just our service area. Add on to that Coachella Valley's district at the north end of the sea. And that's the vast majority of inflows to the Salton Sea. Imperial Irrigation District historically has contributed over 75% of the inflows. Coachella is probably right around 8%, and Mexico has actually been closer to 10, although I think we'll see those numbers falling, we'll see all numbers falling as the hydrology starts to change and conservation measures increase. Alan mentioned that low, kind of scary, terrifying 900-foot elevation of the dead pool. What really makes it unique for IID versus other Colorado River water users is the Colorado River is our only water supply. We do not have groundwater like the Coachella Valley area has. We do not have state water supplies, although that's not a sure thing these days either. But we are 100% reliant on that water source. So if we hit dead pool, we are all moving someplace else because we do not have a backup plan. We don't have temporary measures. And that's why it's really critical for our agency to start to work with the other Colorado River Basin water users and looking ahead and saying, we have to address these system concerns in the near term, or we may not have a long term. So there's going to be a lot of focus as the guideline renegotiations heat up and as these projections get, frankly, worse and worse and worse as to what we can do. And the challenge becomes the Salton Sea is the consequential effect of all of these things. And I'm glad, Peter, you found a map that showed the Salton Sea in the Colorado River Basin, because the recent reclamation maps have it outside the basin. So we're going to work on that with Alan. At some point, there was a shift in how the maps portray this, and the district has spent the last, frankly, 10 to 15 years trying to reconnect the Salton Sea to the Colorado River so that the other basin states understand that. We have the urge to just yell out Salton Sea at least once in every basin states meeting just to remind folks that there are larger consequences and we need those solutions. I think they're getting it now, but frankly, it took some of this scary hydrology to get folks at the table, and you'll understand why when I get to my last slide. So what was the problem that led to the water transfers that started 2 decades ago to see some of these declines? Well, we had a low water supply problem in California. On the Colorado River, California is entitled to 4.4 million acre feet, but historically had been diverting over 5.2 million acre feet. I don't know if the Met folks are here, so I'm going to blame them for now. But they built a pipeline that's twice as big as their entitlement. And, you know, they have a lot of people and it takes a lot of water to serve those folks. They were legally using that water. It was not being used by Arizona and Nevada, who had not fully developed their supplies. But they started looking ahead and realizing that urban California was using water that legally was entitled to them, and they better put a stop to that before it was too late. So that's what they did. They passed legislation authorizing a groundwater bank, and not only did they create it on paper, but they funded it and they built it and they started diverting that full supply. So California was given a very short amount of time to reduce their water use by about 800,000 acre feet. And the only way you can reduce uses in addition to conservation is to start to look at transfers from the senior ag right holders that are not in the highly populated areas. And that is essentially what the QSA was. The Quantification Settlement Agreement was the solution to urban Southern California's increased growth and demands. And it was by targeting the ag districts for conservation. So in total, when you added these 2003 water conservation transfer programs to a previous transfer program IID had with the Metropolitan Water District, again, ordered by a state agency that said that IID could use its water more efficiently, but it didn't have the funds to do so. So these transfers and conservation programs actually went back to the late 1980s, where IID implemented a series of projects funded by Metropolitan to increase our water use efficiency on our system. The QSAs expanded on that and focused more on the final system improvements and what was no longer the low-hanging fruit, but also to get to work with our growers and provide funding to them to increase their farming efficiency, which is a good thing in general, except in our area, we don't have return flows that go back to the river. They instead go to the Salton Sea. So when you stack all of these transfers up in these conservation activities, it's nearly 500,000 acre feet, which is about 15% of IID's water supply. So the good news is we have a little water in Imperial Irrigation District, about 70% of California's share. But when you have that much water, you have a huge target on your back and you become the solution to urban growth and increased water usage. And it's not necessarily by choice. So I will get back to that part in a little bit too. One of the things with the transfer that I don't know that folks remember back in 2002 and 2003 is the district wasn't a fan of these transfers, and our board strongly resisted it, voting it down twice because they had concerns about the Salton Sea. I'm not going to go too much into this slide, and a lot of my slides have way too many words. They're more for background. But what we had to understand is this linkage between the Salton Sea and the Colorado River and how it's basically comprised of agricultural return flows. The Salton Sea's biggest problem prior to the transfers and the dropping elevation is actually salinity, and it's salinity that's had the biggest impact on the environmental and the fish and the birds, because at a certain point the salinity levels got so high the fish couldn't reproduce. The reality is that was happening anyways. Because it's a closed basin and there's no fresh water source and you have evaporation of over 6 feet every year, the salinity levels had been increasing. What the transfers did is accelerate that by about 10 years. So what was going to happen anyways happened sooner, and we've seen that with the salinity levels in the sea. I also just wanted to show a chart to show overall we've lost about 10 feet that the transfers have conserved and moved that water to other areas. Some of the transfers don't actually go to LA and San Diego area. We are also involved in a 100,000 acre foot transfer with the Coachella Valley Water District to help them address their groundwater overdraft issues. And so that transfer is not fully ramped up yet. I think it's got about 4 more years to it. So some of that water actually stays in the basin, and those return flows creep their way back to the Salton Sea from the north end instead of the south end. So I mentioned earlier that our board twice voted down. The federal government doesn't like when you tell them no. And despite our board's concerns about the Salton Sea, we ended up in litigation because in the absence of signing these agreements voluntarily, we were given an order and told that we didn't need that much water, and our order was cut by, coincidentally enough, the same volume as the transfers. We litigated that for some time, but the handwriting was on the wall for the district that this was going to be an annual battle against the federal government to fight for our water. And ultimately, California adopted some legislation taking on the restoration responsibilities at the Salton Sea. After that, our board reluctantly agreed to a voluntary transfer because the consequence was an involuntary cut of our water order and a taking of the water, with these state responsibilities and agreements to take on restoration. In addition, there was a pot of monies by the water agency set up to fund mitigation activities. That's managed by a JPA, but when that money runs out, the state of California is the contractual backstop. So they end up paying for the Salton Sea, whether it's early on as a restoration preventative measure or later on as a mitigation measure, because of that contractual financial responsibility to fund the mitigation measures associated with the transfer. And what did the state do? Well, they came up with a big study that had a very grand, ambitious plan, and then they saw the price tag, and they put it on a shelf and they didn't do anything. And that became the big challenge, was the Salton Sea is just such a big beast of a problem to tackle. Nobody really knew where to start, and I think that price tag scared everybody off. So our agency tried to break down that big plan into smaller pieces and started this mantra of smaller but sustainable. And I'm getting the sign to hurry up. I'm not going to go into our fallowing program. For 15 years, we did do fallowing, which had less environmental impacts on the sea than efficiency. When you save water by an efficiency measure, every acre foot you save and transfer to somebody else is a 1-to-1 acre foot out of the Salton Sea. When you fallow a field, you can transfer the water the crop would have used, and then we sent mitigation water to the sea for 15 years to maintain salinity levels. That was supposed to be a planning period for the state to come up with a plan. Would have been nice, didn't do it. And in 2014, in the middle of the drought, IID filed a petition with the State Water Board and threatened to turn off the water transfers when the state supplies were on very treacherous ground. It was very effective, and after about a year or two of negotiating, we came up with a stipulated order that the state agreed to, acknowledging their responsibilities, which was really a first. We got past the denial phase and went into the, oh, now we have a big problem, figure it out. And really, we've seen a turnaround from the state, who had done nothing for so long. The challenge now is, had they taken that 15 years to plan, we'd be seeing projects on the ground, but they got a late start. And that's what we're seeing now. We've seen a huge change. starting with the Brown administration, and the Newsom administration's been awesome. They've staffed up, they provide funding, but what you see on the ground is a delayed reaction to that. I'm gonna go back despite the time warning. The issue on the sea is about 1/3 of IID's return flows had historically gone to the sea through tile leaching and surface runoff. Farming takes water. There's a lot of salt in the water. Every acre foot of water has a ton of salt in it. And to keep the ground productive, you're gonna have a certain amount of runoff anyways. The sea is always gonna have a tremendous amount of water. It's just not gonna have 1.3 million acre feet a year from IID's agricultural return flows. Those numbers will be dropping down in the future. We run a lot of conservation programs. You guys can look at the presentations later on, but the MET was the first program for 105,000 acre feet. That's 100% system efficiency, upgrades to our canal system, reservoirs, operational improvements. IID has continued on with that, reconnecting its system. We have a 100-year-old gravity flow system, and we are trying to bring it up to the 21st century. But the good news is water runs downhill, and that makes it very cost effective for our farmers, and it makes a system that works and doesn't have to be super technical, but we're doing what we can to make it even more efficient. We've introduced technology, but our more recent program that's had larger impacts are our on-farm efficiency programs. So we provide funding to the farmers to implement measures on their fields that lets them farm smarter and farm using less water and hopefully increase their yields. It's been super effective, in fact, probably a little too effective, but really I think it's important when you look at the hydrology that the river is giving us and understanding that we do not have the volumes of water in our future that we had in the past. It's a stark reality, and at a certain point, it's probably gonna be a Hobson's choice about picking your favorite water source. Is it the Colorado River, the Salton Sea? Because I'm not sure we can sustain both if the hydrology doesn't improve. And that's the problem we have now, is there's just not water in the system. And I think the reality when we see those graphs is that means we all have to get more efficient, or we're gonna end up with less water simply because it's not there. So IIDs can serve, since these transfers, nearly 7 million acre feet. It's a pretty significant volume of water. It's solved a lot of California problems. It's solved a lot of Colorado River problems. The challenge is it's just not enough. And we are already starting to get more pressure to see what we can do to prop these elevations up at Lake Mead. And the challenge is, if you solve the Lake Mead problem, you have additional Salton Sea playa. So we are continuing to work with the state of California. We're continuing to either advocate or agitate with the federal government. I think there's now acknowledgement that they have responsibility. They are the largest landowner. They own a slightly more land than IID. They have Clean Air Act responsibilities, and we're seeing interest from Reclamation, and they've always been supportive, but it was always California's problem. And I think now we've seen more of an embracing of the Salton Sea by the basin states and the federal government, understanding that it is a basin-wide problem, and if we need to fix the Colorado River, that means you have to fix the Salton Sea, and we have to work to accelerate these schedules of projects and coming up with that long-term plan as well. And I'm gonna end on this, which I usually start with, because for folks that want IID to just maintain the status quo and keep the sea full, the reality is we have a 70% of California's supply of Colorado River water. We are the largest single water user on the river, and the river's in a crisis mode right now. And we can't sit this one out, although my board's been very clear that we cannot participate in efforts until everybody's fully invested at the Salton Sea. So hopefully that agitation continues to bring good projects and fast tracks them. I think we've been, obviously a delayed start, but we're starting to really see things move. And these projects, once you get past that awkward permitting stage, and that's also something we're trying to work on with the federal government to facilitate those efforts, we hope to start seeing more things on the ground sooner. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tina, for an excellent talk and for making that connection to the larger scheme of hydrology and the manifestations with agriculture in the Salton Sea. And we're going to continue on that theme. And my group puts a boat in the water about every month, and we're starting to see as all of you are, these changes. We're seeing the salinity effects. We're also seeing oxygen effects, the way metals are cycled, the sulfur effects, the sulfide release events. So this is setting the stage wonderfully for the progression that we're going to go through over the course of this summit. And so continuing with this excellence, we're going to hear from Sujoy Roy now from Tetra Tech.
Thank you for all being here, and for those that are joining remotely. I do appreciate the preceding talks, and I'm going to jump right into it. My task today is to talk about future hydrology scenarios for the Salton Sea. I work for Tetra Tech. We're a consultant to the state, to the Salton Sea Management Program, and the state has an interest in understanding this hydrology. And in part, this is because of habitat and dust suppression projects and long-range projects that are being envisioned as part of the Salton Sea Management Program. And these, some of these, or several of these, will require water. So as these investments are made, it's important for the state to understand the future availability of water. And in my talk today, I'm going to go over some of the recent observed data on flows, both inflows, elevation, salinity, to show you how we understand the interaction at a high level. And we've used this to come up with a few discrete scenarios for future hydrology. So really, this builds on the work that Peter and Alan described, which is looking at a 2 to 5 year time frame, but expanding to a few decades over the lifetime of these projects. This is a simple schematic. Pointer works. It's a simple schematic of the sea, as Tina mentioned. The sea is entirely dependent on flows from IID and CBWD. These are not direct flows, these are return flows largely, but there's also some local flows, groundwater, direct precipitation, local watersheds. Not all of these flows are gauged, but I would say somewhere on the order of 15% of the flows are estimated. I'll be really quick about this because you heard this. These are the flows from the Colorado River to IID. The dashed line is the number that was prior to 2002, and this is what it's today. So it's been fairly stable for the last few years, but definitely about 500,000 acre feet lower than the latter part of the late 90s. And that's not the same thing for CBWD because they've had transfers and they've not had the same reductions. These transfers were then associated with mitigation water that was created by IID. These were, we don't have to worry about the specific numbers. The point is that 2003 to the present time was a time of transition as the QSA was settling in, as these transfers were ramping up, as the mitigation water was created and then ended. So what happened as all that change was happening in the background? What happened to the actual flows to the Salton Sea? Because that's a more complex signal. And we're fortunate because the USGS measures those flows both at the Alamo River and the New River. And what we see is that in the early part of the 21st century, the inflows were about 928,000 acre feet per year. More recently, they've been about 890,000. So a slight decline, but not as big as the large changes in the flow allocations and the mitigation water. So the system has its own, responses. Importantly, though, the border flows from Mexico have declined significantly. So there were over 100,000 acre feet at the beginning of the 21st century and are less than 20,000 acre-feet now. That signal is visible at the sea as well, but it's not as much the change in the Imperial Valley as it is the change in the flows from the border. And so what happens with the water that IID gets, obviously it's used for irrigation, and it contributes to the evapotranspiration from the basin. These are big numbers. These are monthly ET numbers. You can see in the warm months like now and next few months, it's over 200,000 acre-feet of evapotranspirative loss. But when you look at all those inflows, and these are data from the Bureau, one can estimate a net EP rate. It's about 3.6 feet acre-feet per acre. And we can use that to kind of develop a very simple water budget for the Imperial Valley. And again, this is maybe a complex chart. I won't spend too much time, but the bars on the left are the inflows, the bars on the right are the outflows. The outflows in this case are ET and the flows to the Alamo New River. Generally in agreement, and you'll also understand that some of these flows are not gauged, but we do have a basic understanding of the inflows and the outflows. We need this because we'd like to use something like this to project future conditions. For 2015 to 2021, so 7 calendar year period, this is what the flows have looked like. This is, again, in this progression, we were talking in the beginning about flows from the Colorado River from the perspective of Lake Mead. So this is from the perspective of the Salton Sea. And this is a time trend, again, from 2002 to 2021. These flows have been lower than evaporation, which is why the sea has been shrinking. But in the last few years, last 7 years that we were talking about, they've kind of held steady and over 1 million acre-feet. And that number is actually higher than projections that were made in 2018. There was a model that IID developed called the SALSA model used for the Salton Sea. And the projected flows in that model are about 200,000 acre-feet less than what they have actually been. So it's just important to look at the actual data. And we can also relate that data to the elevation and salinity. So it's a simple mass balance. The inflows, evaporation, salt, it all ties together. And we use something called the Salton Sea accounting model for that. So it's something developed by the Bureau. And you can see, and I'm largely focusing on the same period, mostly the last 20 years or so. So there's been a decline in the elevation. The black points are the actual data. The red line is the model. And there's been an increase in salinity from somewhat over seawater salinity, 45,000 milligrams per liter, to over 70,000 milligrams per liter now. And this is all consistent. So the inflows, the elevation, and the salinity are all related. And we use this to kind of project future scenarios. And there are 5 that we're proposing. So one is a continued baseline, which is perhaps unlikely, but that's where we are today. Scenario 2 is climate change with higher evapotranspiration. Scenario 3 is periodic drought. We in fact specifically talked about the curtailment possibility. So this assumes a certain frequency of years will have either moderate or severe curtailment. And scenario 4 and 5 are scenarios that were developed by IID, which, as I said, were lower than projected, but we still think that that's possible, but perhaps over a longer time period. Just looking at my clock here. So climate change, interestingly, those of you that live here, live anywhere, probably know this. This is average temperature data for Imperial County. These are real data going to the end of the year last year. And there's been about a 2 degrees centigrade increase from 1950. It's already happened. And there's another 2 degrees centigrade expected by the middle of the century. And in this system, the primary effect of it is on evapotranspiration. So we model that and expect that EP will be about 5% higher by mid-century than it is today. Scenario 3 is a periodic drought that assumes, the levels of curtailment that are in the DCP, but that moderate condition occurs about 20% of the time, severe 10% of the time, and you get a weighted flow as a consequence of that. So you add it all up, and I'm skipping a few steps, obviously, in the interest of time. But you add it all up, and you have these different range of scenarios from the current baseline of over 1 million acre-feet, with climate change losing about 100,000 acre-feet, all else being equal, just warmer temperatures, with occasional drought on average, losing another 50,000 acre-feet. And then these other two scenarios that individually take down another 50 to 100,000 acre-feet each are based on IID's assumptions on return flows. And they're all reasonable. There's no one projection is necessarily correct. And so these are the different inputs that we're talking about. I didn't spend a whole lot of time today on the Coachella Valley flows or the local watershed, but those are contributors as well, and one can make assumptions on how those change. If you look forward, both Alan and Peter spoke about the 5-year projection that the Reclamation makes. But going back a few years prior, the Colorado River Basin Study, which was published in 2010-11, that study looked at similar models, but a wider range of climate scenarios. And so here is a plot of the elevation with mean on the y-axis over time. The study was published around that time, so that's when it begins. This is where we are now, a little over 2050. This yellow circle I added on it. But back then, these were the projections. This was the 50th percentile band. This was the 90th percentile band. And there were more extreme scenarios that were well below where we are today. But those conditions can occur, and they are more extreme. We are already seeing that we're lower than the 50th percentile that was considered even just a decade ago. That's significant for a system of this size. So even though this 5-year projection is important, it's important to think of the yet longer term impacts that could happen. So just to conclude here, we've used the recent observed data to develop these projections for the Salton Sea. Interestingly, these flows have been higher than they were projected 5 years back, but that doesn't mean that they will not continue to change going forward. But those near-term flows are important because that is tied to the elevation at the sea as it is now. And there are projects being planned, there are activities being planned which depend on the current elevation. And the current elevation is actually higher than what we thought it would be a few years ago. So I think those near-term projections are important, as are the long-term ones. For the Salton Sea Management Program, and you'll hear more about this during this conference, there's 15,000 acres of projects planned in this phase 1, which spans to 2028. And assuming approximately a 6 acre feet per acre water use, we're talking about 90,000 acre feet just for those SSMP habitat projects. And you can relate that to the other inflows that we were talking about that, depending on the scenario, go from anywhere from 700,000 acre feet to 1 million acre feet. In addition to these SSMP projects, there are new water demands that are occurring in the region, as we all know. They are related to geothermal development, lithium development, lithium extraction, and these would be an additional draw on the inflows to the sea. So that's something that, as a larger system, we need to consider. Another point is that these shorter periods of low flow. In fact, we were just talking this morning about the extreme conditions that could happen in the next 2 or 3 years. So any projection must account for the fact that there will be almost very high likelihood of periods of shorter periods of low flow, which may impact downstream projects, and that's something to be considered. And finally, of course, looked at climate change as a temperature driver for these scenarios, but then more extreme climate impacts on Lake Mead are certainly possible, and that would have a significant impact to delivery to Imperial Valley. So, thank you.
Thank you, Sujoy, for an excellent talk. I'm so pleased that these speakers are setting up this context for us so well and so clearly as we lay the foundation for all the other things that we're going to discuss over the next 2 days. Our last speaker, certainly last but not least, is Hoori Ajami, my colleague at UC Riverside. She's in the Department of Environmental Sciences, and she will give us a really detailed discussion, as only she and maybe a few other people could do, of the overall water balance within this region.
Thank you so much, Tim, and good morning, everyone. I would like to thank the conveners for giving me the opportunity, and for all of my colleagues in the panel that set this stage to, more closely looking at the Salton Sea water balance in an integrated manner. And this is the work that is done by my postdoctoral fellow, Dr. Juana Serra-Triano, and he's here. So if you have any hard questions, please ask Juan about that. And I would like to acknowledge our funding agencies, the National Science Foundation Infuse program. This is a collaborative project with Texas A&M, and my colleague Kerr Trabi is one of the co-PIs on this grant. So the accurate estimate of basin water balance is needed for successful water management, and as a hydrologist, we try to use variety of tools, groundwater level observation, stream flow data, remotely sensed data, but the issue with the observations is that they just provide information about a snapshot in time or space. So we would need to develop hydrologic models to be able to do this partitioning of precipitation to different components of the water balance and use these models for scenario analysis, as Sujoy showed with the SALSA 2 model. So here we are looking at the Salton Sea basin, which is a transboundary basin. Many of the modeling work do not consider the lower part, which is the Mexican portion. So in this work, we are looking at an integrated watershed framework, looking at the inflows coming from Mexico all the way through the Salton Sea. But simulating this system is challenging. It's a transboundary watershed. The agricultural productivity in the region relies on what's happening in the Colorado River, and the precipitation is very low, less than 6 inches per year, and you see that also, as my colleagues talked this morning, the Colorado River has been declining and therefore impacting the Salton Sea level. So as a hydrologist, we try to understand why the lake level is declining and quantifying all the components of the water balance. And through time, the lake levels have been very dynamic. This is data actually from 1900 that people took together, when there was a flood event on the Colorado River. You see that there has been increases in the lake level, and the issue at the time was actually trying to lower the Salton Sea level, and then we had the expansion of irrigation. Again, you see the lake levels going up, and in recent years we had about 9 meters decline in the lake level, and that has important implications in the environment. Salton Sea level is declining. We have these exposed playa, a lot of dust problem, air quality issues, and health impacts that my colleagues through the summit is going to talk about. So as a hydrologist, we are interested to understand why the lake level has been declining, particularly in the last 25 years, by about 25%. So to do that, we are implementing a semi-distributed hydrologic modeling approach that would allow us to include management options. We are using the soil and water assessment tool. SWOT is a publicly available modeling framework, and it's a useful framework because it allows us to simulate water management, looking at sediment and nutrient transport. Is versatile. It lets us to include water transfers, canals, and tile drains and so forth in the modeling framework. And also it simulates plant growth. So we could look at agricultural productivity. And the main benefit is that is a watershed scale model. It will break down the entire basin to a series of sub-basins and try to use land cover information, soil elevation data to do the water budget for every point in the land scale and eventually route everything to the lake. But simulating this system, as I said, is challenging. There is disparity in terms of data between the US portion of the lake and the Mexican portion. So our first job was to essentially combine the data from Mexico and US and create a consistent land cover data set. We had similar issue in terms of the soil data. So as you see, the Stasco soil data stops at the Mexican border. So we use some random forest model generating soil texture data for the entire basin. So now we could set up our hydrologic model. So here is the framework that we are implementing. We are breaking down the entire Salton Sea to 268 sub-basins. These are the number of land cover soil types, and we have 9,000 hydrologic response units where we simulate the water balance. We have water transfer options, what's coming from All American Canal, what goes through the Morelos Dam, and all the transfer that is happening. We don't include all the canals that are in IID. We don't have data about that, and the model will break down. So we have to make some simplification, and we don't have data about all those deliveries. So if the agencies are willing to share those data, we will be happy to incorporate these types of data set in our modeling framework and make our predictions more accurate. We also set up the model for 1985 to 2019 period. We are making predictions along 26 USGS gauging stations and using this data to calibrate the model. This is more than what has been done in the past. And we are also, of course, calibrating the lake evaporation as well. So here, looking at some of these flows, Sujoy already showed you. Here is how the model performs in simulating White Water River from Coachella Valley, the New River, Alamo River, and also lake. As you see, we also capturing the seasonal dynamics because it's a daily time step model. And the reason that we are not doing a very good job with the Whitewater River, there is a lot of groundwater pumping happening, and we don't have simply information about how much pumping is happening. We are trying to estimate. So if there are any data set we could implement in this framework, we of course do model validation to make sure that we are not overfitting our parameters, and the framework also works well during the validation period, and the bias in our estimates are low. So the blue line and red lines quite matching each other. So that's good news. So now, since we have this fully integrated system, we are going to look at the water balance of the entire system, the streams and the lake. And I think what is maybe of more interest to people here is the lake level. So as it's already said, the lake levels are declining, but the majority of the inflows to the lake comes from the New River, Alamo River. Precipitation is only a small portion, is about 7%, but the outflows from the lake are evaporation and seepage losses to groundwater. And the seepage losses from the lake to the groundwater is about 33% of the total losses. And this is the flux that hasn't been accurately estimated. I'm not claiming that our estimates are exact because we don't have observation. We are just trying to close the water balance. So any types of future projections on the lake should consider what is happening with the groundwater system as well, because there is some sort of a connection with groundwater, and depending on pumping happening in Coachella Valley could reverse the direction of the flux from the valley to the lake and vice versa. So this is the aspect that we need to look into. Using the results of this SWOT model, at all these gauging stations, we try to use a data mining approach to identify what are the main drivers of hydrologic variability and lake water depletion. So what we did, we use all these fluxes, is a busiest slide, using the time series data and decompose it to the trend components and the remainder. Here it shows the lake volume. You see the lake volume is declining. Lake volume is declining, seepage to groundwater is declining. So all these declining trend is also observed in our other fluxes that we are estimating. One thing to notice that when we do this exercise, we learn that the long-term water balance seasonality hasn't changed. And this decline in the Salton Sea actually coincides with all these water transfers that Tina has been mentioning. So it goes back what is happening in the Colorado River. Most of the time, people assume that the changes in irrigation efficiency is the main cause of the declining in Salton Sea, while we are tracing back the main cause is actually decline in the Colorado River inflows. We are using this time series decomposition approach and trying to identify what are the main causes of hydrologic balance variability in the system. So when we are looking at the headwater catchments, when there is no agriculture is happening, of course, precipitation is the main driver. There are certain processes that, of course, are primarily driven by temperature, like evapotranspiration, but also Colorado River inflows through Mexico has a strong impact on the Salton Sea. Sujoy showed that there has been a declining trend in new river flow at the international border, and that could further impact what is happening in the Salton Sea and cause the lake depletion. So doing these time series analysis and clustering approach, we identified that the declining patterns of the main lake level tributaries, New River, Alamo River, are traced back to the All-American Canal and Morelos Dam inflows. So what is delivered from the Colorado River? And of course, we are simulating irrigation. I'm sure there are growers here that they have actual estimates. We would like to see that, to see whether our irrigation estimates agree with what they have. But in our simulations, we see decreases in irrigation volume, which is mostly caused by the decline in the flow deliveries and the flow in the rivers and the canals. Okay, so a couple of concluding remarks. Salton Sea crisis seems to be caused by the decline in the surface inflows, what is delivered to the All-American Canal and Morelos Dam, and this is related to the deliveries from the Colorado River. And it is not clear if the Salton Sea depletion is mainly caused by these water transfer or climate warming and decline in the snowpack in Colorado River, or both. Although there has been a lot of effort doing projections for the Colorado River, as modelers that doing simulations in the Salton Sea, we have challenges getting the projections for the Colorado River so we could see what's happening in the Salton Sea. But we have started to work with the Bureau of Reclamation, and they kindly shared some of their projections with us. The biggest issue that we have is most of the simulations don't have the management options included. And finally, we need a holistic approach to consider both basins to require the, mitigate the health and environmental impacts. We need these spatially distributed models, as I presented here, because these can be used as a decision support tool if you are changing the crop type, if you are changing water allocation in this particular river, what's happening to the Salton Sea. So I encourage the agencies, we are happy to share our data, our modeling framework, to contact us and use these tools for better planning of the future of Salton Sea. So with that, I thank all of you for your attention, and please don't hesitate to contact us if you have any questions. Thank you.
How long should I take? 10 or 15 minutes. Okay, thank you so much, Hoori. That was terrific. We have about 10 or 15 minutes to do a Q&A. And so we have microphone runners. Yes? Okay, so we're going to take 2 of these, I think, right? And we also have questions coming from online. And we could start, while we're getting this set up, we could start with a few of those. Who's monitoring the online questions? Well, let's go ahead right here in the front. So I'm going to have to shuttle the microphone a little bit because you got it? Okay, good, perfect, thanks.
There's a little switch.
Hi, this is a question for Tina. Is the IID required to return water to the Salton Sea? And if you weren't required, is there some way to recycle that water for agricultural use?
So, is this working? It take a second to warm up.
So the Salton Sea was originally designated by Congress twice as a sump for agriculture. So it's the low spot, it's where the return flows go. It has no water rights. So there's no requirement to send water there. The mitigation requirement was associated solely with the permits for the water transfer agreement. But that's where the return flows will go naturally. There will always be water if there's agriculture, because of the leaching that has to occur and because of just the way you irrigate in an open channel gravity flow system.
Over here in the blue shirt.
Yeah, I have 2 questions, well, 3. 2 for Tina Shields. One about the lithium refining. What I read is that it takes about 50,000 gallons of water per metric ton of lithium for refining. And with doing all the lithium that they're planning on mining, that would require about 46,000 acre feet of water per year. That was from Cal Energy. Does IID plan, and that's supposed to come from IID, Colorado River, is what I read. Is IID planning to supply that much water?
So we don't have formal requests yet. A lot of those projects depend on actual development. I've actually heard numbers 3 times that for the potential geothermal and lithium development and mineral extraction. So our board is committed to working with those industries to find water supply options. It's tough when you look at this hydrology, and it's going to be more conservation, but that is super important to our region from an economic standpoint, for jobs, for just community benefits in general in an area that's economically challenged, and also a diversification. We largely have a community dependent on agriculture, and I think it's important to our community. So we're going to do the best we can to provide service to all water demands, but there's going to be tightening of the belts in order to do so.
That seems to be a trade-off between the Salton Sea and lithium mining. But anyway, my second question is about the Red Hill project. It was $2 million, came from the state and federal tax funds for aquatic habitat by U.S. Fish and Wildlife and IID. The Fish and Wildlife did put their berms in there for the aquatic habitat, and then IID went in and plowed them over and planted plants, which was a failed procedure at Owens Lake. Can you explain why there's no aquatic habitat there?
So that's the subject of litigation. I'm not going to go into it. It's not related to the topic we've presented here, so apologies for not being able to answer that now.
Okay. And my third question is about Coachella Valley Water District. So can anybody answer? Okay, because how is the Coachella Valley Water District, with all the water that's needed at the Salton Sea, going to supply water for a La Quinta private water slide and a Disney lagoon community?
So the Coachella Valley Water District doesn't supply water to the Salton Sea. The Salton Sea doesn't have a water right, but the Salton Sea receives water from the Coachella Valley Water District through drainage, the same way as happens from the Imperial Valley. So what you see is, as that quantification settlement agreement water ramps up to now it's 1,000 acre feet. When it ramps up to 100,000 acre feet, you actually have more water use in the valley, and you'll see higher inflows marginally from Coachella to the sea. What we're also seeing is some increase in kind of seepage to the sea through tile lines as the water is being used. So if you're asking about, how can you develop certain projects in the Coachella Valley when there are needs elsewhere, it's a matter of water management. It's a matter of using the supplies that we have and increasing conservation programs throughout the Coachella Valley. When you look at what the current probably 10 years supplies of water to the valley, you'll see actually groundwater levels have risen. And so when developers come to the district, there's an assessment made about water availability. And at this time, there is available water for some of these projects. And it's up to the city leadership, the city councils and so forth to approve actual projects in there. So the water district does not approve projects. The water district just looks at water supply, and for some of the projects that are coming up, it appears that there is water available. Because of the groundwater, the Safe Water Project imports, in 1 year, in 2019, Coachella Valley Water District, we charged, I think, over 400,000 acre feet of water supply that was available to us. So it's a part of management, and you see the long-term water supply happens to be there for some of these projects. And we'll always take a hard look at providing will-serve letters on those projects.
So that can continue outside. We have time for one or two more quick questions. The man in the blue shirt, I think his hand was up for a while. In the middle there, yeah. And then Mike.
Hi, this question is for Professor Ajami. You'd mentioned the groundwater seepage is up to 33%. That's obviously a potentially huge impact to all these hydrological models. Do you have any, do you see any salinity in nearby either monitoring wells or production wells that would support that modeling?
Thank you so much for the question. We haven't looked at the salinity yet, and we don't have, groundwater level observations near the lake to confirm these estimates. We are just trying to close the water balance as the residual term. So we are hoping that since we are validating, ET, we are using observations for a stream, this value kind of, this estimate could be accurate, but we need more data and analysis to do that. So that's the next stage. We are planning to couple this model to a mud flow, groundwater flow model. So we have a fully coupled surface water, groundwater system. So we could look at, okay, if they are pumping in Coachella Valley, what's going to happen to the lake?
Thank you.
So right here in the middle there, Mike. And let's keep it kind of quick if we could. There's a microphone coming to you.
I'll just say that in regards to the question on water consumption for lithium extraction, we'll be addressing that tomorrow morning. There are 3 non-IID sources of water that can be used.
I think we have to move on. Okay, great. Well, but the virtual people, online people can't hear you, so let's run that over there real quick if we could.
Can you hear me okay? Hey, I think it's probably for Tina. Hey, Tina, we've been waiting since Bruce Wilcox's day to get an actual, just a simple acre footage number for how much water is going to be coming into the sea. Everybody's been obfuscating it for a long time. Can you just give me like, is 825,000, 750,000, something like that?
So I think you heard some estimates today, and there's ranges. We can't give you a specific number because our water use within Imperial Valley, 97% is for ag, and ag uses varies on an annual basis depending on the markets and the availability of supply. So our use this year is very high because the ag markets are really strong, and we are really using water right now. So it's going to be a variable average. I think over the long term, what you saw here, the range is probably in good years, 800,000 to 900,000 acre feet, but it could be less in the future depending on the Colorado River situation. But there is going to be that variability and uncertainty.
Okay, thanks.
Unfortunately, we have to stop now, but there will be plenty of opportunity during breaks and meals to continue these important discussions. I want to, in a very hearty way, thank all 5 of the speakers for They were all excellent talks, I'm sure you would agree, and they're going to really, as I said earlier, define a wonderful foundation for all that follows. So thank you all very, very much.
Thank you, and so we're going to take a break here for 15 minutes. Let's come back at 10:45 and we'll start the ecology session. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Should turn it on, off. Perfect. And then you should be live.
Hello?
Yeah, see, there you go. Check, 1, 2.
All right, if we can have people come in and please take your seats, we'll start the next session on ecology. And as we're filing in, I want to just recognize our keynote sponsors, Energy Source Minerals, MWH, Tetra Tech, West Wind Foundation, BHE Renewables. Thank you very much for your funding and your support. Again, all the supporters are on the program, and you'll see them on cycling through on a slide deck during lunch and such. So Tim, do you have the? Oops.
Yeah, their administration's does seem kind of all over the place and stuff. It seems I kind of got in there on a whim, I think. So someone else was teaching and got a full-time position. I'll be somebody. So. Yep. Right. Yeah. Hear ya for sure. Yeah.
Now it is. Yeah. Yeah. What do you think? Should we get started? Yeah. Okay, we're going to start the second session now. Okay, thank you. So the next session will go a little bit into the lunch hour, but we've got a long lunch, so you won't lose any time to have a chance to eat. I want to thank everyone for wearing their masks again, who's in the audience. We're a couple days away from this being recommended, but right now part of the agreement with holding this summit in here was that we all have to wear masks when we're not speaking up on the panel here. So I appreciate your understanding, your flexibility. If you need extra masks, I have some here, or there's some outside at the table as well. So thank you very much. So now I'd like to move on to the ecology panel and introduce the moderator for today's panel, Professor Tim Bradley, who's a professor of ecology and evolutionary biology in the School of Biological Sciences at UC Irvine. Professor Bradley's research focuses on the physiological ecology, the evolution of physiological processes, the physiology of respiration and energy metabolism, and the conservation biology of salt lakes. The California Natural Resources Agency named Professor Bradley to the Salton Sea Science Advisory Committee for the state's efforts to preserve its largest inland body lake. So with that, let's give Professor Bradley a round of applause.
Thank you. So I wanted to share this slide with you to show you what the Salton Sea looked like. This was even 6 years ago. The Salton Sea was the most important inland body of water for fish-eating bird species on the Pacific coast, on the Pacific Flyway. And there were abundance of birds at the Salton Sea, not only pelicans and cranes and cormorants and so forth, but many other species as well. And these birds not only fed at the Salton Sea, but also bred here and the Salton Sea was a critical habitat for these species. That is no longer the case because the number of fish at the sea has declined to the degree where these birds can no longer feed there and survive there. We will never see this arrangement again at the Salton Sea. But the Salton Sea continues to be a biological powerhouse in the area. And the reason for that is that it has huge concentrations of nutrients, it's in a warm environment, and there is abundant sunshine. So the sea will continue to be one of the most productive biological sites, frankly, on the planet. It is per acre, it is equivalent to the kind of biological productivity that you see in tropical forests or in ocean regions. So the question is, what kind of biology will there be at the Salton Sea? Because it is going through a transition, and we're following that transition. So what we're going to talk about today is the current status of the Salton Sea and the biological entities and ecology that you can find there. If the state of California continues with its current policies, the Salton Sea will continue to shrink and become saltier, and eventually will transition within a few decades into a Dead Sea. That is to say, equivalent to the Dead Sea in the Middle East, where larger organisms are no longer present. But it will continue to be a highly productive site. What will be produced will be algae, bacteria, and viruses. But it will be an extremely productive site because of the conditions that I described. So it's very important to look at the current trends and see what is going on at the Salton Sea right now, not only because this is an interim period, which is very important for the ecology of the region, but also because we need to use this as a metric for the marshes which the state of California has proposed to build along the shores. So when those marshes are then completed, we can compare what we've gained with what we are losing through the loss of the Salton Sea. So with that, I will then move on to our speakers who are going to share this information with us. And the first of these is Tonya Marshall, who's with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. Tonya.
Hi. How are we today? Good? When I was getting ready for this presentation, can everybody hear me okay? Okay, good. When I was getting ready for this presentation, I was like, well, who is the audience, right? That's who you start with, right? And I was like, well, it's full of experts in their knowledge, it's community members, it's interested parties, it's businessmen, it's a lot of different people, right? And I got so excited because you all are captive and you have to listen to me talk about what I love, which is the environment and species. You're all there. No, did you like those stories? Okay. So but this wasn't always the case. When I went to school at UC Riverside in the 90s, I was in conservation biology. And my mentors told me that in this field, it's us versus, it's environmentalist versus developer. Put up your dukes, because this is gonna be a fight. So I went out into the real world ready for the fight, right? I would go to all my meetings with my shield and my sword, looking for the fight, and probably starting the fight. But all our teams always seemed to bump heads. And pretty soon I got a really big headache. So I threw down my shield and I threw down my sword and I looked around and everybody had shields. I wasn't butting my heads against their heads, I was butting my heads against their shields. We have to work together to do this. That's why I'm so excited to be here. My name is Tonya Marshall, and I am the California Department of Fish and Wildlife Salton Sea Program Manager and part of the leadership for the Salton Sea Management Program, which is also called SSMP. And I am a conservation biologist. What does that mean, conservation biologist? It means I study ecosystems, right? Big old ecosystem. And that is what the goal of the Salton Sea is, right? Think of your lifetime goals, right? You have a lifetime goal? Well, the Salton Sea has a goal, and that goal is to restore the Salton Sea ecosystem. It doesn't say restore the Salton Sea. It says restore the Salton Sea ecosystem. And ecosystems are very complicated. There's a lot of things in an ecosystem that you have to think about. You got to think about the water, you got to think about the air, you got to think about each and every species that are in there. What about the rocks, the plants? How are they all utilized within this system, right? That takes a lot of experts. But we have a tendency to hear the word experts and think what? They know it all in their subject, or they're know-it-alls. But that's when we put up our shields and our swords. And we want to put those down to actually protect the ecosystems, all right? So I want to see by a show of hands, how many of you consider experts or you know a whole lot in one subject, but you know you don't know it all? Right? Everybody, right? That's all of us. So I am here to talk to you today about the ecosystem, specifically desert ecosystems that I love and the species I love, but I don't know it all. But what I do know is this. In order to get to an ecosystem, you have to know how a single species will survive. One, I have to know how one pupfish will survive, one rail, one human being. Oh yeah, did I fail to mention that humans are part of the ecosystem? That's part of it. So in order to do this, we need a whole lot of what? Experts, right? We need a whole lot of experts. Experts of what? Experts of water that you heard for hydrology, experts in the species. That's why I'm so excited that this panel is here today, because I don't know all the information that they know, but they talk about the population. Dr. John's going to talk about the food web, and Dr. Maya about the actual microbes that are in the water. Did you know there's microbes in there that have to be in there? All of this. And this is just one part of the restoration of the Salton Sea ecosystem. And within CDFW, there are a lot of experts, and we don't have enough. We need the expertise of everyone in this room. We need the expertise of academies like UCR and business leaders and people, community members who have lived out here for decades. They're an expert in the community. You know, I have been out in the desert areas of California for 30 years. I hate when someone tells me you don't know about this community. I don't. Well, I raised 4 boys here, and they use their motorcycles up and down the area. So this is what the experts do. But the experts don't know it all. We're working together. And how do we do this? We have to have some conversations for conservation, right? We have to stop and talk about it, come to these summits and do these things and speak about what we're interested in and what we are an expert in. But how does that get done in the Salton Sea Management Program? This is where I'm so excited. I'm jazzed because it's all these plans and all this work. And people look at me and say, you're excited about documents that are 400 pages? Yes, because that meant there was a lot of experts in the room talking, and this is the direction they've given. Right? So remember what the lifetime goal of the Salton Sea Management Program is like a lifetime goal. We want to restore the Salton Sea. But then we have to work backwards, right? We have to figure out our yearly goals. So then we do a 10-year plan, maybe a long-term plan. Then we have to figure out what are we going to do monthly and weekly and daily. All of this takes structure. And that's what I'm excited to be a part of, the structure of getting this information out. So I'm going to start talking about the species because I've done my due diligence on everything else, and so just bear with me, and we are going to talk about some critters now, right? So when we do these plans, one of the plans, we move downward, we have to get to the population level, like the pupfish, right? Pupfish is protected. It is a federal and state endangered species. you don't know what that means, come talk to me afterwards. We'll definitely talk to you about it. But what that means is that we need a plan because it's got certain protections and we can't just go and take it. So the plan says, that plan that you just saw on the last slide, this one on the end, it says we can take a few while we do the projects. So now we're moving into this wonderful stages where we're stop talking and actually you can see things on the ground. Ah, this is amazing. This is why everybody's talking about the Species Conservation Habitat Project, otherwise known as the SCH. In that project, you've got a lot of different things that you needed to understand, right? We just had a whole panel on hydrology, right? And they want water. Everybody wants water, right? We're in the desert. We all want water. I prefer coffee, but whatever. So we have to think about that, right? My job is to think of the species. And I'm like, okay, you want to know what a pupfish wants? They want this on the side. They want that. That's what I want to build. And someone looks at me in the meeting and goes, realistically, what is that? You're not going to get that. So they say, we need water conveyance, like hydrology. Right, we all need water, I understand. The pupfish need water. So on the SCH project, they build an interception ditch. You see it on the top. First of all, it took a lot of conversations to figure out how to do that ditch, where to put it, and all of that. But they're saying water conveyance, something that looks nothing like that. I need pupfish. If I just leave it like that, the birds are going to eat them. So they put in vegetation. But then the water conveyance, then the people for water conveyance say, we have too much vegetation. The water's not moving. So we have to talk again and start these maintenance plans and have the experts who know how to construct and know how to do the maintenance to do it. But we don't have just pupfish. No, we got these birds, these rails, and rails like marsh area. And on the SCH project, they were already there. They are also state and federally listed as endangered. But the state of California, CDFW, has decided they need even higher protection. So they're actually called in the Fish and Game Code as a fully protected species. Fantastic. What does that mean? That means I can't get a permit for them. That means I can't kill not even one. I have to go back to everyone in all these conversations and say, how do I get a project built? Now, we can put in some nesting buffers. We can put in some distance buffers. But is that going to be enough for this species? That's when this panel comes in, because I need to know all this, right? Andrea, they're figuring out an Audubon Society. They're doing birds. I don't know that much. I just know I need a rail in my ecosystem, right? So I go to her and I say, what does a rail need? She says, well, it needs this and this, but really it needs a food system. Okay, what do I need for the food web? And he tells me what I need for the food web. And then I say, okay, Mia, what do I need? What do I need? The microbes? In order for this food system to work, in order for me to get the marsh, in order for me to have the ecosystem that I need to do for the plan that some legislation said I need to have in 10 years. It's a lot of work. And not only that, we have to explain it. Because even though it works for the rail, it doesn't mean it works for all birds, right? Rails are marshes. The SCH area is also on the Pacific Flyway. Is that what it's called, Andrea? And there are a lot of different birds, shorebirds. What do shorebirds eat? Fish, right? So now on SCH, we're building ponds. Sounds simple, right? We'll just put a pond out there. The fish will come. I mean, the fish will come and the birds will come to it. Really? They're not just going to come that way, right? So now we have to actually have people in design and say, how big is this pond going to be? How deep is the water going to be? What's the water quality? Can we keep this pond for 10 years? Let's put some islands on this pond. Simple. How many? How big? What species are we looking for? Again, these are all the questions we have to ask as the Salton Sea Management Program, in that program, and find the experts to help us get the solutions. But remember, we also have humans in this community. And you know what? This would be terrible if we did all this and we couldn't enjoy it, right? So for the SCH project, there is actually a wildlife observation area being planned. And I love this. Because when I was a child in New Mexico, the Mascalera tribes would have some elders and they would just sit us all down and tell us the stories of the desert. And I envision the kids coming here, the buses stopping, them all sitting around, and the storyteller saying, let me tell you the story of the Salton Sea. How it came to be from nowhere. The Great Spirit just brought it, and we had plenty of bountiful food. And then, catastrophe. It started getting salty and turning against us and drying up, and we had no food, and it was for those warriors, those Salton Sea warriors that come and helped us, that we're thriving. And then you know what? Within that group, there's gonna be one smart-aleck little child, probably a descendant of mine and my son's. Let's be fair. And they're gonna say, what? They didn't do it perfectly. That doesn't look perfect. That's not what it was. And I envision the storyteller saying, yes, it was not whether they succeeded or failed, but it is that they worked together and tried. This leads me to one of my favorite quotes. It's given, Margaret Mead is given credit for saying it, and it is that never doubt the small group of thoughtful, committed citizens can change the world. Indeed, it's the only thing that it ever has. And I want to know, what is your Salton Sea story? As you go through the summit, remember to listen to all the experts, drop your shield, drop your swords, understand, and also try to be understood. And we will get to this together, because our lifetime goal is to restore the Salton Sea ecosystem. And some of us are giving our lives to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Tonya. Our next speaker is Andrea Jones, who's the Director of Bird Conservation for Audubon, California. And she has worked throughout California conducting avian research. And for the past 8 years, she has worked at the Salton Sea to run the science component of Audubon's Salton Sea program.
Thank you all. I want to give a disclaimer first. I am not going to be as animated as Tonya. Apologies in advance. Well, I'm happy to talk to you today about the work that we've done at the Salton Sea to quantify the bird populations. And as Tim said, there's winners and losers. It's not all a bad story. And so I'm hoping to convey some of that and some of the positive aspects of the changing ecology of the Salton Sea, as well as some of the losses. And as a reminder, and as Tonya said, Salton Sea is a very important part of the Pacific Flyway. The Pacific Flyway goes from Alaska all the way down to Chile, and within the US, Salton Sea is one of the top 10 sites. And one of the reasons it's one of the top 10 sites in its most recent iteration, because we all know there were previous versions of seas here historically, in its recent iteration, California drained most of its wetlands. So a lot of birds have switched to use the Salton Sea where they would have used other wetlands in the Central Valley or Tulare Lake and other places. So in some cases, these birds have no other place to go. So they have to be part of the conversation along with public access, public health, and public recreation, and all the other things that make up what we need to talk about at the Salton Sea. So just showing this slide to show you some of the key birds that use the sea as an important part of the Pacific Flyway, either during the breeding season or during migration or during the winter months. In fact, the winter is when we see most of the birds here. So one of the first things Audubon did at the Salton Sea was, well, if we're going to start studying the birds, we need to know what we have for habitat. So we quantified the amount of habitat that birds use at the Salton Sea, and we used 1999 and 2015, which were two fairly stable years of habitat at the Salton Sea before the changes started to really occur at a more rapid pace. And we quantified 58,000 acres of habitat. And it was really important for us to know that number so we could advocate to the state that as the sea changes and becomes sustainable, as Tonya said, we want to make sure we can still provide these habitats for birds. And the habitat is broken into these different groups. And I'll show that in a little bit more detail here. You can see the different types of habitats the birds are using, and most of the birds fringe the edge of the sea, and I'll talk a little bit about that later, but the highest number of nutrients and the food sources are really around the edges of the sea Obviously, the sea's bigger than 58,000 acres, but these primary habitats cover about 50,000 acres. It's important to remember that building habitat and maintaining habitat is an important aspect of dust control. If you have water on the playa, you don't have dust. If you have wetlands, you don't have dust. So it is one of our tools in our toolbox to control dust and make sure we have a healthy environment for birds and people as well. The playa does not control dust. Obviously, it's open, bare playa, but it is used by birds, and that needs to be considered. But obviously, human health is of paramount importance. But all these other habitat types are very rich for bird species and other wildlife, including pupfish, as well as controlling dust. And as Tonya Shields mentioned, we've seen changes in the sea in terms of water levels and salinities, and along with those, you start to see changes in bird populations and other wildlife. So the steady decrease in water level is changing habitat availability. There's less of the habitat available, and that's why the state's starting to build habitat. And the rising salinity is starting to change the actual habitat as well as the foods that are available. And I'll show you some of our results that's showing how these changes in water level and salinity are translating into bird populations. So starting in 2016, we talked to the state and said, could we start a bird survey program? And they said, sure, we're busy getting SCH off the ground. So we started a bird survey program with my colleague Frank Reyes, Camila Bautista, and others in the room. And we set up 14 points around the sea, and we chose these points primarily because we wanted places that would be easily accessible for the public and for volunteers to keep these surveys going in the future. And we focus on water birds because those are the birds mostly using the sea. And of the 65 species we generally count, I've listed the most common birds here, the gulls and the ducks, particularly the ruddy duck, northern shoveler, and then also the little guys, the western unleashed sandpipers, really little shorebirds that mostly feed on insects, and I'll get to a little bit more about them in a minute. At the same time, Frank started a program called Eyes on the Sea, and this program was working with Indio high school students at the same places we were studying the birds to measure the water quality on the surface, as well as do invertebrate sampling. So we could start to tie what the birds were feeding on and the water quality to where we were seeing the birds. And it's been an incredible partnership. Obviously, we had to stop a lot of this work during COVID, so this is pre-COVID, but we've gotten really good information with the students, and Frank was able to keep going out by himself mostly and surveying and getting that data, and Camila helped a lot with this too during COVID, so we're able to continue most of the data collection. So what are our initial results? This bar graph just shows total numbers, and it just goes through February of 2021, but our statisticians are saying that the total number of birds, whatever the species, the total number of birds is not statistically declining at the sea. So we're seeing a change, but we're not seeing a statistically significant change in the number of birds, and I think that's really important. It doesn't mean we want to lose some of the birds like Tim talked about, the pelicans, but we are still seeing really big numbers of birds. We're seeing habitat changes and prey availability. So what we're seeing is fewer fish-eating birds like the pelicans and the cormorants, but we're actually seeing more shorebirds, and those are birds that feed lower on the trophic level, and they're feeding on invertebrates. They feed on biofilm, which is basically a nutrient-rich algae on the surface of very shallow water. So those little tiny shorebirds around the sea, they're having a great time here eating all the biofilm and the invertebrates, and their numbers seem to be increasing. So this shows you in terms of order, which is sort of the groupings of birds like pelicans versus shorebirds versus wading birds, we're seeing some changes. So in terms of a species level, after year one, we saw a drop in the species diversity. But then that kind of leveled off because I think we're actually seeing increases in some species, especially of shorebirds that have found the sea and are using it more in migration. But the order level, we're seeing these major changes. So from year one to year two, almost a 40% change in some of the orders, and that's because we lost a lot of the wading birds, the cormorants, and the pelicans. So just diving in a little bit deeper, I want to mention a few birds. American avocets, beautiful bird that I say looks like a toasted marshmallow. They breed at the sea as well as spend the winter here. And their numbers are increasing around the sea. And this is the bar with them is the 95% confidence interval, but we're seeing a slight increase in American avocets. East and western sandpipers, those tiny little guys that I mentioned, feed on invertebrates, and they breed in Alaska, and then they come down here for the winter. And they're literally, I'll use my marshmallow reference again, they're the size of 3 marshmallows. Tiny little birds making this massive migration down here to the Salton Sea, and their numbers are increasing. So we're seeing at least a 30% increase in the numbers of sandpipers over the 5-year period. Northern shovelers, which is a very beautiful duck, they're here. We saw some yesterday by the tens of thousands. They're feeding on the algae. They're mostly surface or very shallow feeders. We're seeing those numbers increasing as well. Ruddy duck is starting to decline a bit in the recent years, and we're not entirely sure why, because for a while the numbers were really high as well. So those are the winners. Then there are losers. American white pelican is the biggest loser, and I think it's really the icon of the Salton Sea in terms of birds, and we need to figure out if we can bring it back or if there's another healthy place for pelicans to go in the winter. But we're seeing, up to an 80% decline in white pelicans. I mean, that's not rocket surgery. You just go out there and you can see that the numbers have declined. You don't see white pelicans anymore. The cormorants, there were huge breeding colonies, 5,000 pairs on an island. Those have disappeared. Eared grebes are a weird story. We put out an alarm cry because we saw it went from literally 3 million eared grebes here in the winter, and then one winter we counted 250. And we put out the alarm cry. We looked across the flyway, where are the eared grebes? Turns out they're in the Gulf of Mexico, by the way, in the winter now. But we started to see them come back, and I'll explain that in a minute. So Bob McKernan, who's a volunteer with and formed an organization called Oasis Bird Observatory. For the past 10 years, he has gone out and surveyed the North Shore of the Salton Sea every single week year-round for 10 years. Has an incredible body of data. He started to see eared grebes that we couldn't see. We're surveying along the surface, or along the edges of the sea. He started to see, because he also hired a plane to go up, massive rafts of eared grebes in the middle of the sea. Place they never were before, and the reason is because we've had a massive explosion of a bug that lives on the surface called water boatman. Turns out ear grebes love water boatman. So after they disappeared, they came back, and we're seeing between almost up to 500,000 ear grebes back at the Salton Sea, feeding on this new resource. So as Tim said, it's a very dynamic system. It's constantly changing, and it is continuing to provide food and resources for wildlife. And this is one of the amazing stories that we did not expect. And I just want to show that our data is corroborated by the data from Tonya's team, showing that almost a complete drop-off in the fish-eating birds, the pelicans and cormorants. And yes, the state is now working on building ponds, and hopefully they'll do the same thing on the North Shore, where there'll be this deeper water habitat where we could bring in fish. But for now, there isn't much of a habitat for these fish-eating birds. At the Salton Sea, and where these birds have gone and how this impacts their ecology and their biology over the flyway, we don't really know. Last thing I wanted to mention is there's a real new opportunity at the Salton Sea, and part of our science team, in particular Dan Orr, who spoke at the summit 3 years ago, has discovered and sort of quantified that there are these emergent wetlands that have formed at the bases of drains. Drains that used to flow directly into the sea are short of the sea now, and instead that water comes out on the playa and forms these humongous wetlands. And there's a real opportunity because these wetlands weren't there in such big numbers before. And Dan mapped these wetlands. There's a combination of wetlands and algal flats, and just for the vegetated wetlands, 6,000 acres of new wetlands have formed. And that's where the pupfish are, that's where the ridgway's rails are, and a lot of other birds. So that's the real refuge and solace for birds at the Salton Sea, are these wetlands, and our data is showing the same thing. The birds are really concentrating where there's a water source. So there's an opportunity for the state, as they restore habitats and build habitats on the playa, to make use of these wetlands. Don't ignore them, don't let them dry up, but you can use them and expand them and grow them. And they're already controlling dust, so they're doing a good job there. They're providing habitat. They will dry up and disappear if we don't do something about them. And you'll hear tomorrow from Frank Hoori, who's going to talk about our Bombay Beach Wetlands Project, which is a demonstration project looking at one of these wetlands to figure out how we can maintain a wetland over time. So in summary, I didn't talk to you too much about salinity, but our salinity data show that it's very variable. We're seeing that, massive increase in salinity levels, so that there's 60% increase in salinity since 2004. That's BOR data, but the salinity is variable depending where you are in the sea and between years, and that depends on, as Tina said, flows aren't consistent. They change every year depending on agriculture, so we are seeing variability. Also, that where the drains are fresher, and that's where we're still seeing some fish. The surface dissolved oxygen is declining, and that's some recent data just from the last year, and that's really concerning to us because there's invertebrates and the fish are already on the brink, and if the dissolved oxygen gets worse, we might lose the water boatman, and losing the water boatman could cause a collapse of some of the bird populations because our invertebrate samples show 90% of the invertebrates are water boatmen at this point. And again, the total number of birds are not declining, but the species composition is shifting to more shorebirds and less of these big fish-eating and wading birds. And in some cases, a good story of the eared grebes. And last but not least, it's important to remember these emergent wetlands and figure out solutions for maintaining them as the sea changes over time. Thank you.
We'll take questions at the end. So our next speaker is Dr. Mia Maltz, who's a UC President's postdoctoral fellow in the School of Medicine at UC Riverside. She is the primary investigator for the Wildlife Conservation Society's 2021 Climate Adaptation Fund and has been using molecular techniques to study microbial ecology and biomedical microbiology. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Tim, and thanks to Kurt and the organizers for inviting me here today in order to present on my work. Sure.
Sorry about that.
And before I get into some of the research, I certainly want to acknowledge my collaborators and co-authors and the researchers in Emma Aronson's lab, David Lowe's lab, and David Cocker's lab for setting the stage and allowing me to ask microbial ecology questions from the environment and look at the ecology of this system as well as in biomedical systems. And the students that have contributed to this work come from a diversity of backgrounds, and without their efforts in helping to conduct the work as well as to analyze the data and move the questions forward, none of this work that I have here to share would have been realized. So as we consider microbes, fungi, members of the microbial community, it's important to evaluate how organisms that have such fast generation times and are able to acclimate to different sorts of selective pressures, how they may respond to changes like pollution, fire, the drying of the Salton Sea lake bed is exerting selective pressure on the microbes. As it becomes more hypersaline, we see more halophilic microbes that are dominant members of the community. And their physiological changes and metabolic processes have important impacts on altering process rates. So in the Salton Sea, which, in this dry, dusty desert, we have a lot of dust emissions that's being produced. And why should we care about dust? We heard Andrea talk about how the habitat is helping to prevent dust emissions. But we know that the area of the playa is increasing. And this is an image by my colleague, Mike Allen, who shows this moonscape, but it's really the sun
a picture of the sun on a really dusty day. So dust can bring along with it pathogens, microorganisms that hitch a ride on dust particles. It can also serve as an exogenous input of nutrients and limiting resources into nutrient-poor environments. So it can be a resource subsidy into ecosystems. But as the sea dries and we see die-off of waterfowl and birds, and we'll hear more about these food webs and the biogeochemical cycling, but certainly microbial toxins like microcystin and other compounds that are produced by cyanobacteria and other microorganisms while they're alive through their metabolic processes, but also when they die back, the residues that the endotoxins and other microbial products could have an impact on species that are able to survive and thrive and those that are experiencing die-off from these substances. There is a complex geochemical cycling regime in the sea. And as we see the upwelling of different elements from the sea floor, they become more of an issue seasonally as it becomes progressively drier, as there's upwelling events and gypsum blooms. And this is a story map by a student at UCR projecting the drying of the seabed into the future and considering how much more area of playa is going to be exposed. There's going to be a lot of interacting of these sub-ecosystems. The water, the playa are mixing together in the airborne environment, and the surface winds are moving this dust around the region. So while we think of dust as this exogenous input as it moves, the playa and the drying that's occurring is creating this endogenous input into the system, but then it is moving and being deposited throughout the Salton Sea basin. And we see that there's changes happening. It's affecting the land and it's affecting our health. And the gradient from the sea, as you get further from the sea, I'm curious about the dispersal of the microorganisms that are becoming unearthed or becoming more exposed to the elements, and then how they move through the landscape, how they disperse, and what sort of an effect they may be having in the deposition zones. So as the playa dries, we see more and more microbes that are becoming exposed to the air, and they move through the air and disperse along with this aerosolized dust. And then as they disperse, many of them have to persist in the airborne environment. So I see a lot of UV radiation resistant microbes that have the ability to persist in the harsh airborne environment where there's high degrees of solar radiation. But they also have to persist in the deposition zone in order to survive and thrive and interact with other members of the biotic community in order to gain membership in the microbiome. And this could be the microbiome in an environment, or it can be inhaled by human hosts or by wildlife and have an effect on their lung microbiome as well as the interacting microbiomes in the system. And we see many dimorphic fungi that dwell in the soil. They have an environmental form, and many of these fungi are capable of surviving in really hot, dry climates because of their anatomy, because of their physiology. And when there's water events and they can start to grow and their spores become airborne, they'll have another form when they're inhaled, and they can be opportunistic, and when the conditions are right, they can change into a more pathological form. So I've been curious about what sorts of exposure risks there may be for inhabitants of the region. And I've teamed up with Will Porter, environmental scientist at UC Riverside, in order to ask this question around
what are the hot spots where dust is moving to, as well as what are these hot moments? What are these moments in time when there may be more dust, more sea spray, and you can see when the lines, each one of these little red lines come together, and you can see a little bit more red, dense accumulation over here in this location at this particular time point in October 2020 at this particular site at Worcester. So looking at the sea spray and how it's moving through the landscape, and as the particles are moving, can be strategic about where to collect dust and then analyze it. Look at the dust microbiome and see what sort of an effect it may have if it's inhaled. So along with a great team of researchers, part of Emma Aronson's lab at UC Riverside, I've been deploying these dust collectors. And they consist of bunt pans with glass marbles, and we deploy them. There's one here on campus at the Palm Desert campus, and we deploy them high above the soil surface to be able to catch the dust that's coming into the collectors. And we've gotten now a lot of community input in order to figure out where would be important to put these collectors. And we compare the dust that's collected with the soil below along a gradient from the sea, but also at many different locations around and adjacent to the sea. And I'm curious about microbial diversity and whether there's more different taxa or species, microbial species that are in the dust when it's drier, later in the dry season, maybe before we have any kind of monsoonal rains and otherwise, because as it becomes progressively drier, we expose more playa, we may have more microbes that are interacting with each other and then being deposited in dust. So is there more diversity in the dust when it's drier? And does that change throughout the dry season? And what about distance from the sea or depth in the Salton Sea? And I've been fortunate to work with some graduate students in Tim Lyons' lab looking at the microbiomes of the sea from collections that they took with depth in the Salton Sea. So after my dust collectors are out, I rinse them with sterile water and I create a dust suspension. I filter out any large particles of debris and then I filter it down to a 0.2 micron mesh filter to be able to catch bacteria and fungi on the filter and then conduct molecular analysis looking at the dust microbiomes. And through having an array of collectors out that ideally I sample monthly over many years, over the time before water inputs were reduced severely into the sea, extending into present day and into the future, see how the dust microbiomes change over time. And dust or seawater or playa, soil, extract the DNA and then analyze the microbial community. And here's a few figures, some older, some hot off the presses, where we have soil microbial communities differing from the dust microbial communities near and far from the sea, collected at the same spot. So there's differences in what's moving through the air compared to what is aggregating in the soil, as well as the microbial communities in the seawater. We see large differences in the microbial composition of who's in the seawater, whether it's collected at the surface or at depth, and when it's collected, if it's collected early in the dry season or late. In terms of diversity in the dust microbiomes, looking at two locations, here is Worcester, and here is Boyd Deep Canyon. So Worcester as near the sea and Boyd Deep Canyon further from the sea. Statistically, there's not much of a difference in the early and late season dust microbiomes far from the sea, but near the sea, as we get further on into the dry season, we're seeing a greater diversity of dust microbes. And this is relevant. I'm seeing a lot of fungal pathogens in this dust, and when there's a greater diversity in the dust, I'm curious, who's there? So there's a number of shared taxa, different fungal pathogens, as well as some that are unique to being close to the sea, such as Cryptococcus, this encapsulated yeast that does have elicits health effects on humans when inhaled. So I'm just going to quickly give you a glimpse of some work that's being done out of David Lowe's lab. You'll hear more from him later, so please attend his talk. But I will say, as I quickly flip through these next few slides, because I'm just about out of time, that using an environmental chamber, we're able to take these environmental materials, the dust, the seawater, and expose mice to it, so a vertebrate mammalian model, and look at how in this chamber where we could control the density and concentration of particles, how it may have an effect on respiratory health and immune functioning and the lung microbiome. Here is exposure to Salton seawater. We can see that the gene expression when inhaling Salton seawater is different than when inhaling ambient air. So this is lung gene expression. Dr. Lowe will talk more about these findings, but dust collected near the sea is eliciting this neutrophil recruitment, which seems to be highly significant as an indicator of a non-allergic, more severe asthmatic inflammatory response. And in the chamber, when we expose mice to microbial products, such as this aerosolized Alternaria, which was found in my dust both near and far from the sea, we see a real reduction in the lung microbial diversity. So to wrap up, just want to get us thinking about the direct and indirect effects here that are at play. In these dryland regions, we're seeing that environmental conditions are affecting asthmatic inflammation. We see that in community members, in their children and families. We see a direct effect of the environment on what microbes are in the air, including toxic molds. But I believe that there's this real indirect effect from the environment affecting the toxic molds in the air that are also feeding back to have an impact on our health. So to summarize, we're seeing changes in the diversity patterns of the dust microbiomes, as well as the seawater microbiomes, both spatially and temporally. And inhaling these substances does have an effect on our health. And what types of substances they are could determine whether the response is an allergic response or more of a non-allergic inflammatory response, which is some of the future questions that are coming out of the Lowe Lab group. And with that, I'm happy to hand it over to the next speaker. Thank you so much for listening. I'm gonna pass this.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jonathan Nye. He's a biogeochemist and ecologist who studies ancient and modern food webs, and he uses dietary biomarkers in organisms to track changes in nutrients and the flow of energy through ecosystems. Dr. Nye.
All right, thank you. Yes. So I just want to briefly thank all the organizers of this event. It's really great to have the opportunity to speak here. And then I also want to thank my panelists, fellow panelists, for introducing all these aspects of ecology that I'm going to be kind of putting together into a food web kind of perspective, tracking some of the flow of different nutrients and different elements as they move up from kind of a bottom-up perspective, you know, going up high into the food web and how that might be changing over time, right? And I wouldn't have gotten there if it weren't for my advisor, Marilyn Fogel, working as a postdoctoral scholar at UCR, and my involvement in the UCR Science and Policy program as a graduate student really helped me kind of get there. So with that, I'll get started. So kind of as introduced earlier, we've got several different types of habitats and environments at the Salton Sea, right? I'm just going to oversimplify this quite a bit. We've got like the lake environment, which includes the shore and the midwater and deep down and the benthos. And we've also got kind of wetlands that are more freshwater based on the sides, right? Or in other places that are managed by humans. So what we see as the volume of the Salton Sea is shrinking is that we might increase the amount of chemical constituents in the sea. Things like salts are going to be concentrating. Other things like nutrients might also be concentrating there. And Tim Lyons' lab group is doing quite a lot of good work there, analyzing a lot of these chemical constituents. So I would recommend talking to Carolyn Hung or Charlie Diamond in the crowd over here if you want to get more of a perspective on that. But anyway, we're gonna track this from the bottom up perspective, right? So let's continue. So we're going to be interested, or we're interested in looking at two different elements in particular, carbon and nitrogen. So these are really good trackers of the food chain. And so we have a couple of expected trends that we might see if animals are feeding on each other, right? So let's see here. Yeah, so we got pelicans, right? If the pelicans are eating the fish, they would be, at that level, right? And going on and so forth, right? So this would be the expected trend of what we would see if, everything was kind of in the food chain right here. And this concept of following carbon and nitrogen is this idea that you are what you eat plus a little bit extra, right? So you are what you eat, and then you build on that, right? You're concentrating some of that heavier element as you move along, right? So this is kind of what we would expect, right, of these animals. So if they're not coming from the Salton Sea, like if the pelicans are eating out in the Pacific Ocean or something, they might be off in a different space. So let's see if we see that, right? But first, before we even get there, we kind of need to establish a baseline. Where are these nutrients coming from? So we have a number of plant food kind of nutrients, right? So if you go to the store, you buy fertilizer, right? There's going to be nitrogen and phosphorus in there. And these can be produced naturally, right, through nitrogen fixation or other processes, but also you can make it inorganically through kind of industrial processes, like the Haber process, right? And we have a lot of agriculture, as mentioned earlier, where we might have fertilizers washing off from all these agricultural fields through drains into, the New River and Alamo rivers into the Salton Sea. And so this is providing a tremendous amount of nutrient load for algae and other organisms to grow, right? So moving up further, right, we have algae and phytoplankton that might be growing in the water or on the shorelines, and also kind of in wetlands, flooded wetlands and fields operated by the state and the feds, right? So that also includes aquatic plants that might be growing as well. So let's take a look at what we see for our baseline data, right? And you might not be familiar with these values for nitrogen, but they're relatively elevated and high, no matter where you look in the Salton Sea or some of the sources of the rivers. This might suggest that we do see a pretty big influence of inorganic plant nutrients like nitrogen and phosphorus from fertilizers, right? In any case, there's a really wide range in carbon here, and this could mean, we'll get carbon from different sources, whether it's plants on land terrestrially or it's being taken up, carbon from the atmosphere by algae in the ecosystem. But in any case, we have a really large range here, right? And this is all data taken from pieces of like floating organic material in the lake, right? You go out in a boat, you pick it up, scoop it up, and we take it back to the lab and we look at, the nutrients that are in there, right? Next up from that, we have like our primary consumers, right? So this might include zooplankton, which are also going to be small microorganisms that are eating algae, or we might have invertebrates. So pictured here, we have tons of different invertebrates, right? Including the notorious or famous water boatman right here. And so I'm going to show some data from a water boatman. right? So here's how the water boatmen kind of compare to some of that particulate organic matter. So if you look at this picture here of stuff floating on the surface, this is kind of what that particulate organic matter looks like, just random junk kind of floating there. And then we also have these water boatmen here. And you'll notice that we can see a difference between the water boatmen and the particulate organic matter and just some random detritus floating around the water, which might be from other sources. So there's this great big like mixing bowl out when you go out into the sea. So this is kind of our baseline of the food web, right? All the other animals that exist that might be feeding on the lake, right, might have value similar to this plus a little extra, right? Like we were talking about, you are what you eat. So we can look at fish now, right? So here's me doing my best tilapia impression here. And here's some desert pupfish, right? So these might be eating other invertebrates. They might be eating zooplankton or algae more directly. And so let's see what we can find, right? So I measured a bunch of tilapia. And it turns out they generally followed the expected trend, right? They're kind of in line with what you would expect with the fractionations of nitrogen and carbon as well. So a step up from there. We might also see some that have really high values, and this is because tilapia might eat each other in certain circumstances as well, so cannibals, right? We can also look at changes throughout the years, right? So this data is not the most recent, right? But going from 2017, 2018, 2019, and 2020, we have this big cloud of data. Can we actually observe some differences, over time here? The answer is maybe we can do some general trends, right? Between 2017 and 2018, we don't really see a big difference. There's a lot of overlap there in the averages, right? What we might see is a big shift between 2018 and 2019. And then things kind of seem to settle there, right? So this big shift between the years 2017 and 2018 going from to 2019 to 2020. And what might this mean for the health of the Salton Sea, right? As the Salton Sea is shrinking and the volume is changing, right? These fish might be feeding on different sources. They might be eating each other more even and as things get desperate, right? This might be something we're observing. We can also take the various proteins that we measured of these different fish, right, and divide them up even further to try to get an idea of their fingerprints. So the proteins in an animal, right, some of them you can make yourself. Some of the amino acids to make your proteins you can make yourself. Some of the proteins that are made of amino acids that are essential you can't make yourself, right? You have to get those from your diet. So we can look at difference of those because those essential ones that you can't make yourself might be a good fingerprint indicator of what you're eating, right? So these ones they can make themselves. These ones are coming from their diet directly, like they must be related to what they're feeding on. And we do see differences between fish from different years in some of these, right? So the easiest one I think to see in some of these individuals that I measured are in this amino acid called threonine, right? So we have different groupings here of different kind of feeding regimes that kind of play out. And we can model this data to make it kind of easier to look at. And so if we pull out these amino acids, do some modeling, we can see that 2019 fish look different than 2020 fish. They're shifting their dietary sources here. And from just modeling these fish by themselves, we can't really tell exactly what they might be shifting their diets to. So let's try that out. So I constructed a model here based on different types of potential sources, including bacteria, microalgae, land plants, terrestrial plants, and red algae from literature values. And so we can take our fish from different years and see, where they lie in this kind of two-dimensional space. Are they more like plants? Are they relying on bacteria or maybe more of these algae? So let's see what happens here. And the answer is it's unclear for some of these, right? So for 2019 fish, they seem to map pretty clearly on algae, different types of algae, including red algae and microalgae, which is probably what you would expect for, you know, fish living out in the lake where there's lots of algae being produced, or maybe in these agricultural canals, right? However, in 2020, things get really weird. They don't really place very well into our space here. So they're definitely shifting their diets into some other completely different source that's just not accurately being measured here. So we know their diet's changing, but at least between 2019 and 2020, but it's not clear exactly where that's going. So maybe some future research there. So some kind of shift, right? Okay, so let's talk about birds a little bit, right? So we're seeing some changes in fish potentially, but what about the diets of birds? How are those changing over time? So we've got several types of different birds, right? Some that might be more insectivorous or maybe eating arthropods or things like water boatmen. And I'm including in this group also not necessarily insectivorous, but they might be also eating like things like algae or plants or something too. So I'm kind of grouping those together here. And then we might also have these fish-eating birds, which has also been talked about by Andrea here, right? So a number of different birds I measured from their tissues. So let's look at brown pelicans in particular, who are commonly measured. And when I measured a bunch of bones and feathers of birds I found, or pieces of birds I found at the Salton Sea, we saw two different kind of populations separate from each other. So we saw a grouping here with relatively high values of carbon, relatively high values of nitrogen, and then we saw this kind of lower population group here. So even though we have a bunch of brown pelicans that might seemingly be grouped together, some are eating things that are maybe from the Salton Sea more regularly, and some might be coming from other places and maybe you know, seasonal visitors or non-residents. So we can plot our data from our tilapia and see where they lie here, right? And when we do that, we see that at least one of these groups of pelicans lies almost exactly on top of the tilapia. You are what you eat, right? So we definitely had a population, at least at one time, that was feeding very clearly on tilapia from the lake. This was their primary source of food, right? And then we had a number of different birds or different pelicans, right, that were very clearly maybe not eating a lot of tilapia, but you know, maybe we're stopping by grabbing a fish or two, but not enough to actually get incorporated into their proteins or other tissues. So pretty cool. And I also tried to do this with other birds, but the relationships were less clear. As you can see, there's like a giant cloud here. Some of these birds, including this white pelican here, there's some values very high in nitrogen that couldn't possibly be related to the Salton Sea, right? They're probably eating from the ocean at a very high trophic level. And then we have other birds that look pretty similar to some of the tilapia values we saw earlier. And then we've got plenty of other individuals that, you know, may be passing visitors. So all these fish-eating birds, right, they're doing different things, feasting on different sources, right, at least at this time period. Another thing we could do is measure the water and see the water content and how that got into their tissues and bones. So measuring hydrogen, right? So if we look at different sources of hydrogen, we can see how lake water differs from fresh water. So Colorado River water versus the lake water that is in the Salton Sea. And both tilapia and a lot of the brown pelicans are somewhere in between, right? So they're getting water, some of it fresh water, some of it from their food, some of it from the lake, while we have some brown pelicans that measured very clearly not from the Salton Sea. So a mix of different populations. And so what's the ultimate kind of takeaway from this, right? As we saw, or has been described earlier, right, as the lake is shrinking, the salinity is increasing, we're gonna see a loss of fish. It is very clear that fish were very important for a lot of these pelicans in particular, and a lot of these fish-eating birds. And as we saw in Andrea's talk, you know, the numbers of these birds and populations are dropping, and it's very clear that they were tied to this. So what might a future environment look like for the Salton Sea? Less fish-eating birds, right? They're crossed out, less fish, maybe more or less insectivorous birds or plant-eating birds, right? Depending on how we manage these wetlands. So we might see more of those going forward. in any case, yeah, we're going to see changes, right? Winners and losers, kind of like Tim was saying. So with that, I'd just like to thank my lab group at the UCR Edge Lab, the UCR Salton Sea Task Force group, many of who are going to be speaking here, and Nasir Adrisi, who I know is here also, with Fish and Wildlife, who took me on a boat a few times as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Jonathan. I think we have time for a few questions. And do we have someone who's assisting with that? Right down there to the...
This is a question for Jonathan.
Oh, sure.
I'm curious about the lifespan of some of the fish and the birds. Are some of these individuals living year to year and accumulating
Yes.
a history of different concentrations?
Absolutely, yeah. So, yeah, some tilapia can be pretty long-lived. So some of those measurements I was taking are like time-averaged values, right? So especially the bigger fish might exist at a higher trophic level because when you get bigger, you can eat more things, right?
So they're not necessarily representative of that specific year?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
We have another question over here, just now. Okay.
Hi, I was wondering what impact will lithium mining have on birds and fish?
I'll take a first stab at that. The answer is we don't know until the environmental analysis is done. NEPA and CEQA, we don't know I don't know if anyone else has an answer to that, but that analysis has not been done yet or provided to us, so we don't know that information. It's a great question, though, because it's definitely something we need to think about.
Actually, there was a EIR done for the Energy Source Minerals lithium extraction facility, and the biological impacts are in that EIR.
I think we have a question. Yeah, right there.
From the best knowledge I know is that there have been something like 6 inundations and drying periods in the last 1,000 years in Lake Ohila or Salton Sea. How would you discuss biodiversity and the ecology of that region over centuries or a millennia? And maybe to put a more point on it, if you went to 1904 and we were having the same discussion a year before the last flood, what might you be saying? And what would dust be like then?
I'm sorry, what was the question? What would the dust be like then in 1904? Is that?
End of it, yeah.
So yeah, well,
the real question is, how would you think about biodiversity over centuries instead of decades?
The biodiversity of the region is huge, and Lake Cahuilla formed repeatedly over those thousands of years, and so at times it was a very aquatic habitat, and at times it was strictly a desert habitat. But the biodiversity has been huge throughout, and the sea in particular has been a central point, not only for biodiversity, but also for the cultural importance for the region.
Okay, I have a question for Andrea. I know that the Bureau of Reclamation gave $700,000 for stabilization, restoration, and enhancement of Bombay Beach. I was just wondering what stage that project's in.
Great question. My colleague Frank Reyes, who's in the room, is going to be giving a more detailed presentation on that tomorrow. But basically, we have finished the conceptual design with a lot of community input and expert input, and we're going into final design and permitting. And we're looking at, hopefully, if all the stars line up, of possibly going into construction next year.
Thank you so much for all of the great information you've provided. And one of the questions that popped up for me is remembering that there was a planned solar project that a lot of people were objecting to because they said some of the migratory birds from up high were confusing the reflection as a water source. Is that something that you have found either to be true or how to mitigate the impacts if that is the case? Thank you.
Sorry, is it the reflection of the solar panels you said?
Yes.
Yeah, I know a little bit about that. In Imperial Valley, there have been some cases of water birds perceiving insects or reflectivity on the surface, and that there have been some bird impacts on the solar panels. The companies are doing mitigation and are funding projects elsewhere to mitigate for loss of those birds, and are doing a really good job in trying to replace those populations that may have been impacted. As far as I know, the numbers of birds are fairly low, but they are mitigating for that. And Tonya, I don't know if you have any more information on that.
I'm just going to say ditto on that, but there is research to do that. It depends on the size and the type of solar panels that we're talking about. Thermal solar panels are going to be different than PV solar panels. Also, the size of the project determines it, whether that is birds are flying over a large area, that's thousands of acres of solar panels, or whether they're flying over an acreage of only 10 or 50. It all depends.
There are a couple of online questions here. So one of them is anyone monitoring the selenium concentrations at various trophic levels in the stranded wetlands at the ends of the agricultural drains?
Yeah, I'm gonna say Tim's group is looking at selenium, but maybe not at different trophic levels.
We're looking at selenium in the sediment and in the
Yeah, in
water.
the sediments, right. Yeah, right. But not necessarily in the animals.
Somewhat now? Okay. So runoff selenium
And
as well.
so the question here was about at the trophic levels.
Right.
So
we could do that, but we're not.
Yeah, I don't think any of us are aware of anyone who's doing that at this point. Another question here, will there be any more fish surveys in the lake itself? And go ahead.
Yes. Yes, because we don't know what is occurring, and that will happen periodically when money is available, when it is the right time within the system to know that information. You don't want to get that information too soon, as some people have said. It's a point in time of what is in there. So we are doing some mitigation. The draft MIP monitoring implementation plan has some aspects for fish surveys and that. And if you reviewed that and gave comments, I appreciate that. They were due this week.
So two really quick comments, because I'm going to forget otherwise. One for you, Jonathan. It's about monitoring the composition of CO2, carbon, and nitrate, nitrogen, because some of the trends could be explained with increasing salinity. You lose oxygen solubility, increase denitrification, make the nitrogen heavy, and you increase CO2 degassing and leave the carbon heavier. So it might not be trophic at all, or it could be a combination of that and what the water is doing. And Mia, a point for you is that what we know from our research is that as we expose more and more of the playa, the composition of the dust will change dramatically. So there won't only be more of it, but it'll be more enriched in pesticide, almost certainly. Absolutely more enriched in metals. We know that for sure. The metal concentrations are highest in the center of the basin. So the question is whether your microbiomes will be affected as they're growing on a different medium, and whether you would want to culture some of the mud that we could provide you. And it's something that's more pesticide and metal rich.
Yes, I am really interested in culturing some of these microbes and doing some physiological profiling of them, but it seems like the genomic architecture of the microbial community is going to change when there's more and more of these metals being more enriched in the sediments that are more exposed. And the microbes that can deal with it, the sulfur-reducing microbes, those that have the genetic capacity to be able to cycle them and play an important role, are going to become more important players. And then as the dominant species in the community start to shift, we'll see changes in the larger scale cycling.
And a really common trend is that with the metals, a little is good, a lot is bad. So higher molybdenum supports nitrogen fixation, but a lot is bad. And that's true for selenium and many of them.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay, so I really want to be well liked, and so I don't I don't want to stand between everyone and lunch. And so if you have any further questions for the panelists, please come up and ask them, and then everyone else can begin to enjoy. Wait, 1 minute. Kurt has something else to say.
Thanks, Tim. Just before you leave, about lunch. There is no lunch. No, now that I have your attention, a couple things. Lunches have names on them, and so if you don't have any dietary restrictions, make sure you don't take a box without your name on it. That would be much appreciated. Secondly, we have a room over there with our sponsors, with vendor tables. A lot of really interesting information out there. It's right across the hall on the right. I also want to acknowledge Michael Cohen as a co-host from the Pacific Institute. And then we'll start at a little after 1:30. So enjoy your lunch, go to the sponsor table, and we'll see you in shortly. Thanks.
Oh yeah, absolutely. There's not really any plans to mitigate it. One of the big issues with that, right, this eutrophication is that you do get that anaerobic production that results in tons of iron sulfide ions. And those levels are increasing every year. There really isn't a plan. Do it is try to
so much to UC Riverside and the Pacific Institute for sponsoring. This really important conference. And thank you all for coming. It's Thank you so much to UC Riverside and the Pacific Institute. This is so
health expert, and I serve as Hello, I'm Congressman Dr. Raul Ruiz, and I represent California's 36th Congressional District. I'm an emergency medicine physician and public health expert, and I serve as chair of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus. It is a pleasure to be a part of this year's Salton Sea Summit. Today is all about generating new, creative solutions to address the public health and environmental crisis at the Salton Sea. So I'd like to thank the UC Riverside School of Public Policy and the Pacific Institute for making this year's summit possible and for your work to protect our environmental and public health. Growing up and practicing medicine in the Coachella Valley, I know firsthand the harmful effects of daily exposure to the dust from Salton Sea. The Salton Sea shoreline is rapidly receding, exposing thousands of acres of lake bed. This sends dust loaded with harmful particles into the air and into the lungs of our local children, seniors, and families. Day in and day out, our communities breathe in this particulate matter, contributing to high rates of asthma and COPD that we see right here in the Coachella Valley. This is an urgent environmental and public health crisis that requires an all-hands-on-deck approach. We need local, state, tribal, federal, academic coordination to secure the resources and funding we need to expedite projects, get shovels in the ground, and ensure the federal government follows through on its commitment to the sea. Since coming to Congress, I've dedicated myself to these goals. When I first arrived, there was no plan, no projects, and no funding. Now we have an interagency coordinated plan, a $30 million MOU between the Department of Interior and the state of California that I helped facilitate, and $345 million in allocated funding from California. That's real progress. What's more, I brought home over $7 million for projects at the sea, held a historic congressional hearing with the House Natural Resources Committee, and introduced signature legislation to address this crisis head on. We need to keep this momentum going. That means keeping the pressure on the federal government to fulfill its responsibility to the sea. That's why last week I joined Senators Feinstein and Padilla in calling on the Army Corps of Engineers and the Department of Interior and Agriculture to restore the nearby habitat and prevent toxic dust from blowing into our communities. We need to mitigate the adverse effects of the receding shoreline as quickly as possible. And we can do just that, all while growing our economy and building our clean energy future. You see, the lithium extraction near the Salton Sea presents an incredible opportunity for our region to not only become a global leader in the production of lithium, but to become the manufacturing center of the batteries that will power our clean energy future. With the lithium development at the sea, we can help end our nation's dependence on foreign oil with clean energy technology. And I'm glad that the administration agrees with this and is working to bolster clean energy production and unlock our nation's domestic lithium resource potential. As we explore this opportunity for clean energy development, I'm laser focused on ensuring we have meaningful community input to ensure we see the benefits of lithium extraction through good paying jobs with fair labor practices and input from labor unions, and with public health investments that will prevent the public health crisis from the exposed playa. With that, I hope that this year's summit spurs innovation and inspires new creative ideas to protect the environment, health, and the local economy. Thank you. Thank you again to the UCR School of Public Policy, the Pacific Institute, and all of the wonderful environmental and health groups in attendance for your dedication. Know that I am grateful for all that you do and that I am a partner in this important work. I hope that the rest of this year's summit is a great success.
Thank you so much to UC Riverside and the Pacific Institute for sponsoring this really important conference. And thank you all for coming. This is a welcome from me, Barbara Boxer. You know, on August 19th, 2016, to be exact, I visited the Salton Sea as a United States Senator. and I rang the alarm for action. And as I read back to my quotes, this is what I said then in 2016. Quote, "The sea is drying up at an alarming rate, and we better deal with it. It is our job." Unquote. I was, to be honest, really livid. I was livid about the lack of action to save this environmental icon that's so important to our wildlife and so worrisome for our children's lungs if we fail in this. Now, in 2007, several years before that statement, as chair of Environment and Public Works Committee in the Senate, I successfully obtained the first authorization for funds from the Army Corps of Engineers to act on creating wetlands, and the Army Corps never acted. Now, why didn't they act? I personally think I know the answer, which I will share. There was really no agreement on the ground as to how to proceed. And until there's unity, we're never going to get the help we need from all the levels of government. So we desperately need unity. And that's where you come in this battle to save the sea. So much depends on it. You have an opportunity today to come together. Now, look, there's never going to be the perfect plan. You know, unless we each write our own plan and we each can do our own plan, no one's going to be fully satisfied. But we need to come together, and that's what this conference is about, forming partnerships. In unity, there is strength. So thank you for caring about the sea, and again, thanks to our sponsors. There's a lot of work to do, and I will be there with you, believe me, every step of the way. Thank you so much to you.
When they do the Q&A, then they'll come up to the table so they're not straining their necks to look at these wonderful presentations.
Great. Thank you, Kurt, and thank you all for having me here today. It's wonderful to be part of this panel. It brings together a lot of my passions with air quality and atmospheric sciences, which has been a big part of my career. I'm not going to talk very much. I'm going to just let our panelists talk. So if you want to really see the details of their information, look on the webpage or talk to them afterwards. But I'll give a brief introduction. Our first panelist is Amato Evans from UCSD Scripps Institute. He's doing some really amazing work with monitoring and analyzing weather patterns and looking for characteristics of dust events and doing classifications of dust events, which is really important to understanding how things work in this environment down here near the Salton Sea and how we're going to mitigate that in the future. So with that, Amato, I think this is the one you, okay, got it.
Is this on? Hello? No? Yes. Okay, great. All right, so I'm an atmospheric scientist and I study the meteorology of dust storms. And I was going to give a talk based on some of the measurements that I've been making for about 2.5 years now, just south of Salton City. And it was going to be filled with a lot of factoids about this is where dust comes from, this are the winds, these are the winds, these are the wind directions, this is the seasonality. But then after I started thinking about it, I remembered the last time I was here and there was a gentleman in the back on the second day of the meeting, and he expressed a frustration that it felt like for 20 years scientists had been just studying, but nothing has really happened. In other words, to me it kind of felt like this gentleman was expressing the fact that he didn't really feel like anything that had been done was particularly useful for him. So I changed my talk, and I tried to make it for this gentleman, so hopefully you like it. So there's my talk, How Dusty a Future? When I think about the Salton Sea, and when I first kind of started to understand what was happening out here, the first question that popped to my mind is, well, how dusty is it going to get? What's going to happen as the sea dries up? And to the best of my knowledge, that's a question that no one's really answered, which to me is also surprising because it's the very first thing that I think of. So, let's see if I can, do I go this way? No, how do I go to the next? What do I do? Oh, okay. No, that's it. So I'm the one person who's got to do things differently from everyone else and has a PDF. There we go. Okay, so when it comes to trying to answer that question, I think there are really two tacks we can take. We can look at historical observations. We try to figure out what's been happening in the past and make the leap that is going to be what will continue to happen in the future. So we use historical observations. The other way we can do that is simulate and forecast. We use computer models, try to simulate what's going to happen and then play God a little bit in the computer model. Say, all right, well, let's shrink down the Salton Sea and estimate what's going to happen. Have the model tell us, well, how much are the dust concentrations? How is the air quality going to change as that sea continues to shrink? So let's start with historical observations. The first thing we might think of is, well, how has PM10 changed? This PM10 has been monitored all around the Salton Sea for quite a few number of years. But when you start to dig into the data, it's pretty tricky to try to find a trend in that data, to try to see how PM10 has been changing over time. And I think the main reason is this. Right here, each one of those circles represents an hourly measurement of PM10 at Salton City. And this is for March 15th, 2021, the day of a really, really wicked dust storm out there. And so you can see that just as that dust storm starts to pick up, and those PM10 concentrations are reaching about 600 micrograms per cubic centimeter, the data is missing. The data is gone. I don't know why exactly it's gone. It's nothing nefarious. I think these instruments are sensitive. You have high wind speeds, you have high dust concentrations, maybe some kind of flag kicks up that decides, oh, the data is not good, but the data is missing. I should mention that this data was coming from the Air Resources Board. It's possible, I think there is another data source where maybe this issue isn't quite as prevalent. But if you look back over time, say into 2017, 2016, 2015, these types of data gaps are pervasive in the record, which render the record of PM10 not sufficient at all for looking at long-term trends, to tell us what has been happening in the past and using that information to tell us what's going to happen in the future. Well, we have another resource. We can look at satellite observations, okay? So we've had weather satellites in the atmosphere flying around planet Earth since about 1979. Well, before, but ones that can tell us something quantitative. And so here's a satellite image of this dust storm on March 15th, 2021. And I want to point something out. It's really hard to see the dust in this image. And the reason why is because that dust storm, at this point in time, most of it is blowing out over the desert. The dust looks brown, the desert looks brown. It's hard for you to see. It's also hard to pick out in a satellite. There's another compounding factor here, and that's the fact that it's cloudy. Very often in the Salton Sea, when we have big dust storms, they're accompanied by cloud cover. So we have dust underneath clouds. The satellite's going to see the clouds. It's not going to be able to see the dust underneath. So using satellite data, we are somewhat limited, but that doesn't mean we can't learn anything from the satellite data, particularly when dust storms blow over that dark Salton Sea background, and if it's not cloudy. So with those caveats in mind, here are two estimates of how a metric called dust optical depth. Just think about it as how much dust there is in the atmosphere. It's literally proportional to the amount of the mass of dust in the atmosphere. How that's been changing over time. So on the horizontal axis, we have time starting from 2003 going to 2018, just when these data that I have access to are processed through. And then on the vertical axis, we have increasing dust. And so what I want to point out here is that we've got triangles and circles. Each one of those symbols represents a different satellite. And both of these satellites, both of these data records show us the same thing, that dust concentrations are increasing over time in the Salton Sea. It's great to have, if there was one satellite, I'd be pretty skeptical. If we have two instruments that are independent that tell us the same thing, there's a lot more confidence that what we're seeing is a physical signal. All right, and so if we look at the rate at which these dust concentrations are changing, we would estimate, well, okay, in about 20 years, the amount of dust in the atmosphere should double over the basin. Now, this is assuming, though, that what happens over the next 20 years will be the same thing that's happened over the last 10 years. And there are two problems with this. One, as far as my understanding goes, the rate at which the Salton Sea is shrinking is accelerating. So, thusly, the rate at which the playa is being exposed is accelerating. But then two, there are also dust mitigation activities. And how those two things change over time adds a major bit of uncertainty to trying to project what's happened in the past into the future. So one thing that I'm trying to do is improve future historical dust observations. This is me sitting underneath kind of a flyby to the seat of your pants research site that I've put together just south of Salton City by the Naval Test Base, PM monitoring location. And I want to draw out this little instrument on the right. It's called sun photometer. This instrument is really the gold standard in trying to measure how much the concentration of aerosols in the atmosphere. And this is an instrument managed by the NASA Aerosol Robotics Network. We've had it out there since December 2019. These instruments are found all around planet Earth, again, just because they give such high quality measurements of aerosol concentrations in the atmosphere. This is the kind of data we need to be looking and to be quantifying how those trends are changing in time. And if we just look at that little bit of data, it's not enough to start to make any kind of assessment about how dust concentrations are changing over time. Unfortunately, we need years of data. But this data can also be useful to go back and look at the satellite observations and tell us if what we're seeing from satellites are reasonable or not. So by my assessment, those are the tools that we have looking into past observations. Now, I want to talk about computer models, simulating and forecasting. This is really where we need to be heading to understand how dust concentrations are going to be changing in the future. If you don't know, this is what a computer model looks like. I'm just kidding, it's not. But this is basically what it is, all right? It's a complicated model. There are a lot of different metrics you can look at, lots of gauges, there are lots of buttons, there are lots of knobs. And if you turn a knob the wrong way, if you push the wrong button, you'll get an erroneous answer and you might not realize it. They're very, very difficult to use and they're very easy to make a mistake with. So I want to show you a case in point. So here are two different, at left here, okay, these are observations of PM10 during a dust storm on March 9th of 2021. It's kind of a complicated plot, I'm sorry for that, but let me just say, where you see, and so there are a bunch of little circles, and where you see the center of one of these circles, this is where the measurements are being made. When you see brown colors, that means high PM10 concentrations were measured. There was dust. Where you see blue colors, there was maybe a little bit of dust, but not so much. It's really the brown colors that make a difference here. And the direction that these, we'll call them rose petals, the direction that these arrows are pointing, the opposite of the direction, this is where the dust was coming from. So in other words, here at Salton City, we were measuring high dust concentrations, and that dust was blowing off of either you call it the Anza Desert or the West Desert, I'm not sure what it's supposed to be. Now, these are estimates of the PM10 concentration made from a computer model, and specifically a model called WRF-Chem, that Will Porter, who's gonna talk later, helped me put together. And I just wanna point out two things. Where I've made this blue circle, this is a place where the model underestimated dust. Where I've made this brown circle, this is a place where the model has overestimated dust. Now, if I were just to take that model and just run it into the future and see, hey, what's gonna happen? Well, it's probably not gonna give me the right answer because it can't even get the right answer for an event that's happened in the past. So then you gotta start to dig into it. Well, why is the model telling me this? And when we look into it, there's one of those knobs on that control panel, and that knob is telling the model how easy it is for dust to be emitted from a surface. So where I've made this blue circle, this is a region where we've told the model, hey, there's a lot of dust that can be emitted from these areas here. Now I'm gonna tell you, if you've driven up through this area, if you've gone hiking, even looking along the corridor where the I-8 runs, this is not a region. This is a region where it's very windy, but it's not a region where there's a lot of dust because the soil is covered with rocks, it's covered with cactus, it's very vegetated. There are a few dry washes where dust emission certainly is going to happen, but it's not a major dust source. Whereas if you've driven through here, this is in the vicinity of the Huckattia Wells off-highway vehicle recreation area, you know that this is a place where there is a lot of dust. maybe the dustiest location in the whole basin. And we know that too because there's a camera right here that we can look at images during dust storms and see, wow, this is where so much of the dust is coming from. So just trying to fix this one issue is not trivial. It is a very, very difficult thing to do, to identify it and then try to find the tools to fix it. And this is just one issue. There are a lot of those issues. And so really the approach that we have to take to try to simulate what's going to happen in the future, to try to predict how dust is going to change in the Salton Sea, in the region of the Salton Sea, first thing and the most important thing is to have a physical understanding. So that's why out at our site, we go out right before dust storms, and during dust storms, we launch weather balloons. We need to make measurements of what's happening in the atmosphere because the weather at the surface is always dictated, especially where we are here, by what's happening higher up in the atmosphere. And that's also a function of the fact that we're ringed by all these mountains. Other measurements that we make, this is called a ceilometer. It's a laser, and it tells us where there is dust in the atmosphere. So this is from that March 15th case. Up here, we're looking at clouds. On the horizontal axis, we have time. So this is about 2 o'clock in the afternoon till about 8 o'clock at night. And on the vertical axis, we have height, and all these brown colors. This represents where there's dust in the atmosphere, okay? These types of measurements give us very, very crucial information by which we can both evaluate the model, but also understand how the meteorology, how the atmosphere is creating the dust storms and moving that dust around the basin. And I should just mention right here that this dust is confined to a very shallow layer in the atmosphere, which really pushes up those surface concentrations. So pound for pound in the Salton Sea, in the region of the Salton Sea, you get super high PM concentrations for a dust storm compared to another place. Like if we were to look at a plot like this over the Sahara Desert, the dust might be all the way up to like 5 kilometers height. So that's step one, and we're kind of starting to figure out and putting together hopefully a comprehensive understanding of the meteorology of the dust storms. Step two is more testing, trying to understand what the model is doing with dust, and we hit these roadblocks because there are just a lot of knobs. There are a lot of ways that we can make a mistake. Step two is where we're at right now, testing a model. Step three would be eventually running those future simulations, but we're limited. This is kind of a nights and weekends type of thing, right? So we're doing the best we can to try to make that work happen as quickly as we can. But basically, this is why it's important to keep doing what we're doing. That's it.
Thanks, Amato. I should mention that every one of these speakers today could talk for 2 hours, and you'd be, spellbound by it, and wish we had more time in that sense. But I wanted to let everybody know that you can hear the presentations in Spanish. There are translators upstairs who are translating all of the presentations. Oh, good idea. Thank you. Okay, our next speaker is Brian Schmid with Formation Environmental. Brian's been a fixture on Salton Sea issues ever since I've started really getting involved, and he's put in a lot of years, not only here on Salton Sea, but before that working with Owens Lake issues. So he brings a wealth of experience, and he's going to speak to us today about some of the work he's been doing on emissions sources and around the Salton Sea playa and adjacent desert, and some of the models he's worked with. So, Brian, are you here? There you are. So, there you go.
So. Okay. Okay. Well, thank you. Like Kevin said, my name is Brian Schmid. I've been working as a consultant to IID since roughly 2005 on Salton Sea issues. My task today is to talk to you about IID's Salton Sea Air Quality Program. I'm going to be building on some of the concepts that Amato talked about. In 2016, IID moved forward with the development of their air quality program. And when we talk about the air quality program, there's really kind of three pillars that we talk about. The first being understand where emissions are coming from. So that first pillar down here is the emissions estimate. In order to prioritize where dust control and putting dust control in the right place, we need to know where dust is coming from. And as Amato talked about, that's not a trivial challenge. Once we know that, we can start to plan and design. We're in those prioritized areas. There are different challenges around the Salton Sea in terms of dust control implementation, whether it's water availability, soil conditions. It's a dynamic and challenging place to implement dust control. And then the third is, once dust control has been designed, it needs to be implemented. And the job's not done after implementation. There's monitoring that needs to be done to continue to ensure that those dust control measures are performing as they should, as they were designed. So performance monitoring is a big component of the air quality program to make sure that the measures are performing and any operations and maintenance needed to augment is being recommended. So I could talk all day on the whole air quality program, but today I'm going to be focused on the first pillar, which is the emissions estimate. I think Jessica Humes from IID is going to be talking about sort of 2 and 3, which are the projects tomorrow. So when we talk about the emissions estimate, there's really kind of 4 basic questions that we're trying to answer. The first one is, when and where do dust emissions occur? When they do occur, how much dust is emitted? And then when dust is emitted, where does it go? Where is it transported? Those are fundamental questions that we're trying to answer to inform where areas of the playa should be prioritized for dust control. So as Amato talked about, there's in any sort of modeling framework, measurement combined with modeling framework, there's different knobs. For us, it's the playa, right? We need to understand the playa is a dynamic place, that playa exposure is accelerating. So we map it throughout the year. Right now, there's about 27,700 acres of exposed playa at the end of the year 2021. And again, for folks that are out at the sea, you realize that the playa changes not only annually, but even within the year. So characterizing those surfaces, to us, that's one of the most important knobs in the model. And that's because those surfaces on one month can be emissive, and the next month the environmental conditions change, and they're non-emissive. And then they can flip back. So understanding those temporal characteristics is a big part of our emissions estimate. We've characterized a lot of surfaces from 2016 through 2021. And we use a variety of different tools that I'll talk about. And then the last part is modeling those wind conditions, the meteorology. It's complex, but it has to be both a combination of measurement and modeling over this kind of vast terrain surrounding the Salton Sea. All that goes into estimating emissions. So like I said, here's just a map of playa exposure, again, about 27,000, roughly 700 acres as of the end of the year. That's about a 2,100 acre increase from last year. And you might say that's a big number, but I just want to put that in context that in general, we're about 10,000 acres less than what we anticipated we would be at. And I think some of our earlier panel members on hydrology talked about why that might be. Inflows have stayed higher, especially in these later years, and we have less playa exposure. So that's kind of one silver lining, if we have one, at the Salton Sea, is that we're roughly 10,000 acres less than we anticipated. Again, once we know where the playa is, we can use different tools and different sort of lines of evidence to understand the dynamic nature of the emissions. Again, I'll just go through this pretty quickly. We use a portable in situ soil wind erosion lab. Again, that's essentially a small wind tunnel. We've done about 3,600 measurements on the playa itself, so we've characterized it spatially and temporally. Every month we're out there characterizing the emission flux, or the potential emission flux from different surfaces around the playa. We've done about 1,200 measurements on the western desert area adjacent to the Salton Sea. We have active sand motion monitoring, about 45 units out there in different areas around the playa. Those are measuring sand motion during events. We have PM10, both stationary and mobile PM10. We do surface condition, soil moisture. We do soil coring. Some people might be surprised, but really the subsurface characteristics of the soil are really important to determining how water moves through the soil, water and salts, and ultimately create that dynamic salt crust at the surface. So quite a bit of work done, not only on the playa itself, but we've also been working with IID to actually expand some of that soil coring into the Salton Sea. We've done about 180 cores in what will be the next kind of 10 years of playa exposure. We have long-term air quality monitoring stations, long-term meteorological stations, cameras. So what Amato was talking about, this Anza Borrego camera is one of our 360-degree cameras that sits out there kind of at the leading edge of the plumes coming off the desert. But all of that goes into a model that uses those different knobs that he talked about, but we're really trying to adjust those knobs with actual data. So we're trying to understand the emission characteristics of not only the playa, but the area adjacent to the playa. And you might be scratching your head saying, why do we care about the adjacent area next to the playa? And it's really for two reasons. Being able to understand your upwind sources. So a lot of the airflow, and certainly during several kind of typical high wind events, the wind's from the west to the east. So you're moving from left to right on the page. And you're running across areas that are, have some high emissions potential. And this is an example of kind of an output of our model that scales up those measurements to estimate the amount of emissions per unit area on a yearly basis. We go all the way down to the hour, but this is a map that aggregates it up to the year. This is 2020, 2021 dust season. And again, it shouldn't be a surprise when you see this map and the vast desert area over here that the emissions from the desert are large. They're about 2 orders of magnitude at least larger than the playa. And so about 30,000 tons per year coming off the desert, about 400 tons per year coming off the playa. And when you think about it, it's really a numbers game that's dictated by the area. So the playa is only about 27,000 acres, like I said. The desert is roughly 1.2 million acres, so substantially larger. And so this is not meant to do anything more than kind of, give the picture of the entire, give a picture of the airshed surrounding the Salton Sea, the major sources. But our goal is to keep these blue bars low, right? As playa exposure accelerates, the goal is to keep that blue bar, keep the playa at low levels. We went through 5 years of method development, extensive data collection like I talked about, and then we really stepped back and opened up the hood and let experts in various fields of meteorology, in instrumentation, in geomorphology, in measurement of alien emission processes, look at it and see if they can help us make it better, and actually go through what we call the peer review process. So we used EPA's Science and Technology Policy Handbook to actually go through a peer review process with these experts, a couple of them here on the panel, to review and help try to make the process better. Received about 180 comments. The vast majority of them were positive. And I think at the end of the day, the big question we asked is, can this method be used to prioritize where dust control should be implemented? And I think the response to that was a yes, but they had questions and said, basically validation. So more mapping and verification of mapping and validation of the approach using measured data. So we started working with the National Center for Atmospheric Research to use the WRF-Chem model that Amato talked about. And they basically took our per unit area emissions and put it into a dispersion model. And what I'm showing here is one day in 2021. And what we've done is break it up into the desert domain and the playa domain. And the reason this is important is if you've been out there during a high wind event and west of the sea, it's impossible to know what's coming from where. And the goal is to really understand what's coming on the right side, what's coming from the playa, where is it coming from, and where is it going? And so this model helps us do that. And it essentially takes that, where's the emissions coming from, transports it, and then we can compare it to monitoring data at different stations. And that's what we did. So this is one example. This is a Salton City TEOM. There's several TEOMs, and we did several different comparisons, but I'll just show one for brevity's sake. This is observed from the TEOM in micrograms per meter cubed. Blue is what's observed, and then red is what was predicted from the model in terms of that same time frame. And really what you see here is when you look at these, what you want to know is, when I observe PM10, did I model that there would be a PM10 event? And what you see is that, from a trend standpoint, the red and the blue are matching up. From a quantitative standpoint, are we in the same range? Are we predicting the same amount? And what you can see is that, maybe the red's over-predicting, a bit. We might be over-predicting PM10 a little bit. But this is, again, just one way to look at it. There's several dust events in kind of the April-May timeframe of 2021. So at the end of the day, designed that process of validation, of peer review, of kind of improving the method was designed to build confidence in a map like this. And what this map shows you is where the emissions are coming from. This is a 5-year average, PM10 average. And what you can see is that the redder areas are the areas that generate more emissions, where the greener areas generate less emissions. We can use that information, we can sort it, we can say, where's your top 5% of your area generating the most emissions? Ends up it's about 1,200 acres. That 5%, that 1,200 acres is generating 32% of all emissions coming from the playa. And you can keep sorting like this all the way to the point where 30% of the playa, so only 7,000 acres of the 27,000 acres, is generating almost 90% of the total emissions. And that's powerful. That helps us plan and know, as not only IID is a part of the air quality program, but stakeholders and the state and others, that these are where we really need to focus in terms of dust control implementation. And that's really what we've been doing. I've been working with IID, and like I said, Jessica's going to talk a little bit about this tomorrow, but we have several planned and existing projects. This information is helping feed into those. About 2,000 acres on the ground. A lot of this, sites designed, about another 1,100 acres to be implemented in the next year. We've really been focusing in areas that are more challenging, places where we don't have water along the western side of the sea, and where we need to develop water resources to be able to use, to control the dust. About 3,700 acres that are newly identified as of 2 years ago. Again, those are in the planning and design process, going through the environmental review and documentation, but ultimately they're more than a year out. So like I said, Jessica will talk more about local projects tomorrow. So with that, I think the last is just, again, this is just a quick snapshot of the project that's over by Clubhouse on the west side of the sea, water resource development, and this is testing of groundwater wells and the groundwater resource to ultimately put a project out here that's vegetation enhancement. So expanding the vegetation that's already there. But you need water to do that, and so we're working with IID to develop that potential water resource. So thank you.
Great. Thank you, Brian. So this next presentation is actually going to be a joint presentation. Two researchers from UC Riverside, Will Porter with Environmental Sciences at UC Riverside is going to present information on criteria pollutants and patterns and trends in the valley, as well as some health metrics. And then I really love the way when this happens, you bring different disciplines together and it really becomes something useful for a lot of people. So Cheney she's with UC Riverside School of Medicine. And she's going to kind of bring in the more social and perceptive perspective about how people's perceptions of dust storms in the valley and how their responses differ, and kind of bring in that health aspect even more. So with that, go ahead.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for that introduction. And my name is Will Porter. I am an assistant professor over at UCR. And I want to thank previous speakers, Amato and Brian. It was a great overview. And I want to also mention, I do, by trade, I'm an atmospheric physicist and a modeler. So I work on those kinds of tools that were shown in those last two talks. I want to thank Amato for presenting that slide of my actual computational cluster. That was mine. I picked that up from the original Starship Enterprise on discount. And yes, in general, I'm very interested in these same kinds of questions as far as where are these pollutants coming from? Where are they going? Who is breathing them? And for a number of reasons in our field, we often focus very strongly on what we call ambient air quality. Ambient meaning what's flying around outside around us when we step outside. And this is, of course, in part because of convenience. We can put a sensor in the middle of an urban area and we can measure and have some degree of confidence that a lot of people who are moving around that city are going to be experiencing those conditions when we step outside. But actually today I'm going to digress a little bit. I'm going to move away from that domain and we're going to step inside indoor environments. And for a number of reasons, this is something that has not been explored quite as much. Let's see. I'm not advancing here. Do we have it? Okay, still not advancing. We are frozen, okay. Got it, okay. So when we say ambient, of course, we can look at all kinds of spatiotemporal patterns. And we can see that indeed we have these very clear patterns here. This is something that I put together just to look at kind of PM10 or this particulate matter, this dust that's flying around. What we see here is a slew of diurnal profiles. So in each of these little panels here, we're looking at from midnight to midnight what a typical day might look like in that season at that station. So I collected all the data that we've got from kind of permanent long-term stations up and down the valley. And we can see that temporally, moving from spring to summer to fall to winter, we see a very clear pattern at some stations, others not so much, between the ranges of the types of dust that is measured at that location. Spatially, we also see a very clear gradient as we move, from the north, the Palm Springs station down here, down south to Indio, Torres Martinez, and Mecca stations, and the Nyland station in the Imperial Valley, where we see these very clear spikes that seem to pop up either in the morning hours or in the evening hours or both. We see these kinds of patterns pop up. And so we see these spatial and temporal patterns that we believe and we agree that they're important for us to understand what's blowing around the atmosphere, what's affecting different communities differently. And this is a big part of my typical research, is to improve upon and to understand the consequences of these kinds of spatio-temporal patterns. However, I've recently begun a project in response to a question that was posed to me the last time we had this kind of summit right here, which was, what about inside? And this is a really pointed question that I think until recently was very difficult to answer. And indeed, at the time, I said I really don't know. And partly that's because the indoor environment is really hard to characterize. Every home is different. Every school is different. Every place that we spend time in has really unique types of sources and of atmospheric exchanges with the ambient environment. And so it's difficult to characterize. It's really tough to say. And so, I'm stuck again. Help. Something else that's tough is moving slides forward. There we go. Okay. Is it important though? I think that we at this summit right here are kind of exemplifying why we believe it is important. How much of our day today are we spending sitting in this indoor environment? And how much are we spending outdoors in that ambient conditions? We are currently, in a sense, decoupled from those ambient conditions outside, breathing air that has its own kind of properties, its own kind of sources. And so by and large, we don't really have a real clear way to easily characterize, with uniform precision, across the spectrum of different types of homes, different locations, and then place each of those homes within that ambient atmosphere that has its own kind of spatial temporal patterns, it gets really complex, right? So we have some issues. Indoor air quality, we know, is a key important part of our exposure. We all spend time in cars, in our homes. Depending on what we do for a living, we may spend a greater or lesser percentage of our working hours indoors, and we generally tend to eat inside for meals and sleep inside, of course. So we have a huge fraction of our day that's going to be inside, and there's unique and diverse sources for all of those types of locations indoors. Inside, if we're talking about our homes where food is prepared, a huge fraction of the kinds of particulates and different types of properties of the air we breathe is going to be driven by how and what we cook. It's going to be a really big source that shows up in indoor air quality measurements. Ironically, cleaning activities is another big cause of getting kind of stuff in the air. Whenever you spray something in the air, you're literally putting aerosols into our indoor environment. Sweeping and vacuuming also can kick up dust from the ground. And then anytime something is burned, of course. So fireplaces, candles, if there's a smoker in the house as well, of course, that would all be an issue. But these types of exposures, these types of sources can be hugely important if we're talking about the people. And what I'd like about this section, and myself and Dr. Cheney are going to try and address, is bringing it back to the people who are swimming within this atmospheric soup and who are living within these enclosed spaces in these boxes that we call this indoor air environment. And so especially for kids and their caretakers, these indoor spaces are going to be very, very important. Along with that, along with all those indoor sources and the people that are inside of them, we have varying degrees of coupling with that outdoor environment. So for example, we might have we have infiltration from, within cracks, beneath doors. If there's not great insulation in a particular home, there's going to be more coupling with that outdoor environment. Every time someone opens a window or a door, of course, that leads a direct inflow of that outdoor air coming in and flushing out or contaminating, depending on the cleanliness of that outdoor air, the indoor environment. And we can also have, HVAC systems or air conditioning units that are actually pumping that air directly into the home. And all of these can be hugely different between houses, even on the same block, which in terms of ambient conditions, we would assume, like outside, it may be identical. It would all be in the same grid cell of any kind of model that we would be performing. But inside that house, you may have wildly different kinds of concentrations of different things. So it's complicated. But what we're seeking to help answer and focusing on homes in the Salton Sea region is how do those outdoor conditions affect indoor air around the Salton Sea? And how are they experienced by the people who are living in those homes? And so this is a project that Dr. Cheney and I kicked off. From a quantitative perspective, I'm using a set of instruments that are put out by QuantAQ called the Modular PM. And these are really nice instruments that are designed to really accurately measure using optical techniques a wide range of sizes from 0.35 to 40 microns in size, which covers a big chunk of the typical kind of spectrum of sizes that we would expect to be outdoors and indoors. And we can also look at them individually by bin, so we can actually get a good sense of what's happening at all different sizes. This is important for reasons that I'll mention in just a moment. We get those on minute time resolution, which is really nice for being able to pinpoint, which is coming first as far as outdoor changes, indoor changes. It's got a low power footprint. It's really easy to deploy and to install, and it doesn't need any special Wi-Fi access. It'll connect directly. We're basically going through AT&T to get our data pumped directly to us. We've got these deployed right now as far as a pilot project into 15 homes throughout the kind of the Coachella Valley and a little bit around the side into Salton City. You can see here that we've got a couple homes up in the Indio area. We've got 7 down getting closer to the sea, a few others on either side, and then 3 more down along that west edge of the Salton Sea. Each of these families has agreed to have 1 year of in-home air quality monitoring, and that's the part that I'm going to be helping with this project, and also participate in what we're calling a photo voice project element of it, of reporting their experiences and what they're witnessing and doing during these kinds of different episodes. And Dr. Cheney will discuss more about that in just a moment. And we're doing this pilot project with support from the NIH through UCR's Health Disparities Research Center, led by Dr. David Lowe, whom you'll hear from a little bit later today, as well as support from the Anthropocene Institute, who's interested in community monitoring and air quality improvements. So in order to understand these kinds of impacts, to understand these differences, the first thing that we did, eventually we hope by the end of the month we'll have outdoor sensors to go along with these indoor sensors, actually in backyards or nearby locations, to give us kind of an apples to apples comparison. These monitors just went in February, so this is all very early. You're getting some fresh off the grill kind of data results here. But as a preliminary look, what I did was go to some of our nearby surface stations At Indio and Mecca, the South Coast Air Quality Management District does run some stations that have hourly measurements of PM10 or this particulate matter. And what I did was basically go in and for each of the days of the observations that matched up with our indoor measurements, I categorized that day based on how dusty it got. What was the maximum hourly concentration that we saw in that day? And so if I divide those up, I can get a nice little rundown. This is a typical day going again from midnight to midnight. We can see that I've divided up these days into high concentrations where we see that red, and we can see that kind of afternoon spike go up. There were a few dusty days within the last month or so. And then we have the mid and the low, which actually are not super distinct. Like we see on the low end of the distribution of dustiness, they kind of blend together. But we definitely see a real strong signal when we sort out those high dust days shown by that red pattern there. And in fact, one thing that gives us kind of confidence that even though we're using these monitors that are just a couple monitors for like 15 different homes that are spread across the valley, we do see that even at the Indio station, further north, those same days that were picked based on their performance at Mecca also stand out at the Indio station. This gives us confidence that for PM10, for that particulate matter measurement, that we're actually, we do see some uniformity across spatial terms about seeing that we are seeing dusty days across the valley. Eventually, we'll be able to improve that confidence when we have more outside monitors to go along with our indoor monitors. So let's look inside. If we take those monitors, the first thing we see, as what might be expected from what we were discussing before, is a huge range of variability. We see a large distribution going from the most dust in homes to the least, in order to kind of make, to trim it down and make it a little bit more comprehensible and visibly understandable. What I've done is I'm kind of picking out the middle range. So what you're going to be seeing here is ribbons that represent the 35th to 65th percentile, kind of like the mid-range homes and what they were showing at any particular hour of the day. So if we look at the different sizes, PM10 at the top is the largest particles. These are ones that tend to be produced by things like mechanical blowing of dust, larger particles. This would also be what we expect in large part to come in if there's a dust event from outside, for example. We expected the signal to happen here. We see a diurnal cycle that looks in some ways kind of similar to what we saw outside. So we have in the morning, we have an increase in particles, it dips down, and then in afternoon we have another little bump. And we see a similar kind of pattern, even though it shifts a little bit in the relative size of those peaks for the PM2.5 and the PM1, going smaller and smaller as we get to finer modes. And I should mention that, by the way, size is one way that we're hoping to characterize where these particles come from. The smaller modes, so these PM1 particles, those are going to be by and large dominated by some of those sources like cooking that come from very small particles or the condensation of gases and the formation of tiny little specks. But we can then break that up. This is the overall distribution, 35th to 65th. Let's break that up by what's happening outside. So over on the right here, I'm showing the same distribution, but now it's only with those mid-range outside days. So these are days that are kind of like the median type days, the middle range ambient concentrations that we see out there. And we see that now our distribution, our numbers there drop down significantly. So if we just have kind of like ordinary, everyday values outside, we see a much smaller range of our kind of indoor conditions. This is interesting. If we drop down to the low outside days, not a whole lot of difference. And in fact, if we're considering the roughness of just using basically like a month of data, we can't really say that there's a significant change between those at all. It's pretty close. What about the high conditions outside? So the dustiest days outside, now we see a big difference. So what this is showing is that for most homes, and in fact, we see this repeated at different types of percentiles as well, when we have the dustiest conditions outside, especially after that morning peak, which is going to be when we start cooking, when the breakfast emissions come out, following that and throughout the day, we see this large signal that's contributed, seems to be very closely related to those outside ambient conditions. And so this is, again, preliminary work. We're going to be moving forward with more outdoor monitors. We have a lot of different ways that we're going to try and divide this up and slice up the data. But just initially, what we can tell is that there does seem to be a clear outdoor dust signal, and this seems to be occurring throughout different homes in different magnitudes. There is indeed a high variability between those houses, though. And part of what we're going to be looking at going forward is, can we explain some of those differences? Whether people are opening and closing their doors more frequently than others. There's other types of patterns that folks do, or ways that they use their home or interact with their home that might be causing some of these variabilities. Not only in the concentrations, but in how responsive those concentrations are to outside conditions. Is that affected by other factors? When it's extremely hot, and this is something we don't have enough information because we haven't hit summer yet. When it's extremely hot, are we going to see that coupling with the outdoor conditions? decouple? Are we going to see people keep their doors shut up tighter so that we don't have as much interaction with outside? Or is that going to, on the flip side, cause those indoor sources to become more concentrated so that we see more of the fine motive particles? These are all questions we hope to answer as we go forward. And then how will the arrival of those major dust events later in the spring, in the summer that we expect, how will those affect these kinds of interactions? And then the final kind of, moving forward on a positive note, what can we do about it? Is there something that we can do in terms of different patterns of ventilation, indoor filtration? These are all things that we hope to kind of address as well as kind of a final discussion of indoor air quality in the Salton Sea region. Thank you. And to continue this, we're going to go on with the same project. I'm going to pass the mic over to Dr. Ann Cheney and Conchita Pozar. Yeah.
I don't know if you want your mask. Okay, let's figure out. Okay, great. Okay, so I will be presenting in English and also translating for Maria Posar or Conchita. She will be presenting in Spanish, but as you can see, our slides are in English and in Spanish. Okay, so to begin with, we are the investigative team who is engaging with community members and moving forward what we refer to as our Photo Voice project, or this component in which we are asking community members who are part of the project to use photography to be able to share their experiences of how they perceive the environment that they're in to affect their children. And so specifically, we are engaging caregivers along the Salton Sea, and I know Dr. Porter just shared with you all the area where our participants live. So Photo Voice is a participatory action research method, and this method is an opportunity to give voice largely to marginalized individuals who are concerned about a common community level concern. And so in this case, we are utilizing Photo Voice to be able to give a voice to marginalized community members. Specifically, we work with Latinx community members, many of whom are living in poverty or have very limited financial economic resources. And the idea really is to use photography and narrative text to enact some kind of structural level change. And for us, we're really thinking about changes to public health. So photography is the primary vehicle through which perspectives, ideas, and recommendations are shared. So our data collection and analysis is primarily done via our team of promotoras, which are community health workers. And I'll have Conchita introduce our promotoras. Two of them are here with us today. But you can see this represents our team. So Conchita is the community investigator, and she oversees teams of promotoras or community health workers, who we over the years have trained to be able to collect and analyze data. And so in this methodology, our promotoras recruited 15 family members living along the sea who had children, who have either asthma or respiratory distress. We held an introduction, an orientation to the Photo Voice methodology, talking to community members, how can you use photography to answer research questions? And our two research questions are, how does the environment and changes in the environment affect the health and well-being of your child? And each family or each participant chose a focal child. Many parents have more than one child who suffers from asthma or respiratory distress, and so we ask them to choose just one of their children. And then the second question that we have is, how do you care for your child in an event where there's a dust storm or where there's adverse weather conditions? And so we talked to them and oriented them toward this idea of how you use photography to be able to answer research questions. In addition, Dr. Porter was part of this orientation in which we talked to participants about the importance of having air quality monitors within their home and what that meant in terms of how it can contribute to our understanding of potential impact on human health. And then our team of promotoras collected sociodemographic surveys. This is so we could get a sense of the characteristics of participants. And then we waited for Dr. Porter to tell us when participants could go out for a period of days and collect data, meaning that they would take pictures to answer the research questions. We just did this, so the results we are sharing today are very preliminary. We collected data from Friday, March 25th until Monday, March 28th. And then we did immediately following the photo elicitation, immediately following that, the promotoras and team of students conducted one-on-one interviews. So our participants include 100% mothers, Latina mothers, all of whom speak Spanish, between the ages of 31 to 43 years of age. 93% of the participants were born in Mexico. Most of them were born in Michoacan, the state of Michoacan, and 66.7% either work in the fields, meaning as farm workers, or they have worked in the fields. And this represents, these images are from our participants. It represents their living environments. So 36% live in houses, 36% live in apartments, and then 29% live in trailers. And you can see that the images represent house, trailer, and apartment. Now I'm going to pass it over to Conchita so she can share more about the images and their meaning and the representation, and she'll also introduce the two promotoras that are here with us. Entonces, si usted también puede introducir a las promotoras.
Sí, ahora sí. Muy bien. Muy buenas tardes a todos. Agradecemos su tiempo por estar aquí a poder escuchar nuestra presentación. Bueno, primeramente quisiera agradecer a nuestro equipo de promotoras que han estado aquí, la señora Sonia Rodríguez, la señora Mari Bautista, sí, Mari Bautista, y nuestras otras promotoras que nos están acompañando por Zoom, Marisol Peña y Nancy del Castillo. El trabajo sin nuestras promotoras, nosotros no podemos llegar hacia la comunidad. Entonces, es sumamente la importancia de ellas en estas investigaciones. Muy bien. Voy a hacer la presentación en español, pero como ustedes pueden ver, hay traducción en inglés para los que no entienden español. El medio ambiente parece hermoso. El aire es peligroso, especialmente durante las tormentas y los polvos y los incendios que son comunes en el este del valle. Como podemos observar, la fotografía es una tormenta de polvo. De la misma manera podemos observar de la otra fotografía que está ocurriendo un incendio. Estas cuestiones climáticas son comunes en nuestras comunidades del este del valle.
These pictures on the left represent a dust storm, and to the right represents a fire, both of which occurred during the data collection period, and also represent common climatic experiences in this region.
Como escuchamos ahorita al doctor Will, estas condiciones están afectando adentro de las casas de los niños que tienen problemas respiratorios o asma infantil.
So as Dr. Porter explained, these exterior climatic conditions are affecting individuals within the home, specifically children who already have conditions like asthma.
Aquí podemos ver una fotografía de la niña que tiene asma, el impacto en la salud de los niños y el bienestar. 1. Problemas respiratorios. 2. Alergias en la piel o irritación. El sangrado nasal. En nuestras recolecciones de datos de foto y voz, muchos padres de familia nos han mencionado y nos han vuelto a mencionar estos problemas que sus niños tienen. Probablemente la niña tenga asma, pero su hermano tenga sangrado nasal.
So this picture represents a young girl who has asthma, and the common things that we are hearing is that children have respiratory problems, allergies, irritated skin, and nosebleeds. One thing that Conchita mentioned is that it's very common. What we're hearing is this child, for instance, may have asthma and her sibling may have nosebleeds.
Asma y los problemas respiratorios. Les pedimos a los padres de familia que tomaran las fotografías de lo que era importante y vinculaba el asma o las alergias de salud a sus niños. Aquí podemos ver algunas medicinas que sus niños están usando. Estos niños están diagnosticados, algunos no están diagnosticados con asma, pero están usando estos medicamentos.
So in this image, you can see the medication that children have been prescribed from doctors. And what Conchita mentioned is what we're hearing is common, that children may be given this type of medication or medication, for instance, for asthma, but they don't have a diagnosis of asthma. So they prescribe the medication without the diagnosis.
Este medicamento es de la niña Sofía. Su nombre está al anonimato, entonces es un nombre que le hemos puesto nosotros para poder identificar cuáles son los niños de qué regiones están viviendo.
So the pseudonym, Sophia is a pseudonym, and it represents one of our participants, or the child of a participant, and we just want to emphasize that all of the names are pseudonyms. I also want to mention that we obtained permission from our participants to utilize their images, and also they have to provide consent for any images of children. Entonces también yo mencioné que necesitamos el consentimiento de los padres para usar las fotos en particular de sus niños.
Sí, así es. Gracias, doctora, por ese punto importante. Y de la misma manera pedimos permiso a sus padres para poder usar esta fotografía, porque a diferencia de las otras fotografías, aquí podemos ver el rostro completo del niño. Esto fue algo que nos dijo un padre de familia cuando le hicimos la entrevista. Dice, generalmente es moco y alergia. ¿Por qué? Porque el moco es difícil, es así y es muy transparente. No es como algunas infecciones. Como ustedes pueden observar, los moquitos de los niños es muy diferente a cuando nuestros niños se enferman con algún virus o alguna gripa. Esto es lo que los niños están teniendo, los problemas que viven, los niños que tienen problemas respiratorios que viven alrededor de la laguna.
So this is really common in terms of having really transparent mucus running from, in this case, the nose, that what parents are saying, it's not like when our children have illnesses or a virus. This is something very different. It's the allergies, it's the transparent mucus that parents are really noticing.
Estos son algunos puntos que nos volvieron a mencionar los padres de familia. Dice, la calidad de vida de los niños que viven alrededor de la laguna. Falta de energía, ausencia en las escuelas, restricciones y en actividades fuera de la casa. Entonces, este es un niño que está teniendo problemas respiratorios durante estas tormentas de arena o tormentas de viento.
This is an image of a child who he is lacking energy, and it's how the mother explains it. It's because of the outdoor air quality. So when there's dust storms outside, and this slide represents, or this information here represents the poor quality of life that children have because of the conditions they're experiencing. The potential impact. So the idea is to bring together indoor and outdoor air quality data with caregivers.
We have time for a couple of minutes, so 20 minutes of question and answer. I hope you guys can all show up.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Bring it up to people who take it. Should I go on that side? Should I start on that side? On that? There you go.
Oh, I didn't have it on. Okay, so if there's any questions, please, raise your hand. I think we have some online here too, if I can figure this out. Okay. So we have an online question for Brian, who had to leave. So Johannes is gonna take those questions for him. I guess this must have had to do with core samples. He asked how deep Jenny Ross asked how deep do your core samples penetrate?
Hello, my name is Johan Simon. Sorry, Brian had to leave early. He has to take the last minute flight to Midwest. I've been working with Brian for some time now. In terms of soil cores, the soil cores go up to 1.5 meters deep.
Excellent. And not directed at anybody in particular, how are the annual PM10 emissions being estimated? What monitors, et cetera? I guess I've heard there's everything with regulatory monitors to probably lower costs sensors, but if any of you guys want to jump in on that.
I can start. For IID's annual emission estimate that has been done for the last 5 years, we start from collecting thousands of pastoral measurements, which gives potential emissions of a given surface, and then that's our basic data to create a rule set, which relates PMPN as a function of frictional velocity, and also surface type. Then what we do is, once we know, we use remote sensing applications to map surface types, and we also use WRF model and then also measurements to simulate wind speed. Then from those two data, we can estimate emission at 30 by 30 meter resolution at our lead times.
Okay. See a question over on my left. Another one up here.
Sorry, I have a quick question for Will. Is there any evidence that the masks that we've all been wearing the last couple of years and other respiratory mitigations for COVID, like increased air filtration, has decreased residents' exposure and impact from dust?
The question is, do masks and filters work, is what we're at? And the short answer is yes. I think the evidence points that if you're looking at reduction of particulates in the indoor environment, indoor filtration is huge. One of the things that I'll be working on, and actually I brought supplies to build, if I have time either tonight or tomorrow, I'm gonna make one. Indoor air filtration can have a huge effect. The smaller the space, the more impact it'll have on reducing those dust concentrations, which is good in general, just to have fewer particles in the air, and also can reduce the transmission of COVID riding on those particles. And so, yeah, I would say that the evidence right now points to the efficacy of those interventions in terms of reducing actual exposure into the lungs.
That's on, yeah. So in the research that Conchita and I have done, we have found that parents say for their children, again, these are the caregivers of children with asthma or respiratory distress, that during the COVID-19 pandemic, when their children have been wearing masks, they have noticed reduced symptoms in asthma severity and allergies. And so we actually, part of our dissemination has been to recommend that parents consider masking their children.
When we're talking, if all the other microphones need to get shut off, otherwise we get that reverb. So, thanks.
Okay. Do I go? Okay. Hi, thank you so much for your talks. I appreciate it. We've all heard it described as toxic dust. Is anyone aware, this is for the panel or anyone here, aware of plans to quantify actually what's in the playa dust in terms of, pesticide breakdown products, or what is it? What is the actual stuff in the dust causing the problems?
Yeah, I'll answer in proxy for some other researchers that are trying very hard to characterize in multiple ways. I know we spoke earlier about this, but from an inorganic perspective, I think we have a good sense about what's in there elementally speaking. For the organic side, which is potentially even more important, we have a lot of active research going on right now, some of which is at UCR, looking at what's going on in terms of the organic, the microbiome. Dr. Mia Maltz, you saw earlier, along with Emma Aronson, with whom she's working, are working very hard on characterizing the microbiology that's living, and traveling on these dust particles. And then, of course, also organic compounds are another big piece of that, which is trickier than just pulling out elemental analyses, but is something that is moving forward. So yeah, I'm not doing that, but I can say that some are.
It's on, okay. In addition to the expanded dust profile that we'll be seeing from a drying Salton Sea and the exposure of the playa, will we also see worse effects of the winds blowing? Will the winds become stronger and intensify as a result of climate change, totally divorced from the Salton Sea?
So, yes, okay, great. Yeah, so there's no reason to think that as the climate changes, the winds are necessarily going to become stronger. But that isn't to say that as the playa continues to dry, that is not going to have some kind of feedback on the winds that generates in turn more dust or potentially less dust. It's something that's not exactly clear at this point. So yeah, that's a good question, but one that I don't think anybody is really in a position to answer quite yet. But I should say, as far as climate change goes, the one thing that I think about more than anything else is that as the planet continues to warm, arid regions like the one most of us are living in right now, will continue to become more arid. And so that is in two things. Arid regions will continue to become more arid, and when it rains, those precipitation events kind of fall in bigger bursts. That generates more runoff, that generates more sediment supply in those dry dry stream beds. I can't think of the name right now. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Anyway, so there are other reasons though, besides just the winds, there are other reasons though to think that the landscape will become more dusty, not just here, but kind of in arid places all around planet Earth.
Okay, I do have a couple more from outside and online. This one was for Anna and Conchita. Are you taking into account whether or not the family keeps dogs or cats who accesses the home through an open or a dog door? Yeah.
Ok. Sí, como sabemos, el asma, estos elementos que son las mascotas, el césped, algunos otros polvos pueden afectar la salud de un niño que tiene asma. Pero cuando nosotros entramos a estos hogares, los padres ya saben lo que le van a afectar a los niños. No tienen mascotas, no tienen alfombra, no tienen césped. Están evitando todos estos elementos que pueden dañar la salud de sus niños. Y así es que nosotros podemos trabajar más limpiamente con nuestros datos, de que no estemos estudiando datos y que nos digan, oh, es que esto está afectando a la salud de los niños. Pero si está afectando la salud de los niños, no tienen mascota, no tienen alfombra, no tienen césped, lo que está afectando en nuestra investigación y en lo que hemos encontrado es el polvo de la laguna.
So Conchita's response to that is, we know that all of these things affect children's health, like, sorry, I'm just thinking of it in Spanish. I don't know what césped is. What is it? Oh, so lawn, animals, and the carpets. And so these three things are really key, and what we learn from having conversations, from entering into participants' homes, they've eliminated all those things because they know that those are, that they have contributed to their children's health conditions. I will just add that Will and I have also just recently had a discussion. There's a series of questions that we'd like to ask and like to work with the promotoras to think about, could we have a better understanding of the home environment so that we could also understand the permeability, for instance, of the homes, if people are smoking in the homes. But just like Conchita said, families are very aware of the other factors that are affecting the health of their children, and they're really minimizing and reducing other risk factors.
Another question for Ann and Conchita. Do you know what proportion of the children in the Mecca and North Shore area are impacted by asthma and allergies and nosebleeds?
No tenemos un porcentaje de diagnósticos de asma. So, lo que yo le podría decir es de que En un hogar de 3 niños, hay un niño que tiene problemas respiratorios, hay un niño que tiene sangrados nasales, hay otro que tiene alergias. Entonces, en mi caso, mi hija tiene alergias en los ojos, mi hija de 4 años tiene sangrados nasales. Entonces, son algunos problemas que presentan cada uno de los niños que viven alrededor de la laguna, pero en números yo no sabría decirle estadísticamente estos son los niños que tienen estos problemas. No sé si usted pueda.
Yo puedo solo añadir que al menos basado en las investigaciones, oh no, I'm going to do it in Spanish and then English, que nosotros, algunas de las estadísticas dicen como 20% de la población tiene como asma o problemas respiratorios. So what Conchita was sharing is she doesn't have a number necessarily that she can indicate, but based on case-by-case analysis of homes, when we think about a home or participants, for instance, if a participant has 3 children, 1 child has asthma, 1 child has nosebleeds, 1 child has allergies, symptoms of allergies. She provided an example of her own family. She has, ¿cuántos años tiene Jackie? Her oldest daughter is 12 years old and has really severe eye irritation that has required a lot of treatment. And then her youngest daughter is 4-year-old and suffers from nosebleeds. And then I had mentioned that some of the statistics indicate that around 20% of the child population has asthma. I don't know if it's measured as asthma or respiratory distress. But also that's quite high in comparison. I believe, and I can't remember the number off the top of my head, but I think it's 11 or 12% of the population in California suffers from asthma. And I know David Lowe is here, and I think he's really the expert on those kinds of statistics.
The question for Senora Conchita. I like very much your presentation. I thank you for that. I'd also like the methodology using the pictures. Have you considered doing something similar with the children themselves? So, Señora Conchita, me gustó mucho su presentación y la metodología de usar las fotografías. ¿Ha considerado utilizar lo mismo, hacer una entrevista y utilizar fotografías a los niños directamente, que ellos saquen la fotografía y comenten sobre su situación?
Creo que es una excelente idea y estrategia. ¿Por qué, verdad? Porque si nosotros les preguntamos directamente a ellos cómo te sientes, cómo miras el ambiente, qué te afecta, ellos nos pueden explicar con más transparencia. Entonces, creo que ese punto, si lo pudiésemos hacer, claro, con el permiso de los padres, nos podríase dar más información. Nosotros como padres observamos. Yo observo a mi hija con sus alergias, pero yo no siento su dolor en los ojos. Al contrario, si ella se toma las fotos y ella dice, los ojos me arden, siento como que me quema, es algo diferente de información. Entonces, doctora, yo creo que es otro proyecto que podemos hacer para investigar y poder entender un poco más cómo es que estamos viviendo nosotros que vivimos alrededor de la laguna. Muchísimas gracias por su pregunta.
So Conchita is just sharing that, yeah, that's not something that we're currently doing, but it could be a possibility because if we give the cameras to children and we ask them to respond to the questions, then we're going to see it from their vantage point and we're going to understand it differently. So that's what she said, another project that we'll consider.
I'm afraid that's all we have time for today. I did want to apologize to those online. There's probably about 8 more questions that we didn't get to. We will try to get those out to the panelists and they can provide some answers and then we'll get them sent on. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Okay, we're going to take a break. Good news, there's coffee out there. And please come back at about 3:25. Please go to the sponsors room. There you have Coachella Valley Water District, our supporters. Riverside County Office of Economic Development, Better World Group, and Sierra Club. I hear they have beer back there. Remember, I'm an economist. I don't lie. The public health panel, please come in about 3:15 if you can. Thank you. Let me write down here. Send link.
Check, check. Check, check. Test, test.
let's see, it's Ryan,
Karla and David.
Karla, yeah.
She already came and talked to me.
Okay, is this? Okay, let's come on in from the lobby. We'll start the next panel.
tell me that. It was like,
You're welcome.
yeah, like, okay. So that's probably like 8 later.
At least like 7.
So these work, right?
Everything on that table works right now.
Right now. That's
I got rid of the other one. I'll probably have to fix it later, so I'll have to see what's going on with it. No, I'm fine.
I'm just messing.
We're gonna fix it later. You want to be here? I'm not gonna be here. I gotta do this first.
Yeah,
It's probably something. Yeah, maybe. Setting the money on it. I have to go and do that.
Hey, Mike, should I, oops. Okay, if we can take our seats, we'll start with our last panel. It will go until about 5 o'clock, if need be. So I hope everyone enjoyed the coffee, and if you didn't find the beer, well, I'll give you another clue later on. And I hope you had a chance to look at the sponsors tables and everything. Pretty interesting information back there. Certainly increases our IQ when we go back there and interact with those individuals. So the last panel for the day is the public health panel. And following up on the public health panel, then we'll have a reception, and part of that reception will be spending some time in appreciating Bruce Wilcox as a person and what his efforts with the Salton Sea. And then at 6 o'clock, we'll have a community forum in here. So we had a change, unfortunately, at the last minute. David Villarino couldn't make it today, but pinch hitting for David, and an All-American certainly, is Eric Reyes. And Eric Reyes is the assistant manager at the Farm Worker Institute for Education and Leadership, the Field Institute, where he also runs the Southern California Cesar Chavez Environmental Corps. Eric is a Imperial County native and lifelong resident of the area. He's a community activist that looks to improve the environmental and socioeconomic conditions of his communities. He's also a current member of the Long Range Planning Committee for the Salton Sea, and he's appointed by the California Natural Resources Association. It's my pleasure to introduce Eric Reyes. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I bring forth the panelists one by one, just a few words on the Farm Worker Institute for Education and Leadership Development field, as we call it. It was started out of the Cesar Chavez farm worker movement, where he saw an opportunity to bring education to the farm worker families he represented. He felt that as a union leader, his job was not only to help the farm workers working on the farms, but also the living conditions of the families those farm workers themselves represented. And out of that movement came the Farm Worker Institute, and he worked on issues that impacted families, including lack of education opportunity in rural areas, lack of proper realization of bilingual opportunities for families and their children, the detrimental part of housing for rural agricultural workers, and very importantly, the environmental injustices faced by farm worker families living near pesticides, water tables contaminated by pesticides in the water table, underground water table, and out of there became the environmental justice movement. His focus were the farm workers and their families, and then there became a whole movement of environmental justice advocates separate from the environmentalists. I've had this discussion with many people and kind of an argument, oh, they're one and the same. And I said, John Muir deserves his great spot in US history, just as environmental justice advocates like Cesar Chavez do. So that's part of what we're here today to present, that there's gonna be an opportunity to talk about those ideals and realities of life that we have to face as we work on the Salton Sea. I said I'm a lifelong resident of Imperial County. I'm from Brawley, California. Left to receive my education. I went to Seattle University, which is a private Jesuit university that is connected to all the Jesuit universities throughout the United States. I could have transferred unilaterally anytime to, I always tell my friends, I could have gone to Georgetown, St. John's, but I was accepted at Seattle University for different reasons. And they say, you should have gone to Georgetown. No, but I'd be in Washington, not in Brawley, right? So these issues are things we talk about. What we hope to present today and through your whole forum is also the idea that we as Imperial Valley residents have long felt that we have gotten the short end of the stick. That even as I see the panelists here, and I spoke this with different people, we feel it's Coachella Valley heavy and systematically led heavy as well. And there should be more opportunity for Imperial County and its residents. From the ground up is where we believe in to be, the real power is to be part of this movement as well. This is a bi-regional, state, national issue that we all need to be a part of, that we all need to come together in a meeting of the minds and understand that there are going to be groups that are long considered subgroups that need to be at the table and maybe leading the discussion at times as well. We share a damaged air basin, obviously, with Coachella Valley. We share environmental issues binationally with the new river that feeds into the Salton Sea. We have an environmental tragedy possibly happening with the receding Salton Sea due to the water transfer and climate change. And we want to make sure we address it from the bottom up. Opportunities that occur happen as quickly as possible. We've already been delayed by the state's lack of commitment to what it committed to with the water transfer with San Diego County Water Authority. We're waiting and waiting and waiting. Our community wants to be part of the solution, but we need it sooner than later. And I've been told we haven't reached the tipping point for environmental damage, but I feel we are on the cusp of it, if not already there. So that's just a little bit of the perspective I wanted to bring to you as to why we're here. The Farm Worker Institute is part of that whole movement throughout the rural agricultural areas of California, and has many programs dealing from the ground up with people. One, the first are adult basic ed, high school, for high school graduations. We have CTE programs for people who maybe are not going to go to regular institutions, junior colleges, or definitely not paid training programs. We offer them those opportunities. And what we do is we're a liaison between traditional education and what is the realities of life, that we're going to help you adapt to non-traditional means of making yourself and your family improve themselves from the ground up. So I just wanted to give a little bit of that back up, all right? Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. My boss, David Villarino, was not able to make it. He's actually the son-in-law of Cesar Chavez. And he always says he's the favorite of the Chavez family, of the favorite son-in-law. He would have been excellent here as a gregarious person, an expert in many issues, longtime organizer, and a heart of gold for the environment and helping people from the underserved. So he usually likes to hire like-minded people. So I always tell him, David, you hire me because I'm an image of you. And he didn't like that too much. So at this point, for this next panel, we're gonna bring up the first panelist. There will be 3, and then afterwards, you will have the Q&A. So at this time, I'd like to bring forward Dr. David D. Lowe, MD, PhD. He is the Senior Associate Dean for Research at the University of California, Riverside School of Medicine, and a Distinguished Professor in the Division of Biomedical Sciences. Please welcome Dr. Lowe.
All right, thanks. So happy to be able to present our latest to you all. And let me move on to the next slide here. Okay. Oh. Sorry. Okay. So let's see. Do I have to hit another? All right. All right, I guess I use the mouse. Okay, so I'm going to tell you about our latest work. I think to reinforce what we just heard, a lot of the work we're doing is to provide an important information serving the needs of the community in the context of environmental and social justice. And I'm the director of the Center for Health Disparities Research. And looking at health disparities, we're not just doing lab work on, mouse models and things like that. We're actually looking at information where we're seeing disparate impacts on health and outcomes in communities that are affected. And these are not effects that can simply be dismissed as socioeconomic status things. These are actually environmental justice, environmental exposure issues. And I think the importance of bringing this work to the communities to educate people on a lot of the things that maybe we might not have thought of. And I'm going to keep highlighting a few of those different aspects in this talk. So the extended family, you've already heard from a number of the people in the Center for Health Disparities Research today. I was quite pleased to see such great representation. I'm going to emphasize in this talk the work coming out of our lab as it connects to some of the other things you've already heard of today. We have our team, a large number of the team represented and immortalized in comic book fashion. The funding is from the National Institute for Minority Health and Health Disparities, and so we are really bringing together a lot of different aspects of environmental science, biomedical sciences, engineering, into areas that are directly relevant to health disparities. So, okay. So, I don't need to explain to you all that Salton Sea is the largest lake in California, but I did want to show off this really lovely cartoon from one of our illustrators. And really highlights the idea that what's in the air has its toxic effects. And what we're going to talk about today is our studies to try to understand what those things are. As Anne and Will mentioned earlier, that there is an awareness of a higher incidence of asthma in residents near the Salton Sea. I would mention that, in fact, that the actual data is very hard to come by. There really hasn't been detailed health assessment studies. I know Imperial County, when they declared their state of emergency, pointed out that we have a real serious need for really good epidemiology so we can really provide useful assessments of the health impacts. And as Anne mentioned, when people who are residents go to Mexico to get medications without a formal workup and diagnosis, we're missing out a little bit on data, but also we may be missing out on effective treatments for the kids who are suffering from these pulmonary diseases. So this is a cartoon of the exposure chamber studies that we're doing. we are doing studies where we're taking aerosols and dust that we collect from the environments near Salton Sea as well as from more distant sites and exposing them to mice under continuous exposure conditions, and then we look at lung inflammation and gene expression changes. I think it's very important to note, we've heard a lot about dust, PM10, 2.5, and things like that. When Mia presented her study, she showed pictures of how the dust collectors then get extracted with water and then filtered. So this is the material we're working with. So what we're doing is we're exposing animals to the extracts from the dust, not including the solid particulate matter. In other words, those solid particles, whether it's sand or other kind of dust, are basically like delivery vehicles for the material that's in the dust that provides the actual biological impact. And so I'm going to talk about the biological impacts of what's carried on those particulates. We do know, by the way, that if you do expose people and mice to inert grains of sand or fine particles like that, they do have very serious health impacts as well, but I'm not going to talk about that in this presentation. I'm going to give you all you're all going to be educated immunologists by the time I'm done with this slide. So the immunology lesson is that, in fact, there are two arms of the immune system, the innate immune system and the adaptive immune system. And how do we understand the two different arms of the immune system? Innate immunity is the kind of immediate response you get to things like bacterial infection. If you get like a staph infection, if you get a skin blister or something like that, that is part of the innate immune response, and you have the first responder neutrophils. They come in, they clear the bacteria, they go away, and your body has essentially no memory of that experience. The wound heals and so on. Adaptive immunity is actually a very different thing where lymphocytes get involved. They respond to allergens. So when we think of asthma, we associate it with allergies to things like ragweed pollen, fungal spores, things like that. And that's very different because clinically, when we think of asthma, we think of the adaptive immune memory response to an actual antigen. Those distinctions are going to be very important when I'm going to show you in a moment. Because the nature of the inflammatory response you see in the lung is an important clue to what's causing that response. Okay, so hopefully you'll remember that. Now, we have been collecting with Emma Aronson's group, collecting dust from several areas, not just near the Salton Sea, but also further away north of near Palm Springs, as well as closer to the ocean. I'm just going to point out 3 sites here, the Boyd Deep Canyon, which is quite a distance away from Salton Sea, as well as Dos Palmas near the North Shore, as well as Worcester and the Sunny Bono sites there. So there are dust collectors that Emma has set up at these sites, and we've taken the extracts from those dust collections and use those for our exposure studies. I'm only going to show you 2 data slides. Here's one of them, and there won't be a quiz. This is an indication of the neutrophil rapid inflammatory response in the lungs of mice exposed to these materials. Now, assume normally you go to the beach, you don't come home with a lung full of inflammatory cells. But this is dust extract from Imperial County, Worcester site, both a 48-hour exposure as well as a 7-day exposure. And you can see that in those mice, the lungs are filled up with neutrophils, all right? As I said earlier, that is an indication of the kind of innate immune response to bacterial infection, although these are filtered, these are sterile aerosols, so there's no actual live bacteria, but it is suggestive that the response is as if the immune response thinks there's a bacterial infection going on. By comparison, if we take dust extracts from Boyd Deep Canyon, further away, we see nothing at all, no kind of response at all. So again, we're looking at the biological components triggering an inflammatory response and not the simple response to any kind of inert particulate material as you'd expect, because we already filtered those out. So the suggestion from this is that materials carried on the particles in the dust near Salton Sea do carry with it significant toxicity that produces an inflammatory response. And this is true for materials collected both in the Dos Palmas as well as the Worcester and Sunny Bono sites. These are interesting to us because we don't see that in materials distant from the Salton Sea, and those sites also, you know, it's a small number, we are expanding this, seem to be located in areas where we saw earlier today where you see large amounts of exposed playa. And so that is very suggestive that there's a relationship between exposed playa and the dust emissions that carry toxic material with them. And that's what the, this was actually, if you ever do the Google Earth thing, you can actually do the time-lapse thing and show the playa, the exposed shoreline of Salton Sea from 1984 all the way up to the present day. You can see how rapidly the retreat is exposing playa at specific locations. This is our second data slide, and this is Trevor's data. I forgot to put his name on this one, but he's on all the other slides. But so this is a summary of gene expression data looking at the lung response of mice exposed to the different materials. And it shows a very interesting pattern that from the left, if we took sea spray from Salton Sea or playa extracts, you see this kind of clustering of the response. If you have canyon dust too on the left side, you also you see a relatively minimal response. It's when you get at the dust from the playa, North Shore, as well as Imperial Valley shore dust, that's when you see those samples cluster further to the right, and that's also associated with a strong inflammatory response in the lungs. So again, although all of these samples show a relationship and a progression, it seems to show this progression of toxicity from the left, where there's relatively a minimal response, to the right, where you see quite an impressive inflammatory response. So the hypothesis then is that the playa is a place where the toxicity is either concentrated from whatever is in the microbial ecology at the Salton Sea, and basically carried on the dust emissions at the playa. So that proximity to the playa is where you're seeing that enhanced toxicity. Now, the important question then is that if the picture we're seeing is more similar to an innate immune response, what does that mean? Inflammation in the lungs, including pneumonia, bronchitis, can produce wheezing, things that could resemble asthma-like symptoms. So the question we're asking is whether or not the symptoms we're seeing are lung inflammatory symptoms that are characteristic of this kind of innate response rather than a chronic allergic adaptive immune response. The important consequences is that if in a perfect world this were truly a pure innate immune response, the cure is simple, you just move, right? How much would that cost? Whereas asthma as a chronic, long-term innate adaptive immune response is much harder to treat. So, last slide. We're gonna actually distribute these comics explaining all of these things. So I just love the illustrators that we've been able to recruit for this. As you know, as you already heard, that increasing retreat of the Salton Sea is exposing more playa, and we are now doing more focused studies to understand what's happening at the playa and whether or not we can identify the component that's being concentrated during the emissivity events at the playa. Now, the question came up a little bit earlier, what is that active component that's toxic? As I mentioned, the response we're seeing is very reminiscent of an antibacterial active acute inflammatory response. So what Trevor's done is he's compared a couple of different bacterial components and done exposures to see whether or not the response to purified bacterial components resembles the response we're seeing to with Salton Sea playa dust responses. And so far, the response seems to be awfully similar to the response to bacterial cell wall components. So it is suggestive that whatever is in the microbial ecology in the Salton Sea, whatever that material may be carried up into the, be entrained in that dust, and that's what people are breathing, and is triggering this kind of acute, it's crazy to say, it's kind of a chronic acute response because you're chronically exposed to it, yet your lungs are acting as if it's an acute bacterial infection. So we have a lot more work to do to really see if those kinds of things can be further dissected. But in any case, hopefully I've made the, illustrated the point well. So, all right, thanks for your attention. Oh, and do I take? Let's see. Is that the? Oh, you want me to go all the way around? Oh, the immunology one. Ah, there you go. Sorry, yeah, I'm sorry. All right, thank you, sorry.
Excellent presentation. I can relate to a lot of what the doctor was saying there with my children and others. And that's just when we pass by. When we leave the valley, we have much less respiratory problems, allergies, and so on. Once we hit the Salton Sea, even in a car through the filtered AC, we start having issues immediately, and we've noticed that through the years. So thank you. And another interesting point is, again, we have been asked for a baseline beginning of where we're gonna learn what the true impacts are, and we still do not have that answer at some point. That's really, really disturbing for me that we can't get that information. So I'm hoping somehow we get that. Our own air pollution control district won't give us that. No one will give us that baseline beginning form, and I'm really worried about that. They're going to minimize the impacts for many reasons, including economic opportunities. Okay, so our next speaker is an associate professor of environmental microbiology in the Loma Linda University School of Public Health. He has current projects that evaluate human exposure to pathogens in surface water and maintains active community science initiatives in the Eastern Coachella Valley and inland valleys of Southern California. Please welcome Dr. Ryan Sinclair.
Oh, okay. Yeah, great. Okay, hi everybody. I'm Ryan Sinclair. A few years ago, oh, okay. Yeah, thanks. I can put it in my pocket if I want. Yeah. A few years ago, we started working with the Alianza in Coachella Valley and wanted to come up with a way to engage the local community about a lot of their concerns about the Salton Sea and the receding shoreline. So we use a community science approach, and this presentation is going to go over that and then some of the mapping that we did there, so you can see that. Let me take off my mask. So, all right. So we're going to start off with community science. So there's a lot of different approaches, a lot of different terms for different types of participatory research out there. But community science is a little bit of a newer one. It's kind of on top of citizen science, where community science is where you really get the scientists and communities to do the science together, but to advance the community priorities and to pay a lot of attention to what the community is wanting to look at and wanting to work on. It's something that's now promoted by the Thriving Earth Exchange, which is this group that I've worked with the Alianza Coachella Valley to kind of recruit some scientists into this community science program for the actual community science I'm working on now. But ultimately, it's so that these populations can guide, participate in, learn from, and benefit from the science. I have this little figure here about action and policy that comes up from science. And when you just do, like, say, environmental sensor data and survey questionnaires, and you don't link it to the lived experience, the culture, the local advocacy, then you have data-driven science conclusions about things, but it's not really including the community. So you really have to go through this process to get appropriate action and policy that people want. So that's kind of the foundation of why we did the community science approach here, and what that is. So it is to respond. I mean, everyone knows about the Salton Sea Management Program now, but it is to respond to some of the Salton Sea Management Program gaps that are there in terms of how community is involved in things. And so the advocacy needs, and this is from several years of Alianza and other community organizers working in the community, and we decided with the community science team, what are the gaps? And those are to build local knowledge and skills and really the science of the Salton Sea. I'm sure that you all can appreciate how much uncertainty there is about so many different aspects of the Salton Sea now. And to also really demonstrate that the shoreline is changing. You can go on Google Earth, like Dr. Lowe just mentioned, and you can scroll through the time series and see that. But we really wanted locals to know a familiar shoreline, which is the North Shore Yacht Club, a place that a lot of people visit and people are familiar with, and to be able to visualize that over just a period of 2 years and to see what would happen. So we used balloon mapping and drone approach to map the shoreline there. And then on top of that, it's really important to link that to policy relevant environmental health research, where you're actually showing that these things are done through community members that are addressing, and you're addressing their concerns and their priorities. So that's kind of the background of why we use community science and what some of the background needs were. Just as a reference as well, there's several communities around the Salton Sea. This is something that I bring up. I'm sure you're all aware of this, but these are large. A lot of them are mostly Latinx communities, but there's some that are also other ethnicities. And in the south and the north side of the Salton Sea. So balloon mapping, just the background on that a little bit. It's a little bit older than using a drone for mapping. It was first done in 1860. There was some really good images of San Francisco. I think these are around 1906, done after some of the fires there. It has some good, there's a good reason to do it, and one of the reasons is that there's a lot less stigma with it than flying a drone. Drones are now considered a little bit creepy, and especially if you're just a single person doing it. While with the balloons, those are, I'm not speaking from personal experience. And with the balloons, those are really great because those require multiple participants to set up, to tether, and then walk. And then while you're out there on the Salton Sea walking along the playa, you're like in the environment, you're talking about things, you're looking at different things that you see on the playa. Okay, so as far as the method that we use for balloon mapping, you can do all of this with the community. The part that you don't do with the community is the post-processing on a computer. You can do that as well, but we did everything as far as setting up the camera, inflating the balloons, building the balloons. All of that is done with the community. So you saw the balloon we used in the first slide is one of these typical weather balloons. These balloons were a little bit more low cost than that, a little more sustainable. They're those Mylar sleeping bags, and we just used Gorilla Tape and wrapped those up and filled them with helium, and they work just as well. And on the bottom of the balloon, there's this thing called a picave, and that's like this device that was formerly invented in 1912, and it just balances the camera. So it kind of serves like a drone, but with a series of strings you can balance the camera. It's kind of interesting technology. And then basically the process is to fill it with helium and then walk the transect with the balloon tethered. Here's some kids that we engaged in 2019. and walking along the North Shore Yacht Club with this thing. And then discuss it as you go, review some of the images, and then just keep continuing that process on a regular schedule. And then the analysis part is done afterwards, where you get the images, you push all the photos together, and you create an orthophoto. And that's usually done in a specialized software. And then you report those results to stakeholders, and you move on from that. From those orthophotos, you can do a lot of other things. We took them and we used a rate of change program from the USGS, and that was you're able to see the rate of change of the shoreline over time, because we took these photos from 2018 through 2021. And then we also worked with Dr. Will Porter, and he helped us with this WRF Chem model to actually project PM10, so that was pretty useful as well. So here's some of the ortho photos that we collected from those balloon mapping images. You can kind of see, this isn't the progression of them, this is just to show you that they are a little bit blotchy and a little, the edges are rough, but really good quality images of the different shores here. And this is kind of the result of our modeling. So in the end, after doing all of this, we're able to get these mapped out strand lines from where the shore is. So this is the North Shore Yacht Club right here. These are the strand lines. So we did ours from 2018 to 2021, but this shows from 2002 all the way up to there. These values here, all of these strand lines here, are all from satellite images that we used to stack on top of our current images of the area. And there are several satellite image sources you can get out there, but it was really important for us to actually do the community science method as well to be able to establish the shoreline. The balloon mapping or even a drone map, those get a much higher resolution shoreline picture than what's available on the satellites. I think satellite, you can get maybe a 1 meter maximum resolution, or I guess that's a minimum resolution because it's you can kind of discern things at the 1 meter level, while with a drone or a balloon you can get it down to 5-10 centimeters, which is really good. So each pixel would be 5 or 10 centimeters. And that is the benefit of doing the balloon mapping, and it's really neat too. And especially when you get the individual images to see the strand lines and all of the nice different mixtures of water and algae and everything that you see on the shore. So what we did was we were able to map those and then look at the rate of change. So that's like how fast the shoreline is progressing. And we did that on the north side of the yacht club and then on the south side of the yacht club. And there was more, the slope was much different up here than it was down here. And this is the yacht club, the North Shore Yacht Club, and it is a much more steeper slope than a lot of the other areas that have a more severe, really gradual slope, like the Red Hill Bay or like the Torres Martinez land up in the north part of the Salton Sea. Those areas have, a lot, the reduction in the shoreline is moving much faster through time. Okay, so that's the one thing, was we were able to look at the progression through time. The next thing we're able to do is actually use a program to do a forecast of the 2030 and 2040 bands here with uncertainty bands, where those shorelines would be. And this is again showing the same thing, but these are these different transects that we had, and we were able to show like a rate of change over all of these different transects here. So we're able to show that how many feet per year it was moving. And this is that rate of change. Just briefly, this is actually meters per year. And from 2002 to 2017, and then from 2017 to 2020 is what we calculated it for. And you can just see that the rate of change, meters per year, is much greater for everything on the 2017 through 2020. And if you don't know why, I'll show you why in a video pretty soon. And again, there's that. So I have this YouTube video that I put together to kind of show you some of this Google map, Google satellite images that you can do with this. Let's see if I can make this come up on YouTube. Nope. Let's go back here. Okay. Gonna have to copy this and then put it in, I think. This computer has the internet, right? Okay. Let me just open that. I just copied it, so it's ready to get pasted in there. Okay, so you could just expand it. Let me just slow it down a little. Okay, good. Yeah, so okay. All right, so this is the northern side of the Salton Sea, and this is the zoom in on the Salton Sea. Onto the yacht club, and that's where we did our balloon mapping all along this area here, north and south of the yacht club right here. This is an older, let me move that out of the way. This is an older picture, and then it goes up. Let me start back there again. So if you look on the bottom here, this is a 1996 picture right here. And that's kind of when the Salton Sea was at its highest. Quantification settlement agreement started in 2003, and that's when the water levels started decreasing. And so these are a satellite image from 2005, and then it just keeps going through the satellite images, and then you'll see some of these other strand lines that I plot on there. Okay, and so at this point, let me move this thing out of the way somehow. At this point, you see that's from 2003 to 2017. That's the 15-year quantification settlement agreement right there. That's the amount of land that's covered on the north part of the yacht club and on the south part of the yacht club. And then what you see after this is the amount of feet. So that's 620 feet in 15 years. So essentially, the water is turned off in December 2017 as far as water coming from the Colorado River through the agricultural allotments and things. So Alianza started the balloon mapping 2018, late 2018, early 2019, and we started going out there at that point when the shoreline was about right here, and when you could still see, I remember walking out there not too long ago, you could still see the North Shore Yacht Club channel coming out there, and it's still connected to the Salton Sea. And that was just 2017. That was not long ago. And now, if you go out there, it looks very different. And so we started doing our mapping then, and this is me. This is putting on one of those, that little image that's cropped on there. That is the actual balloon map ortho photo that we had. And that's another one that we put on there, and we kept measuring this over time. And then eventually got to the point where we got the later one from 2021. And so you could really see in 15 years over the QSA, you had 620 feet on this north side. And then in only 3 years after the QSA, you had 348 feet. This is in some ways anecdotal because it's only one small section of the Salton Sea. And in a lot of cases, the Salton Sea is receding much faster in some of these other areas. But I thought this was really useful, and the community uses this as well to kind of get an appreciation of how fast the Salton Sea shoreline is receding. Okay, so that's the one implication here, is that with community science, this message alone, I think, is pretty useful for people to be able to understand at a place that everybody knows. Let me open up my presentation again. Okay, thanks.
And a power wall for no cost. Can you get paid $2,500 to get Tesla solar and a Tesla Powerwall? There's a new governmental clean energy program that your electric provider doesn't want you to know about. If you're lucky enough to live in a qualified zip code, You can get paid up to $2,500 to get Tesla solar panels and a Tesla Powerwall installed on your home without paying for any of the equipment or any of the installation. There are no strings attached, just an insanely cheap way to get the latest solar technology that could reduce your electric bill to zero. These people have already taken advantage of this program, but now it's your turn.
We're actually saving about $150 a month on our light bill from what it used to be. And it was shocking to see in 1 month our light bill was only about $10.
My total utility bill cost 6 months of energy while having Tesla solar panels was a minuscule $28.86.
My home. Once we installed the solar panels, our bill was cut in half.
Once you have solar and a Tesla Powerwall installed, you'll no longer have to rely on the power grid. Your power will come from the sun, and it'll save you thousands of dollars on your electric bills over time. If you want to see if you qualify for this governmental clean energy program for free, just click the button below this video right now and answer a few simple questions about your home. There's no commitment to see if you qualify. It only takes 60 seconds, and it could save you a ton of money. So click the button below now before this video ends, and you lose your chance. Just look how much money all of these people are saving already.
Before I went solar, I was paying between $270 and $365. When I finally had my equipment installed, finally I'm down to $9.41.
Before the system was energized, I was paying $3,500 a year to JCP&L. Now I have a zero electric bill.
We're actually saving about $150 a month on our light bill from what it used to be. And it was shocking to see in 1 month our light bill was only about $10.
It's been over a year since it was turned on. We've had no electric bills from day one. In fact, because of renewable energy credits, we're actually making a little bit of money every month.
For about a year now with the stratospheric exchange. And so we're actually going out on the boat into the Salton Sea and measuring water quality. So that's what we're going to talk about just a little bit more with the community panel, and that's kind of like an add-on from this, because after we're done with this kind of understanding of the receding shoreline, we moved on to the water quality question, which was next. But that's all I have for now, and I guess we're going to take questions after the next speaker. Okay. Okay, thank you.
Hello, all right. Thank you, Dr. Sinclair, very good. Again, I can relate much to this, as through the years we've been involved with community science as well. Obviously, the leading environmental justice organization in the region, Comité Cívico, pioneered that in the region and has been very successful, to the point that they have been awarded by the state of California over 40 air monitors throughout Imperial County, and most the largest ever in any county, and we're one of the smallest counties. And why? The effectiveness of their program, and to the science community monitor, that they continue to grow as an organization, meeting the needs of our community. Their culturally competent and relevant approach to how to deal with a community that is not the greatest advocate for themselves. How do you teach them? How do they become part of the solution? And that's what Comité Cívico and partners, we're partners with them, so I can tell you, partners are all part of that growing network. And the Natural Resources plucked one of our brightest, Miguel Hernandez, from Comité Cívico, right? Now he's gladly doing the Salton Sea communications, which is fantastic. He's organizing from the perspective of having been on the underserved side. Now he's at the table. And like I said, sometimes we need to have them leading the dialogue to give us that perspective at all times. So very excellent, and I hope there's going to be a lot of good questions for you. Community science, community scientists could be the backbone of truly identifying what's most relevant and needed in their communities. Thank you. So the next presenter is from Imperial County. Thank goodness. So we thank her for being here. We have Karla Lopez, MD, MPH, has worked with the Imperial County Public Health Department for the past 13 years. Karla led the binational infection disease surveillance and influenza-like illness surveillance projects for the County of Imperial. She was a founder of the Severe Acute Respiratory Infection Surveillance Program in 2009, served as lead epidemiologist for communicable disease surveillance, and is currently the program supervisor too for the department's Epidemiology section. Karla received her medical degree from the Autonomous University of Baja California in 2005 and master's in public health from the University of Arizona in 2021. Please welcome Karla Lopez.
Are we good? Yes, okay. Hi, good afternoon. My name is Karla Lopez, and I'm happy to be here with you this afternoon, and it looks like I will be closing your day today. And it's always hard to follow excellent presentations from the previous panelists. So I'm here today to present to you results from the 2016-2017 California Health Interview Survey that took place in Imperial County and the northern region of, including the northern region of Imperial County. Just to walk you through of what we will be talking this afternoon is I will provide a brief discussion on the purpose of the community survey that was conducted in the northern area of Imperial County, as well as to provide an overview of the California Health Interview Survey for those that might not be familiar with. And I will be closing out with the results from this survey. Okay, so a little bit of the background of why we decided to conduct this survey. And this arises due to concerns from Imperial County residents from the northern region of the county in regards to air quality and respiratory health. So with the support of county supervisors and as well as public health staff and many community volunteers, we went out to conduct this survey during 2016 and 2017 with the purpose to learn a little bit about their concerns in regards to these health topics. So a little bit of background of what is California Health Interview Survey. The survey, it's one of the largest telephone surveys in the nation. It's conducted in California yearly. It started back in 2001. They have an outreach of about 50,000 households that they reach out on a yearly basis, including around 250 residents of Imperial County. And the reason to conduct this survey, or the goal, was to expand this survey to the northern area of Imperial County to include 350 residents from the northern area of Imperial County. Now, I'll be referring a lot to the northern area of Imperial County, so this is pretty much from the city of Brawley up to the Riverside County border, which includes the cities of Nyland, Westmoreland, Calipatria, and Salton Sea. As I mentioned previously, so there was community concern in regards to air quality and respiratory health. So some of the questions that were added to the California Health Survey interview were related to these topics because we wanted to learn a little bit more about these concerns that the community had, as well as to gather a baseline of data for that community and for that region. So it was a little bit of an undertaking to conduct this survey during the years of 2016, 2017. It took a lot of work from community volunteers and public health staff. We had a little bit over, I believe, a little bit over 1,000 residents that we went to visit in that area with multiple visit attempts in order to make sure that the residents were aware of the survey and to assure that they had a valid number for the survey. So during this recruitment, we were able to expand the survey to a total of 307 respondents in 2016 and a total of 451 respondents in 2017. So before I move on to the results of this survey, I do want to mention that overall, the results of this survey are have pretty small differences between respondents of Imperial County and the northern area of Imperial County. So there's small differences in the different areas of or topics that were asked during this survey. So starting off with the general health status, we have that a higher percentage of North End respondents had a higher percentage of vaccination rates against flu. They also had a higher percentage of reporting high blood pressure diagnosis among this region, and a smaller percentage also reported being current smokers compared to the County of Imperial overall. We also have that a small percentage of respondents countywide, including the northern area of Imperial County, reported delaying or not getting medical care compared to California overall. In regards to self-reported health status, we have that northern respondents pretty much reported having fair to excellent health and when comparing to countywide respondents. So moving on to asthma. In regards to asthma questions, we have that respondents from the north end of Imperial County also had a higher percentage of asthma diagnosis. As you can see in the red bar, you have around a little bit over 20% of respondents who reported being diagnosed with asthma compared to Imperial County and California overall. We also have a higher proportion of residents reporting an asthma attack or episode within the past 12 months when you compare it to Imperial County and California as well. I believe you could see here, sorry, I don't have a pointer here, but it's a little bit over 40%. As you can see, there's a small difference between the north end of the county with Imperial County, but a much higher percentage compared to California. And also we have that a higher percentage of north end residents reported seeking emergency or urgent care for an asthma attack in the area of the north end of the county. So again, the difference is small, but within the northern area, you have a little bit, I believe it's 16% if I recall correctly, and compared to 14 and 50% with, compared to 14 or 50% in Imperial County overall or with California. Okay, so moving on to air quality and respiratory health, as I mentioned, well, I'm not sure actually if I did, but the reason, because these were the topics of concern for Northern County residents, we added a couple of questions that related to this topic in the 2017 survey. And in regards to the level of concern with air quality among residents of Northern Imperial County, they reported a higher percentage or proportion of them reported moderate to or no concern with the air quality in their area, in their region, compared to Imperial County. And in regards to the level of concern of neighborhood air quality, again, we see a higher proportion reporting their neighborhood air quality as fair to excellent. And again, this is minimal or small differences between the northern region of Imperial County compared to the county overall. In regards to questions related to illness or symptoms caused by air pollution, again, we see a slightly higher proportion of North End respondents reporting illness or symptoms caused by air pollution within the past 12 months. We see here in the northern area that you have a little bit over 20% compared to 20% in Imperial County. And I believe this will be my last slide. And this question is in regards to their awareness of air quality index or alerts. And again, a higher percentage of residents from the North End reported awareness of or knowing about the air quality index or alerts. However, we do see that a smaller percentage of North End respondents reduced or changed their activity based on the air quality index. And again, we see this with a percentage of around a little bit close to 35%, and Imperial County almost 40%. And that would be my presentation. Thank you.
We'd like to call up the other two speakers so for the question and answer period. I just want to say some of those numbers are skewed, as Dr. Lopez had stated, because a lot of people do not seek traditional medical treatment as well. And then our proximity to the border, there's some who automatically will go back across the border for their medical treatment, and others who use non-traditional medical treatment as well. So I'm glad you brought that up. So thank you. Okay, so now we have all three speakers, and we have a first question here on the left here. Well, to your right. Okay, here we go.
Good evening. It's been very nice listening to your presentations. I want to know if any of you have studied or included the term miasma in your investigations.
So, okay. So there was a table out there with a recent issue of the California Agriculture Journal. And actually, that's the title of the paper we wrote. I mean, because the point being that the old, I know this is old history, but miasma was referred to the idea that there were things in air that could cause illness that were not infectious diseases. And it's an ancient concept. And so we thought, based on the data we're seeing, that we might revive that thought, that what we're seeing is disease being caused not like an infectious disease like coccidioidomycosis, things like that, but there may be components in the air that are causing lung responses that are detrimental, and so kind of call back to the 100 and 200-year-old concept of miasma. But maybe at the time we were half serious, but I think we're taking it a little bit more seriously now. Yes, free copy.
Hi, this is for anyone who can answer it. There's been a lot of emphasis on the children and developing respiratory disease. Do you have studies on the 55-plus community, since so many people come out to Coachella Valley to retire or have second homes? And if you don't, will there be studies on that? Because I'm thinking, people are so aware of this problem with the Salton Sea, and we've been hearing about it for years, that maybe if you have the older community behind you as well, maybe that can help move things along for solutions.
So I don't know if you all have better information, but so we've been working with HARC in Coachella Valley, and they do these health assessment surveys. And I think there may be somebody here from HARC, but we asked that question because so many of the older people didn't grow up here. And so the work we're doing is really addressing mainly the kids because they grew up here, and what is the environmental impact. People who are older who have moved here to retire may come from wherever they are with pre-existing COPD, some of these other things. So in fact, when you look at those numbers for adults with respiratory disease, there's not the same significant blip, at least in Coachella Valley, as you might expect. I think because many of them are already coming with some of the, wherever they came from with whatever respiratory diseases they already have.
My question is for Dr. Lowe. Your data is suggesting that the response to the playa dust is an innate response rather than an adaptive response, like in an allergic asthma. If someone's receiving medication to treat an adaptive response, but in fact it's an innate response, will the treatment be effective, and are there any risks of side effects or anything else? Thanks.
Well, there's always a possibility that, I'm not ruling out the possibility that people also have allergic disease, but that the Salton Sea is certainly not helping. And so I can't rule out that possibility. But in regard to risk, the conventional treatments for asthma would either be bronchodilators or anti-inflammatory like corticosteroid inhalers. So they're generally safe, and so I wouldn't worry so much about over-medication or detrimental side effects. But whether or not they are helpful, one of the things we would love to do is do a clinical study to ask whether or not the inhalers actually help the kids. We don't yet have that kind of data to say whether or not, if they're going to Mexico and getting the inhalers and then coming back here, that may be an automatic response, thinking, oh, you have asthma, you got to have an inhaler. What we don't know is whether they do any good. So the other question you're asking, though, is whether it does damage. I don't have a good answer to that, because these are generally safe medications, but if they're inappropriately used, that at worst is just not doing any good.
Okay.
To your knowledge, have you ever heard of any cross-correlation studies, or studies cross-correlating the incidence of asthma with the intake of homogenized pasteurized milk, which is a long-known cause of asthma reactions, especially in infants?
So I was camping on the beach for about a week, and I used to have asthma as a kid, and after a week I started hacking up white phlegm, and one night it was so bad I was fully asleep. I woke up out of a dead sleep with pains in my lungs, and I could not breathe, and I thought I was gonna die. And I was hacking and gasping for air for about 20 minutes, and it was not fun. And I have not had an asthma attack like that, even as a kid. It was horrible. So I'm not sure. And the only thing that stopped it was we literally had to leave the beach. And every time there was a dust storm, I had to make sure I stayed inside.
I mean, I would suggest don't go camping there again. But I think it would be, it's, if by going away from that site, your symptoms got better and didn't reoccur, that's good news. I mean, again, the reason I think we want to do more clinical studies is to ask the question of whether or not what we think is triggering it. Remember, just to keep clear, there are many things that can cause you to wheeze and have respiratory problems. So, for example, industrial dust, or just like we talk about the dust events and things like that. Dust of any kind can trigger a lot of respiratory responses. There's kind of like an irritant receptor response in your lungs. You can trigger these kinds of responses. And that can be separate from the thing I was describing, and again, separate from the allergic asthma type responses too. So you could be seeing a recurrence of some previous predispositions, or it could also be just there was a high dust load in the air and it triggered your irritant receptors too. So there are a lot of different possibilities.
comment on that as well. You know, we've been going out for the last probably about 8 months. We've been out about maybe 6 or 7 times on the boat, taking different people out onto the Salton Sea to do water sampling. And one of the times we went out, we had one person that had a kind of a severe reaction to just being out on the boat and breathing in whatever it was out there. And that's probably 1 out of about 40 different people that we've had out there. So, you know, it is something could be there, that miasma concept, you know, yeah, so if you go away from the Salton Sea and it gets better, that's a big hint, I think.
I have a couple of observations relevant to this and the air quality. Is the comment just right now is that don't overlook the effect of hydrogen sulfide eruptions that we know happen there on a regular basis, and that causes a lot of respiratory distress really quickly, and you've got to escape it as soon as you can. So that's a common thread. The other thing is that in a 2017 USGS report, Tim Bradley and Bruce Wilcox and I and others documented a range of research issues, one of which was the prevalence in a saltwater system of a blue-green algae, toxic blue-green cyanobacteria. And the residual, I mean, the toxin in the water is one thing. We were concerned about the microsystems becoming part of the dried particulate matter and that becoming airborne in dust and being inhaled. And I don't know if you have a comment on that or whether it's worth pursuing, but just to bring it up for information.
Comment on that. We've been going out and doing community science assessments, like I said, for the last year or so, and one of our sensors actually has a phycoerythrin channel on it, which measures the saltwater type of cyanobacteria. And definitely we see certain, like a constant reading on that in some different locations of the Salton Sea. So, you know, there is something to that, and whether or not those organisms can become airborne and whatever toxins are there, if those can come airborne, those are all uncertainties and unanswered research questions.
Yeah, I would add to that. I mean, we have discussed that a lot. I mean, in the metagenomics studies that Mia was referring to, cyanobacteria is definitely in there. Many of these, whether it's algae toxins, bacterial toxins, are often induced by stress in the microbes. And so because of the changing chemistry and things like that, there could be those conditions that trigger some of those things. We have not had a chance to assay specifically for those, but I completely agree. We've talked about how do we assay for those and see whether we get those responses in the lungs if we do the aerosol exposure. So that, yeah, completely, yeah. Well, we've been, as you saw on the map, we've only had a few sampling sites, and Emma Aronson's group has, you know, many more that are surrounding this. So we're trying to expand the scope of sampling sites so we can ask that exact question. I don't have a good answer.
Yeah, so to add on that from community science that we've been doing out there with water quality, you know, there's the emissive part in the playa dust, but there's also the Salton Sea spray, or the spray that comes off of the Salton Sea. And there's different locations. Like you might have a lot of playa dust in one area, but there's no, say, agricultural input to the Salton Sea that contains nutrients to grow the algae at that point. So you might not have that coming from that spot. But in another spot, you'd have this ag canal running in, and then you have, say, more of the algae growth at that point. So, you know, there could be different things coming from different areas, the sea and then the playa as two different sources.
Before the question, we got a please use the microphone for our Zoom viewers as well, okay?
So this is a question again about air quality testing. And if I understand correctly, you're saying that in your environmental exposure chambers, you are subjecting animals to the condensation off of the playa dust, not the dust particulates themselves. So that's one form of testing. Then there is the particulate testing. But are there any plans to do testing simply on the air coming off of the Salton Sea, which has I think no particulate matter in it, but it's something different from the actual, the dust that you've been testing already? And are there any plans to do that maybe with the community science program?
So part of the, in the experimental design, we've tried to, we know that if we take particulates, they have their own response in the lung. So we try to separate that out from the biologically active component. In terms of asking your question, we now have a series of, they're impactors. So we can actually put it in a collection for over a couple of hours and just suck everything out of the air and then see whether how we can test that material. We haven't done those studies yet, but that's kind of the question you're getting at. It's like, let's take the actual material filtered out of the air and do the exposures, because now it's a much more complex mix. But hopefully by the time we do that, we have enough fingerprints of this response, that response, and that response, so we can actually do that kind of dissection.
Before we have other questions, we have two from the chat room. So this is, has anyone done similar studies of inflammatory responses to dust in agricultural areas? The only comparison we have been provided was Salton Sea Playa versus Deep Canyon. We may be missing the boat on the greater health threat here by focusing only on the playa exposure.
Well, Central Valley is also an area where there's increased asthma incidence, and a lot of it is the agricultural dust.
Sure.
And I hesitated to use this analogy, but if you work on a hog farm and they live in the containment buildings, it's basically you're breathing their poop. And in areas with high agriculture dust emissions, you're not so far off from basically breathing a lot. So maybe not the same exact kind of studies, but the data suggests that a lot of agricultural dust have similar impacts. There's a lot of well-known, like there are lung diseases that are, farmer's lung is a classic example of the kinds of aerosols that can affect farmers inhaling all the agricultural dust.
Thank you. One more question for the chat before the public. And here I'm saying for Dr. Lopez, were any statistical analysis done on your results to indicate the level of significance of the reported differences?
Can you hear me? I'm not sure if you can hear me.
Were any statistical analysis done on your results to indicate the level of significance of the reported differences?
Yes, so the data was actually done by, not by myself, but by another analyst. So I would say that, yes, statistical analysis was done, and that's what was found, just that small differences among data that was collected between the overall county data and the one collected from the north end of the county.
Thank you. Questions?
I'd like to play the role of the public for a second. Karla, you showed the differences between North Imperial and Imperial as on an average, right?
Yes, correct.
And I'm wondering, I'm thinking of kind of this burdening or cascading effect in terms of, health effects, is that once they start layering, you become more and more vulnerable. The other baseline conditions of the population within the North, is there any differences, do you think, that might cause them to be more vulnerable than Imperial as a whole? that would then make those results even a little bit more concerning, I think.
I believe so. We have to take a closer look of the demographics of the North End residents and the living conditions in that area that could play a difference in the numbers that we obtained.
We had a number of questions. Raise your hand again. There you go.
A couple of things I'd like to point out. You know, the air quality that's affecting the lake. With respect to the bubbles you see on the lake, it's well understood that a number of metals that are actually ejected from the bubble in the foam that you see on the Salton Sea, it's well understood that that is re-entrained in the atmosphere. I was involved in some research many years ago in the ocean looking at chromium coming off of the ocean. So it's well understood that that occurs. Secondly, with respect to what's really entrained into the atmosphere, it's not just PM10. It's PM 2.5. It's the other pollutants that you see here that are causing these problems. In addition to that, you have the effects of saltation. So when wind speeds hit approximately 17 miles per hour, you get the ejecta, collision of particles, and that is simply re-entrained in the atmosphere, and that's what you see as dust. So saltation, I would also like to point out that we need to understand, have a better understanding of speciation of salt. Because when you have salt, the different lattice structure, what occurs is when it gives up water, that then becomes entrainable into the atmosphere. So you have a number of different mechanisms that are going on here. And for those of you that are researchists, I would recommend a lot of the modeling I did when I was very young was created by Dr. Dale Gillette at Research Triangle Park. And he is an absolute gem when it comes to understanding re-entrainment.
I've been trying to convince CSERT to use their chamber to recreate the playa entrainment process so we can actually do what you're talking about.
I had a question sort of off of what he said about the hydrogen sulfide. There's a lot of selenium in the Salton Sea. And has anybody done any research on when the selenium reaches a gaseous state and becomes hydrogen selenide? And it's in the, no, nobody's looking, because isn't selenide considered an inflammatory?
It's a toxin, but I haven't seen papers showing like inflammatory responses. I mean, the concentration of the pesticides is also a concern, but again, despite the toxicity of the pesticides, I haven't seen papers showing clear inflammatory responses. So, but that doesn't mean these could all be happening at the same time, you know, and they can all complement or synergize. But
I just meant like after it reaches the gaseous state, is there any research at the upper levels? No?
Are there plans to do any more studies of health in Imperial or a needs assessment since that 2016 study?
Yes, so this initial California Health Interview Survey was a baseline for gathering data from the region. There was to be a follow-up survey, but unfortunately we went through the pandemic, so we're looking probably in the future to doing a second one in this region to compare the data.
Down here?
I mean, we're talking about a lot of different things. We're talking about aerosol generation from the body of water. We're talking, David is mostly talking about entrainment of material from the exposed playa. We're doing a lot of work on the selenium in the sediments, and we can tell you how much there is and where it is. One of the points that I often make is that the metal concentrations in the sediments are most abundant in the center of the basin because of the low oxygen conditions. In some places all year round, in the summer in that central basin, profoundly. So there are vast amounts of hydrogen sulfide and low oxygen deficiency throughout that. I don't know much about volatile selenium. I don't know, Caroline, do you know that? We're doing a lot of work on the hydrogen sulfide release. And so, the answer I think is no, but it's an interesting question to ask, actually, for sure. And if there's any correspondence to the sulfide release events as well. But you know, you can be rest assured that we and other people are looking at these availability of these metals, the concentrations in the waters, in the sediments, in the exposed playa. And my biggest concern, I'll go on record, is that we're thinking about all the hazards against a relatively small amount of exposed playa, to be honest. And if we look at the models projecting forward, we're going to expose a lot of material, a lot of dust, and it's really different dust. It'll be almost certainly, I said this before, more enriched in pesticides, a lot more, and it'll have a lot more metal, in some cases by orders of magnitude, relative to what we're seeing today. So anything that we're doing, we have to project forward into a space that's going to be really different in terms of volume of dust and the nature of that dust.
Thank you for that answer. As I stated before, he is stating my concern, the lack of a true baseline for our community to really understand true impacts, not only so we may plan and strategize around it, but also so we can go after the offenders, and that's where we're coming from as well.
What the heck, I'm gonna go public with this, and I'm gonna say this because I've said it before, and maybe there's an action already being taken in this regard. But when we talk to Will and we talk to others, a lot of the air quality monitoring now is on the North Shore. And what's gonna happen is that the lithium industry is gonna ramp up, and there's gonna be a lot of monitoring of air quality at that time, and things are gonna be found, and they're gonna be blamed for everything. And it may be true, but likely not. And so what I would do is I would invest a lot of money on monitoring air quality right now on the Southern Shore. And that's necessary for the community anyway, and it's necessary for a baseline against which change can be measured. So that's, well, I don't want to speak authoritatively on that because that's not really what I do. Will might be able to say, but my general sense is that there's been much more done on the north than the south. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Okay.
Hence our preoccupation on the south side.
It's an easy fix. Put monitors out there right now, collect dust and measure air quality, and let us have the science, and we'll play with it.
Okay, so our session is ending. I want to thank the panelists. A big applause for all the panelists. They were excellent. I want to thank all of the questions were excellent as well, and I was able to, so I applaud you for the expertise and willingness to talk. I thank you for the opportunity to be here, and I hope I did my job as a moderator. Thank you very much.
Okay, before we go, I want to thank Eric for stepping at the last minute. He did a wonderful job. Thank you. Okay, so we actually have food trucks outside. Unfortunately, you have to pay for those if you want some meal, but the beverages are free. And so that goes from 5 to 6, and then back in here at 6 o'clock, we'll have the community forum for those of you that want to stay around. We hope you do. Thank you very much for all your participation. Thanks to the Science to Policy volunteers and the California Naturalists California Naturalists volunteers as well that have been helping out. Let's go. And see you soon.
as the light.
Buenas tardes a todos. Good afternoon, everyone. We'll get started briefly. Thank you for being here today.
We're going to get started in just a minute. I want to thank everybody for coming in and leaving all the alcohol outside and the moving tribute to Bruce Wilcox. I want to remind people that there is a mask mandate still at UC Riverside, so Ryan, put your mask on, public health guy. So we're going to queue up a video in a second. Also just want to reflect that we're fortunate to have a community forum. We're specifically scheduled this to have this so we can have more community members in the evening participate, because a lot of people, of course, are working during the day and didn't have the opportunity to come by for the rest of this. But we're pleased to have a large number of members of the community here tonight. So I have the privilege of introducing Sahara Wazano, who's been with Alianza for 8 years, is the director of programs, is a native of Mecca, native of the Eastern Coachella Valley, very much loves her community, loves working on environmental justice issues and youth leadership development. And it's my privilege now to introduce Sahara.
Thank you, Mike, for that introduction, and thank you all for being here. Muchas gracias por estar aquí. Like Mike mentioned, my name is Sahara Wazano, born and raised in Mecca, California, to be exact, right in front of the Mecca Park. So those who know that, that's where our family lives. I'm very happy to work with all these people who are on the panel today, and especially for the moderator. He will be introducing himself with more information, but for me, I'm just very excited that community members are taking leadership positions on local issues as well. I met Moises Moreno Rivera. It's a very beautiful story in regards to immigrating to the States. Both of our families met in Mecca, living in the same house with 3 other families. The Moreno family, the Olivero family, and the Wazano family. And now we're here. The American dream, or the dream of our immigrant parents, are starting to come alive. Their dream is still present. Right now, the dream is the Salton Sea. And I think that's what brings us all here together. We're not the only ones who are coming from the community, from Mecca, Therma, Coachella, North Shore, and I can see in the audience a lot of community leaders coming from those communities as well, with different talents, skills, and goals. So for today's community panel, we wanted to make sure that the voices of community members who live next to the sea, that live there, have children there, have grandchildren, plant their nopales, their lemon tree, they make it their home. And they want to see change, and they want to participate in the change. So that's why today's panel is about how to bring community members to decision-making tables. Not just outreach, but decision-making tables and seeing them as partners. So in regards to the translation for this period, right now it's going to be via Zoom. So those who are in Zoom, you'll have the opportunity to hear it in Spanish. A las personas que están a través del Zoom link va a estar en español. Aquí vamos a tener traducción para los panelistas en español, aquí a través de mí, Joel, y Dr. Cheney, cuando se necesite, para que ustedes también entiendan lo que la gente está mencionando. So just a quick recap of that translation that I said. in regards to the panelists understanding what is being talked about when we only speak in English. So we'll have in-person translation. So going back to Moises Moreno, the bio, he joined the Natural Resource Agency as an assistant secretary for equity and environmental justice in July 2021. In his role, Moises will lead efforts to cultivate and embed principles of environmental justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion into the work of the agency and its 26 members department. Prior to this role, Moises was an assistant tribal liaison at the California Water Boards, where he led their internal tribal consultation policy, implementation of efforts, and helped establish the framework for formally designated statewide tribal coordinators. He also helped institute the Cal EPA Affinity Groups Program, an agency-widespread effort to create an equitable and inclusive community for historically underrepresented employee groups. He holds a Bachelor's of Arts in Peace and Conflict Studies from the University of California, Berkeley, and a Master's of Arts in Latin American Studies from the University of Florida. In his spare time, you can find him reading at local coffee shops, admiring and enjoying the outdoors, and spending quality time with his family. So please help me welcome Moises Moreno Rivera.
¿Pueden escuchar? ¿Sí? Buenas tardes a todos. Muchas gracias por Buenas tardes a todos. Muchas gracias por estar aquí con nosotros esta tarde. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being with us here today. Today, I just want to. Is this mic not working? Can I just switch for one of those? Thank you. Thank you. Today's conversation, as Sahara mentioned, is extremely an important one. And I just, it's very special day for me today, and for all of us here, as we get to have two agency representatives helping moderate a panel who are actually from the Salton Sea region. This is the first time that this is taking place, and before I proceed in welcoming the panelists, I also want to introduce my colleague that's here today, Miguel Hernandez. Miguel Hernandez, 32. Is the information officer for the Salton Sea Management Program. This is a brand new position within the Salton Sea Management Program and works directly with our agency. And I get to have the pleasure of actually working directly with him. He's a lifelong Imperial Valley resident, so he gets to represent the southern part of the Salton Sea. Gracias, Miguel. And has been able to engage with community members throughout the Salton Sea region. Formerly being the community chair for the Imperial Valley and East Coachella Valley Environmental Justice Enforcement Task Force, has enabled him the opportunity to collaborate with different partners across the region. Miguel graduated from La Universidad de Xochicalco with a bachelor's in design. He previously worked with Comité Cívico del Valle, a community-based organization that works on environmental justice throughout California. As a bilingual advocate and a visual enthusiast, Miguel understands the importance of language barriers and the benefits of incorporating graphic aspects into engaging meaningful participation from community residents. So please, thank you, Miguel, for being here with us. And as we're talking, as Sahara really mentioned, right, this forum that we're having here today is really about decision-making and making community perspectives really reflected into the way that we engage. And having someone from the region, someone who has been working here with community partners is an integral step forward into that, into a great direction. So, again, thanks. Before I introduce the panelists, when we think about decision-making and we think about community representation, we can't disassociate the fact that aside from the Salton Sea, aside from the issues in and around the sea, there's a lot of challenges, a lot of obstacles that are facing the region without the environmental hazards, right? We're talking about housing, we're talking about immigration, we're talking about a number of different things, and all of that impacts the way that community members can participate in decision-making. And I'm excited to see in the audience that there's representatives from the legislature, or there's representatives from other state agencies, and that other folks that work with government that really help make decision-making spaces more accessible for all. So I just want to thank Alianza, thank UCR, and thanks the members here today, and the researchers that are really supporting in creating a forum like this for us today. So with that being said, we want to cue up our conversation with a short clip. And I kindly request that we start that clip before. Now it's my distinct pleasure and honor to bring up some community residents that have been working in decision-making spaces, along with researchers that have been working with these community residents. And the way this is going to start us off is I'm going to read their bios in English, and my colleague Miguel is going to read them in Spanish, just so that we are addressing language access needs in real time, a priority of our agency. The first speaker, Cecilia Tapia. Cecilia, buenas tardes. Gracias por estar aquí. Dora Cecilia Tapia, also known as Cecilia Armenta, is from the community of Salton City, where she has lived for 27 years with her husband and her 2 children. She has experience working in leadership for schools with her community, such as leading workshops for parents, participating in community committees, and facilitating restorative justice workshops. She actively seeks to stay informed about events activities, and other matters to inform her community. Her community work has always been difficult and complicated, but with patience and perseverance, she has always achieved her goals and has also achieved her objectives with the help of others that share the same goal to help communities. Communities, of course, like hers. She learns to teach, which has made her into a community leader she is now, and feels proud to be an example to others in her community, church, and family.
Buenas tardes, estaré apoyando con la traducción al español. Dora Cecilia Tapia, también conocida como Cecilia Armenta, es de la comunidad de Salton City, donde vive desde hace 27 años con su esposo y sus 2 hijos. Ella también tiene experiencia trabajando en liderazgo para las escuelas dentro de su comunidad, como liderar talleres para padres, participar en comités comunitarios y facilitar talleres de justicia restaurativa. Ella busca activamente mantenerse informada sobre eventos, actividades y otros asuntos para informar a su comunidad. Su trabajo comunitario siempre ha sido difícil y complicado, pero con paciencia y perseverancia siempre ha logrado sus metas y objetivos, con la ayuda de otros que comparten su mismo objetivo de ayudar a comunidades como la suya. Aprendió a enseñar, lo que le ha convertido en una líder comunitaria que es ahora, y se siente orgullosa de ser un ejemplo para otros en su comunidad, iglesia y su familia.
Gracias, Miguel. Our next panelist is Conchita Posar. Conchita is a community member of North Shore. She has lived in the Eastern Coachella Valley community for half of her life. From 2012 to 2014, she led sewing workshops in her home to start conversations about concerns in her community. Topics in which she participated include education, public health, infrastructure, and the impacts of the Salton Sea receding shoreline has on her community and others adjacent to it. She has also advocated for resources and programs for her community, such as implementation of AB 617 in the East Coachella Valley. Recently, Conchita began to collaborate with Dr. Cheney as part of the University of California, Riverside in an investigation on public health in Salton Sea communities. Gracias, Conchita.
Conchita Posar es miembro de la comunidad de North Shore. Ha vivido en la comunidad del este del Valle de Coachella por la mitad de su vida. Del 2012 al 2014 hizo talleres de tejidos en su casa para poder conversar los problemas que hay en su comunidad. Temas en cuales participa incluye aquellos sobre la educación, salud pública, infraestructura y los daños que está causando la laguna de Salton Sea a su comunidad y otras comunidades cercanas. También ha abogado por recursos para programas para la comunidad, como la implementación de AB 617 en el este de Valle de Coachella. Recientemente, Conchita empezó a colaborar con la doctora Cheney como parte de la Universidad de California, Riverside, en investigación de salud pública en comunidades de Salton Sea.
Our next panelist, Consuelo Márquez. Yeah! Born and raised in Coachella, California, Consuelo Márquez is an artist and local community advocate currently focused on environmental justice issues around the Salton Sea and public health in general. She strives to use a blend of multidisciplinary practices in advocacy, public relations, art, and community-centered research to fight against injustices towards and within her community. She looks forward to getting her master's or PhD in a related field. Welcome.
Nacida y criada en Coachella, California, Consuelo Márquez es una artista y defensora de la comunidad local que actualmente se enfoca en temas de justicia ambiental alrededor del Mar Salton y la salud pública en general. Se esfuerza por utilizar una combinación de prácticas multidisciplinarias en defensa, relaciones públicas, arte e investigación centrada en la comunidad para luchar contra las injusticias hacia adentro de su comunidad. Ella espera obtener su maestría o doctorado en un campo relacionado.
Next, I would want to welcome our first researcher, Ryan Sinclair. Dr. Sinclair is an associate professor. Yeah! of Environmental Microbiology in the Loma Linda University School of Public Health. He has current projects that evaluate human exposure to pathogens in surface water on fomites. Is that how you say that? Cool. In drinking water, in wastewater, and tobacco water pipes. He works to keep these topics relevant and meaningful to several community partners that represent underserved populations in local and global regions. He maintains active community science initiatives in the Eastern Coachella Valley, Alianza, and inland valleys of Southern California. Dr. Sinclair worked as a postdoc in the National Research Council Associateship Program when he then research scientist at the University of Arizona. Sorry, we're at UCR. There's a little bias there. University of Arizona Water Village. He has a PhD in water quality from Tulane, a master's in public health from Loma Linda, and a bachelor's degree in zoology from Brigham Young University. He also has a secondary faculty appointment at LLU School of Medicine, Department of Earth and Biological Sciences, and he serves as a consultant on exposure science to the San Bernardino County Department of Public Health. Welcome.
El doctor Ryan Sinclair es profesor asociado de microbiología ambiental en la Escuela de Salud Pública de la Universidad de Loma Linda. Tiene proyectos actuales que evalúan la exposición humana a patógenos en aguas superficiales, en fómites, en agua potable, en aguas residuales y en pipas de aguas de tabaco. Él trabaja para mantener estos temas relevantes y significativos para varios socios comunitarios que representan a poblaciones desatendidas en regiones locales y globales. Mantiene iniciativas científicas comunitarias en el este de Valle de Coachella, Alianza y los valles interiores del sur de California. El doctor Sinclair trabajó como postdoctorado en el programa de asociación del Consejo Nacional de Investigación y luego como científico investigador en la Universidad de Arizona, Water Village. Tiene un doctorado en calidad del agua de la Universidad de Tulane, una maestría en salud pública en la Universidad de Loma Linda y una licenciatura en zoología de la Universidad de Brigham Young. También tiene un nombramiento como profesor secundario en el Departamento de Ciencias Biológicas y de la Tierra de la Facultad de Medicina de LLU y se desempeña como consultor en ciencias de la exposición para el Departamento de Salud Pública en el Condado de San Bernardino.
Welcome. Lastly, we will have William Porter, one of the research scientists, professors. He's an assistant professor of atmospheric. Welcome. Assistant professor of atmospheric dynamics and modeling. He has a PhD in applied physics from Portland State University, Bachelor's of Science in Physics from Portland State, and a Bachelor of Arts in Comparative Literature from University of Oregon. Welcome.
Will Porter es profesor asistente de dinámica atmosférica y modelado. Él tiene un doctorado en física aplicada de la Universidad Estatal de Portland, una licenciatura en física de la Universidad Estatal de Portland y también una licenciatura en literatura comparada de la Universidad de Oregon.
With that, we have our panelists here today. Oh, I don't have your bio. You want to introduce yourself?
Hi, my name is Ann Cheney. I'm faculty in the School of Medicine at UC Riverside, and I will be here assisting with translation. I am not an official translator, so it's not going to be wonderful. However, I will convey what's said in Spanish to English. Entonces, yo estoy aquí, yo soy la doctora Ann Cheney, soy profesora en la Escuela de Medicina en UC Riverside. Estoy aquí como la traductora. No soy un traductor oficial, pero voy a tratar de traducir desde español a inglés. Gracias.
I asked Miguel for us to be down here today because usually in meetings where government's involved, usually government's standing behind the podium, and it's usually us speaking to people, not with people. And today is about community residents being able to inform government about decision-making spaces, and it's only appropriate that we get to listen and that we get to be down here while their voices are being elevated and the researchers that are supporting their work. So that's how I wanted to start this forum for us to kind of acknowledge the historical wrongs in which how government has historically engaged with community. To get us started, I want to start with the first question. Oh, yeah.
Una cosa que dijo el señor es que vamos a empezar un poquito diferente esta noche. Típicamente los oficiales gubernamentales están allá, ¿no? Arriba. Pero esta vez nosotros o ellos están aquí, ¿no? En esta parte del piso. Para dar, es simbólico, ¿no? Para dar la voz a la comunidad.
Thank you. The first question that we have for the community members, and this is for community members only, not the researchers. What has been your experience in government decision-making? What has been your experience in research studies? And what needs to change?
¿Qué han estado?
Just the question, please. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Esta es la pregunta dirigida para los miembros de la comunidad. ¿Cuál ha sido su experiencia en la toma de decisiones gubernamentales? ¿En algún estudio de investigación? Y en su opinión, ¿qué es lo que necesita cambiar?
Como ustedes gusten empezar. Si gustan ir de la izquierda a la derecha, derecha a izquierda o empezar en el centro.
Buenas tardes. Mi experiencia en la toma de decisiones gubernamentales en ocasiones ha sido decepcionante, porque he estado activa en varias, vamos a decirlo, decisiones que nos han invitado a participar, como en lo del lago del Salton Sea, lo del agua, lo de la luz. Entonces a veces se lleva uno decepciones porque no miramos ese cambio en lo personal, y he dado puntos de vista importantes de mi comunidad que me han compartido para saber cuál es la importancia de estas agencias gubernamentales que dicen vamos a hacer esto, vamos a hacer lo otro, pero no nos dan una respuesta a las necesidades que tenemos en mi comunidad. Yo represento a la comunidad de Salton City, que son cinco comunidades, vamos a decirlo, 5 comunidades que vienen desde Desert Shore hasta Salton Sea. Entonces esas 5 comunidades quieren respuestas a lo que nos están ofreciendo las agencias gubernamentales.
Gracias, Cecilia. Antes de seguir, si podemos dar la oportunidad en inglés.
Okay. So Cecilia shared that in terms of government decision-making, so she has been involved in various ways in terms of decision-making, at least in terms of being invited for decision-making around water and lights, but she hasn't seen a change. And what she's noticing is that the government agencies will say, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, but they're not listening to the needs of the community or what the community needs. Sara?
A la pregunta, ¿cuál es el impacto de la comunidad local que participa en la toma de decisiones gubernamentales? A que la comunidad participe en estos puntos que son tan importantes, creo que sería la voz clara de los problemas que existen en las comunidades. Si el gobierno nos escuchara a nosotros qué son los problemas, a quién quisiéramos que se sentara en esa silla para representarnos, tal vez estos problemas fueran resueltos más rápidamente. Y me digo en todos los aspectos, en la infraestructura, en el agua, en el condado, en las escuelas, todo, porque si escuchamos a la comunidad qué es lo que está sucediendo, les ayudamos a resolver el problema
esto podría ser más equitativo. Lamentablemente, muchas veces los políticos nos buscan por su voto, ya que lo votamos por ellos, no regresan a la comunidad, pero también muchas veces esto se puede hacer solamente porque nos escuchan. Para mí un ejemplo importante, ustedes, Moy y Miguel, de recursos naturales, años atrás, ustedes no estaban. Nosotros les decíamos, es que necesitamos a alguien que sea de aquí, de la comunidad, que experimente lo que estamos pasando. Alguien que vive en Sacramento no va a saber qué es lo que está sucediendo. Ahora ustedes trabajando aquí, es más directamente la conversación. Esto para mí sería un ejemplo que otras personas tomen cuando quieran tomar decisiones y que nos representen en nuestras comunidades. Alguien que viva allí, en las comunidades afectadas, para que esto se pueda resolver más claramente y equitativamente.
Es Conchita.
Okay. So Conchita is saying that so the voice of the community is very important, but if the government asked, what are the problems? If they were to ask the community, then they would see faster results. If we think about the infrastructure, things in the county, schools, if they listen to our voices, it would be more equitable. But what we see is that a lot of politicians in particular, they want our vote. And so they might say certain things, or they might say it might be this way. But she's emphasizing the importance of listening to the community. And she gave an example. Y Conchita, el ejemplo fue sobre qué? Okay. So her example was around the young men who are here with us, who are now in positions of authority, no? They have political voice. That she's emphasizing that we need people from the community. Someone from Sacramento isn't going to have the lived experience of those who are from the community. And so really emphasizing that it is someone who lives and is in the community that needs to be heard, and this will result or move toward equity.
Consuelo. Yeah. Do you want me to repeat the question? Yeah, of course. What has been your experience in government decision-making? What has been your experience in research studies? And what has been your experience and what needs to change?
Hi, everyone. So for the first part of the question, for like government decision-making spaces and being in those, I've actively been in this space for like about a year now. Obviously relatively new in comparison to them. Thank you. So yeah, I've been in the space for about a year. But even before this, I knew that kind of, I guess, working with the government or trying to work with the government was always going to be a very slow process, and it has been. So I was proven right. But it's, how to say this? It feels like it's a constant struggle trying to work with any kind of local politician or representation of any kind of office within the state. And it feels like we're kind of, how to say this? Like we're having to lobby against them for our own needs when it shouldn't be that way, because I mean, if there are representatives, we should kind of have our needs in mind and kind of have that priority, I guess constantly have that priority, and it really doesn't feel that way. So it's kind of, it's very like disheartening, I'm very disillusioned and very disappointed that it feels this way of like, I shouldn't have to fight to look for any kind of information that's supposed to help our community, or I shouldn't be having to struggle so much to, I guess, work towards a very beneficial situation in which we say, hey, you know what, these are things that we need, these are things that we're lacking in our communities, and then hear nothing back from them, or maybe hear like a very, very slow response, or a response that isn't what's meeting our needs. So that's the first part. For the research side of it, it kind of feels, it kind of feels like research within the valley, within the ECV, Valley, isn't really heard of. And when it is, it still feels very like exclusive or maybe classist or whatever you want to consider that to be, in the sense that it doesn't really feel really accessible
and much less so to, I guess, people of color. So there's that. And then kind of when research does occur, it just feels like they're coming in here, researchers from the outside are coming into our communities, getting the information, and then leaving. And then whatever the report is or article, paper, whatever, that information does not come back into the community and doesn't really help us at all. So kind of, I guess what my question is like, for research is like, what's the point of your research paper if it doesn't really help the community after all? I get the idea of, like as a researcher, you're not supposed to disturb the communities for like ethical like purposes and whatnot. But if it's not helping, I kind of see no use in it. But yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Consuelo.
I can take care of that. Thank you. Lo que estaba compartiendo Consuelo es de que el espacio para ella apenas tiene un año, pero para ella ha sido difícil trabajar con cualquier político porque no ha visto que ellos representan las necesidades de la comunidad. Es desalentador que nos está pasando esto en nuestras comunidades, al saber que las necesidades en nuestras comunidades son de gente de color. Y luego cambió de tema en cuál es el punto de investigaciones si las investigaciones no van a ayudar a mejorar la comunidad.
Muy bien. So our next question is for any member of the panel. What needs to improve in the Salton Sea plans to adequately involve community?
Esto es para cualquier integrante que esté arriba. ¿Qué necesita mejorar en los planes del Salton Sea para involucrar adecuadamente a la comunidad?
Una de las cosas que necesitamos mejorar en el aspecto de donde la comunidad que yo represento, es hacer la invitación a personas como ustedes para que visiten mi comunidad y sepan las necesidades reales que tiene la comunidad en el aspecto de la laguna del Salton Sea. Como ya lo he dicho muchas veces, se está secando la laguna. ¿Qué planes tienen sobre esa necesidad que tenemos? Nuestra área es un área de muchos vientos. Cuando hace mucho viento, se levantan polvaderones horribles. Entonces, sé que hay proyectos, hay planes para esas necesidades. Entonces, cuando yo llevo una información que me meto a una página de Zoom para informarme, para mantener informada a la comunidad, a veces no termino ni de platicarles lo nuevo que les quiero compartir cuando me dicen que es mentira, que no van a hacer nada. Entonces, a mí me gustaría crear un plan con ustedes dos para visitar nuestra comunidad y que vuelvan a creer que de verdad se va a hacer un cambio en nuestra laguna, en nuestro mar de Salton Sea. Porque hemos mirado fotografías del pasado hermosísimas que tal vez yo no los vea, pero si van a hacer ese cambio para nuestro Salton Sea, que mis nietos o generaciones futuras sí lo puedan ver. Eso sería maravilloso y es el plan que me gustaría hacer con ustedes para que visiten mi comunidad. Y la invitación es el día que ustedes quieran. Puedo juntar personas y ahí los esperamos para que vean realmente y escuchen a las personas de la comunidad de Salton City las necesidades que tienen por ese cambio. Porque ha habido personas enfermas. Mi madre es una de ellas. Ella no sufría de asma, ahorita tiene mucha asma. Empiezan los polvos y ella se me pone de muerte con el asma. Entonces, sí me gustaría hacer esa invitación para que nos escuchen y sepan las necesidades que nuestra comunidad tiene. Gracias. ¿Tiene asma?
So she shared that what needs to be improved One aspect is to invite people like you, so these two young men here, to the community to show you what's happening and to consider what are the plans and how are they based on the needs within the community. Really emphasizing that there are projects and there are plans, but how do these align with our needs? She talked about how inviting, again, both of you to the community so that collaboratively you could create a plan. And she talked about how this plan needs to consider her grandchildren and the future generations. So again, the idea of visiting her community and together creating a plan and recognizing that this plan is important because there are sick people in her community. And she talked about her mother who suffers from asthma as an example.
Puesto, la pregunta es, ¿qué necesita mejorar en los planes de Salton Sea para involucrar adecuadamente a la comunidad?
Gracias. Una cosa que miramos cuando comenzó la pandemia, ¿qué es lo que hicimos, verdad? Todas las organizaciones, agencias de salud recolectaron, invitaron a las promotoras. Yo creo que un punto importante para llegar a la comunidad es emplear a promotoras, que las promotoras tengan el tiempo de ir a hacer el alcance de estas reuniones casa por casa o en las tiendas o algunos lugares. Ese plan se ha hecho para las vacunas y para las pruebas porque es algo necesario que tenemos. El alcance y la información del Salton Sea es igual de importante. Entonces estamos resolviendo un problema, pero estamos dejando afuera otros problemas que ya están desde años atrás. Entonces, ¿por qué no involucramos a las promotoras para que nos ayuden a hacer este alcance y de la misma manera darles el entrenamiento de que esto es lo que está sucediendo con el Salton Sea, de aquí a 10 años se va a secar, esto es lo que tiene, para que cuando ellas lleguen y le den un volante a la familia, les puedan explicar de la misma manera como ustedes se lo están explicando. Entonces, otra manera de cómo involucrar y cómo saber qué problemas tienen ellos es haciendo encuestas, grupos de enfoque, en donde ustedes puedan tener esos datos importantes, qué es lo que piensa la comunidad, qué es lo que está teniendo. Y así ustedes tener más información, porque es importante que los volantes vayan a casa, pero si no les explicamos de qué se trata ese volante, de qué es esa reunión, quién es ese responsable del Salton Sea, no vamos a llegar. Es el lenguaje, la accesibilidad. Si va a ser un lugar lejos, de proporcionarles transporte. Si van a ser por Zoom, que sean 2 veces, una en Zoom y una en persona, para que podamos ser equitativos en la información. Entonces, mis recomendaciones es involucren promotoras para que puedan ayudar a hacer el alcance y llegar a puerta por puerta a dar esta información que todos necesitamos. Nosotros, líderes de la comunidad, hemos hecho este esfuerzo, pero no damos abasto, porque son muchísimas familias que viven y nosotros pienso que llegamos tan siquiera al 1%. Gracias.
Gracias, Conchita.
Okay. So Conchita is sharing that during the pandemic, so one way to think about this is during the pandemic, what we did is we invited the community health workers, the promotoras, las promotoras, that they were a critical part, an important role within the pandemic because they can go from house to house. It's something that worked in the pandemic, and we need to think about what's happening here around the Salton Sea very similarly. This too is a very important topic. So why don't we include the community health workers, the promotoras? We need to train them. We need to provide them with training. So we need to train them so that, like you all, with the expertise, that they can speak with the families and that they have this education and ability to do so. She also mentioned the importance of collecting data, doing surveys, focus groups, collecting data that's important, getting more information that's specifically from members of the community. and also providing them with education and information. She mentioned the importance of language and accessibility. If we're going to have conversations, to think about how can we have it via Zoom, how can we also have it in person. This is a way for us to be more equitable. And again, emphasizing the critical role of promotoras, particularly in the work of going door to door, that they are a critical part of the work that we're doing around the Salton Sea, or that we need to be doing around the Salton Sea.
Thank you. Is it okay if I go to the next question? ¿Está bien si voy a la próxima pregunta? Porque realmente se sigue la conversación de lo que acaba de mencionar Conchita a la próxima pregunta. Moving on to the next question, just to as a follow-up, because it kind of is a nice segue here, is and again for anyone on the panel, with priority, of course, to community residents, what is the impact of having the local community participate in decision-making spaces? La pregunta es, ¿cuál es el impacto de que la comunidad local participe en los espacios de toma de decisiones?
So for us, I think that kind of boils down to having actual representation where it matters, and having the actual community's needs heard and uplifted, and hopefully met. I think that there's a really large gap or lack of communication between either, I guess, representatives or local politicians and then the actual active community. And I think it's so large. I think it's such a large gap that by the fact that by the time that something actually happens, whether it's like a bill written, a policy enacted, or whatever, something that's kind of I guess enacted, but by the time that happens, that we're not informed that it is happening in the beginning, or we're just told I guess after the fact, and that's kind of obviously that's not really fair, because we tend to be the people that are impacted by those laws, rules, policies, what have you. So I think that the impact of having us be in these decision-making spaces would be that we would actually be able to represent ourselves, and not just have people who used to be from the valley or came from the valley. That's not shade, I'm sorry. But have people who actually live here, actually live their day-to-day lives here in the valley, be able to uplift their own voices. Thank you.
So, lo que acaba de compartir Consuelo es de que las necesidades o el impacto de involucrar a las comunidades en decisiones es de que las necesidades de la comunidad sean conocidas. No estamos informados o nos dicen después, ya después de que tienen una respuesta. El impacto de tener la comunidad involucrada es que nosotros nos podamos representar a sí mismos, a las personas que viven aquí.
Cecilia.
El impacto que genera en la comunidad, el tomarlos en cuenta es bien importante. El invitarlos a participar en una decisión de esta magnitud es primordial, porque ellos uno como comunidad tiene el poder de hacer el cambio, tiene el poder de decir sí se puede, no se puede. Entonces, es muy importante, como lo acaban de decir ahorita, informar a la comunidad lo que sucede. ¿Por qué? Porque a veces nos damos cuenta ya cuando pasó el Zoom de la información del Salton Sea, y yo lo digo en lo personal, estoy también involucrada en lo del litio, y cuando estaba esperando la junta importante no me informaron y me dio mucho coraje y tristeza porque pasó y no me di cuenta. Entonces es bien importante tomar en cuenta toda la comunidad, pero no somos una comunidad de 10, somos una comunidad de miles de personas que deben de ser informadas para que ellos tomen una decisión y participen en estos espacios que son muy importantes para mantenerlos informados. En lo personal, a mí me impactó el poder estar aquí sentada, representar a toda mi comunidad. ¿Por qué? Porque lo poquito que en lo que yo he participado en estos espacios me da nervios, pero soy valiente, porque quiero saber, quiero informar, quiero el cambio a futuro, quiero el cambio para mi comunidad. Cuando a mí me invitaron a participar, yo dije, sí, sí lo hago, porque quiero ese cambio. Quiero participar y en todos los espacios en los cuales yo pueda participar, ahí estaré. Entonces, sí es muy importante mantener informado a toda la comunidad de lo que sucede y en qué situaciones ellos pueden tomar decisiones para mejorar nuestra comunidad o nuestro mar de Salton Sea.
Gracias, Cecilia.
Okay, so Cecilia talked about the importance of inviting us and to be considered, that this is fundamental, the invitation and the consideration of members of the community, and that the community has the power to say, yes, we can do it, or no, we can't. And she gave the example of Zoom and information, thinking about this kind of platform for the sharing of information around the Salton Sea, and she spoke specifically around a lithium event, that she wasn't able to actually participate in this, and this was really detrimental, that she wasn't informed, that she wasn't part of this, and that we really have to think about how can we include all members of the community. We are a community of thousands of people, and we all need to be informed. Additionally, she said that she represents her community, and when she's in scenarios like this, for instance, for tonight, an example of tonight, she gets nervous, but she has courage. And she wants her voice to be heard because she wants change for her community, and she wants to be there, to be invited, and to share.
Una pregunta, miembros de la comunidad, ¿le puedo hacer una pregunta a los investigadores? Sí, va. Want to do it? Okay. This is for the researchers. How do researchers find the community to engage with? I'm going to repeat it in Spanish. ¿Cómo encuentran los investigadores a la comunidad con la que participar?
I can go first. So I came out here when I first started as a faculty at Loma University about 10 years ago. And about 8 years ago, I came out and just went to a couple of different organized, it was called the Environmental Justice Advocacy Team or group or something like that. And at that's where I met a lot of the organizations as they exist today, CCV and BHC and Pueblo Unido. BHC is now Alianza. CCV is in Coachella and also in Imperial County. And that's how I met everybody. And then, the campaigns have changed over time, and now we're all on the Salton Sea. When I came in originally, it was mostly on drinking water and wastewater. And now it's kind of changed to air quality and Salton Sea. So that's how I met and networked with everybody.
So, con el doctor Ryan Sinclair, él llegó aquí hace 10 años, vino y se involucró en diferentes grupos de abogacía en relacionado con la naturaleza ambiental. Conoció organizaciones como CCV, como Comité Cívico del Valle, BHC, Pueblo Unido, y ahí conoció a toda esa gente y vino con intención a tomar el caso del agua potable.
So my answer to this question is a little simple because I'm very new to this space. I'm very new to this kind of question. And most of my connections to community in terms of Salton Sea research is right up here on the panel already. So I will say that for me, finding community and answering that question about how to find community just comes back to the question of how to connect to people and how to find where the people are who are looking for that connection. And I think that when you have a problem, a shared problem like we have with the Salton Sea, that finding those organizers, finding those leaders, like we have again here at this table, means going out and making yourself available, and making yourself available as a collaborator, not as a lecturer or as a teacher, but as a partner in finding these kinds of solutions. So I think that that's, for me, as the first step, is always my goal when I try to find these kinds of connections.
El doctor Will Porter dijo, este es un nuevo espacio para mí, encontrar la comunidad. Para él es conectarse con la comunidad, encontrar un problema en común y hacerse disponible como colaborador, no como maestro.
Thank you. Ahora vamos a tener la oportunidad de tomar preguntas del público. We're going to have a Q&A session, an opportunity with community members. So if there's any member of the public or any member in the audience that would like to ask a question of the panel, now is your chance. I will ask, however, that you respect people's time, that you do keep it to one question, and that you keep it, brief, so that we could get as much participation as possible, because we also have remote locations that may be asking online. So is there anyone that would like ask a question of the panel?
I don't speak Spanish, but this is for the community people. For the things that you are involved in, like the data you gave us for the last thing that was before, do they give you back like information about how what you collected is helping or not?
So, la pregunta es para los miembros de la comunidad. En las cosas que están disponibles, se me pasó. Can you repeat the question again? Sorry. So, en las cosas que ustedes están disponibles o participando, ¿ustedes tienen acceso a los resultados de la investigación?
Gracias por su pregunta. Es una pregunta muy interesante como para nosotros miembros de la comunidad. Una cosa que yo le dije a la doctora Ann, que está aquí presente, cuando me contactó para investigar a mi comunidad. Le dije, yo voy a colaborar con usted, pero si esos datos regresan a la comunidad. ¿Por qué? Porque esos datos son lo que van a poder empoderar a la comunidad y abogar por sus recursos y sus beneficios que necesitan. Entonces, yo le digo a cualquier investigador de cualquier universidad que quiera investigar en el este del valle o del Salton Sea, cualquier dato documental, periódico, documental, tiene que regresar de donde salió. Gracias.
So Conchita is saying, first, thank you for the question. This is a really interesting question, particularly for the community. And so she mentioned the collaboration that she and I have in the first time that we met. So she said, Dr. Cheney or Dr. Ann, when she came to ask if I would be willing to collaborate on a project, I told her, is what she said, that I will collaborate with you only if the results come back to the community, only if there's some benefit to the community. And she emphasized that any data that is collected, it has to come back to the community and benefit the community.
Sí, en diferentes lugares, a los espacios a los que yo he tenido acceso, como el del litio y el del agua, sí se da el reporte. De hecho, nosotros tenemos un grupo donde, de hecho, por aquí está la muchacha que nos ayuda, Mariela. Este grupo nos mantiene informados, nos da las respuestas o preguntas que tenemos y nos dan lo que queremos saber. Entonces, sí nos dan un reporte. Y y es como yo puedo mantener informada a mi comunidad basándome en los reportes que dan dependiendo del espacio en el cual yo esté manteniéndome informada, dan páginas web donde está la información para que yo mantenga también informada a mi comunidad. Entonces, sí se dan reportes, información importante para compartir a la comunidad y sobre todo, pues, informarme yo misma.
So Cecilia is saying that yes, in the spaces, the various spaces where she has been invited or that she has been part of, such as discussions about lithium or water, and one of the things that's happened is there's been the creation of a group where via this group, there are reports that are shared, information that's shared, things that the community members have asked for, and she indicated that this is incredibly important because then she can use that information to inform and share with other members of her community. So again, emphasizing reports and information that then she shares with other members of her community.
Hola, buenas tardes. Yo me llamo Rosibel Ochoa, yo soy de Honduras. Y primero quiero agradecerles mucho por las palabras que han hecho. Creo que ha sido muy revelador e interesante escucharlas. Y estamos en un campus universitario, yo trabajo para la universidad. ¿Qué más podemos hacer como universidad para colaborar y trabajar con ustedes de una manera más cercana?
Al final, más que, más cercano. Wait, I need to do this in English, right? I need to say it in English. ¿Ustedes de qué? De Honduras. Okay. So she is from Honduras, and that she also works within an educational system, university system, I believe. And what she's asking, her question is, what is it that we can do to be more collaborative with community in solving these types of problems?
Hola a todos. Entonces, hablando de la relación que la universidad puede tener con la comunidad, creo que viniendo de una comunidad de muy bajos ingresos, siempre ha sido muy difícil para los papás poder apoyar a sus hijos estudiantes X para poder entrar a la universidad. Entonces, yo creo que el problema es la accesibilidad a la universidad y a los cursos y lo que sea, porque es muy caro aquí en los Estados Unidos. Entonces, creo que una buena opción que la universidad puede tomar, o una decisión que puede tomar, es de ofrecer talleres de literacy, para poder entender lo que son las investigaciones académicas en el campo de la universidad para la gente, o sea, gente común, ¿no? O sea, mis papás no entienden el trabajo que hago o que hacía en la universidad, nunca lo entendieron, nomás de que, sí, tú sabes, ella está haciendo lo que ella hace. Pero yo sé que si las universidades, no solamente UCR, pero por todas las comunidades, ofrecen talleres gratis o de muy bajos precios, quién sabe, a muy bajos costos, yo creo que sería un buen nexo para poder apoyar a la comunidad. Gracias.
Sorry. Okay, so Consuelo responded by saying that access to the university is to begin with. Offering workshops to understand on campus and making it accessible. She was speaking from her experience of her parents in regards to having access. So that's what Consuelo was sharing.
Question.
Hello, Conchita, soy Rosario, mucho gusto conocerte hoy, esta noche. So my question is to the community members. So they talked about data and reports And so I've been attending quite a few meetings concerning the lithium Salton Sea project. And so one thing that I'm wondering what you three think, when it comes to presenting information, I'm thinking about literacy. And so when I see a report comes out, unless I have an expert in that area, most likely I'm not gonna understand what the report is saying. So that's one thing that I really like to stress. So when we get presentations from the government or leaders, or they're sharing information through Zoom, PowerPoints, that it's written in a way where we can all understand. I've encountered presentations where it was written for someone that had I imagine a science degree. Not that I don't know science, but when you use technical terms, it's probably going to be really hard for me to understand. So if you're looking for the community to have the ability to make an informed decision, I believe that in order for that to happen, we need to have a good idea. What is it that we're receiving? What is it that they want me to sign? What is this about? Until that happens, I don't think, making an informed decision is really doable. So what do you think, community members, about that idea? Thank you.
La persona que acaba de hablar dijo, soy Rosario, mucho gusto conocerte, Conchita. Cuando los datos y basado en los datos y reportes que están dando sobre el litio, lo que ella ha escuchado es miedo e incertidumbre basado en la comunidad. Ella reconoce que es muy importante tener vocabulario en esos reportes que sean accesibles para que todos puedan entender sin tener un título de ciencias. La comunidad debe de saber y tener acceso a esta información para poder tomar decisiones informadas. Y ella quería saber qué es lo que ustedes piensan sobre ese comentario.
Gracias por su pregunta, mucho gusto, me da gusto en verla. La comunidad tiene miedo hacia la extracción del litio. Una, porque no se ha involucrado a la comunidad en informarles cuándo van a comenzar, cuándo van a terminar, cuáles van a ser los beneficios de la comunidad. ¿Vamos a tener beneficios? No sabemos. ¿Empleados? Posiblemente. ¿Pero a causa de qué? ¿Qué es lo que va a hacer el litio? Sabemos que estamos en la falla de San Andrés. ¿Podemos despertar la falla de San Andrés por la extracción de litio? Entonces, todas estas preguntas son las que la comunidad tiene y no se ha respondido con las palabras que nosotros nos podamos quedar tranquilos. Estamos aquí. Ahorita la comunidad entera dice no a la extracción de litio, pero probablemente lo van a hacer. ¿Por qué? Porque en el litio está el signo de peso. Entonces, la voz de la comunidad vale más, pero no se nos informa para que no les digamos que no y ellos lo tengan que hacer que no.
Okay, so Conchita is saying, thanks for your question. I'm happy to see you. The community is scared of the lithium extraction because they're not informed. So there are questions about when will it start? Will there be jobs? What are the benefits to the community? But these are concerns and questions that community members have that haven't been answered. She mentioned that we're on the San Andreas fault line. So will the extraction, so a concern of the community is, will extraction initiate the fault line? Will something happen? And she mentioned how lithium is symbolic of money. And that with this extraction, for those who might not be members of the community, the focus is on money.
Rosario, gracias por tu pregunta y bien importante. Y yo te voy a dar mi punto personal. Tengo miedo. En ese aspecto sí tengo miedo y yo tengo dos preocupaciones. Una es el proyecto del Salton Sea. Que nos dejen el proyecto muy bonito, que se haga un cambio en el Salton Sea y que venga la extracción de litio y nos mate la laguna. De verdad, para mí eso es un miedo enorme. Yo platico con mi familia, he escuchado comentarios que tienen miedo, que se abra la falla de San Andrés, que nuestros hijos no van a ver el Salton Sea bonito. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que hace uno al escuchar esos comentarios? Tratar de calmar a la comunidad. Aunque yo me esté muriendo de miedo, yo les digo, va a ser mejor para nosotros. Pero esta es nuestra tierra, es nuestro Salton Sea. Si no queremos la extracción de litio, levantemos la voz. Digamos no a la extracción de litio, porque como lo dijo Conchita, la unión hace la fuerza. Y uno si dice no, es no, porque es el futuro de nuestras generaciones. Entonces no porque otra persona o el gobierno, quien sea, se haga más millonarios y nosotros estemos donde mismo, vamos a perder a nuestras casas, porque al extraerlo se van a cuartear muchas casas en nuestras áreas. Entonces no nos dan una seguridad al extraer el litio, al contrario nos dan pavor, porque no sabemos qué va a suceder con nosotros, no sabemos qué va a suceder con la comunidad por la cual nosotros siempre hemos abogado y hemos peleado y hemos puesto nuestra cara para salir adelante en nuestra comunidad. Y eso es un miedo que tenemos, mas sin embargo no lo reflejamos. ¿Por qué? Porque queremos respuestas, queremos información, el cual no se nos está dando. Entonces tenemos que luchar y abogar por esa situación. Y son temas bien extensos que podríamos estar 2, 3 días y a lo mejor no nos van a dar respuestas. Solamente se van a llenar los bolsillos los que tienen la posibilidad de extraer el litio. Y nosotros, solamente Dios nos va a cuidar.
So Cecilia is sharing from her personal point of view that she's afraid. And she has two concerns. So one is the Salton Sea project and about how lithium, the Salton Sea project is about beautification, about the sea itself. And then the lithium, the question is, will it kill the sea? And she spoke about her she has spoken with her family, and they have expressed their concern about the San Andres fault, and that the sea will no longer be beautiful anymore. And that even though she is afraid, that she tries to calm the community. That this is our tierra, this is our land, right? This is our Salton Sea. And if we say no, it means no, that this is our future and we need to consider future generations. And she mentioned how those who are going to benefit are those who already have money, the millionaires. And the fear is, will they get rid of our houses? What will happen to us? How will this affect us? What will happen to the community? This is why we fight. We want a response and we want information, but we aren't given it. What she sees is that the lithium extraction will only help the pockets of those who already have resources, who already have money.
Thank you so much. Our last question.
Buenas noches. Voy a hacer en inglés, después español. I just want them to know that they're not isolated, you know. Probably many of you here don't live in their communities. And so they are not an isolated, and their issue is our issue as well. And so just like they're uninformed, a lot of us are uninformed and we don't know how to support them. So what I'd like to know is that, and I want them to know that you know, there's many throughout the valley that want to support their issues. And just like they feel uninformed, we share that same burden as well. But I would like to see out of these forums and out of all these, because it seems like there's little pieces here and there. There's lithium, there's economic development, there's all these things. But can like Alanza and all these organizations put in some money to develop a strategic plan to educate this community so that they have a plan so they can see what it is about, because there's just so many things. But if we don't have a strategic plan and politically encourage them, then we keep having these forums over and over and all this information. And I see their frustration. So I would like to know if a strategic plan has ever been proposed, has ever been developed for this community, where they can have a written plan, how it impacts, and they get to see this whole plan, how it affects housing, education, so that they can take it out into the community. So that's what if you want to speak, you could do this.
So, lo que quería compartir es de que no están solas o no están abandonadas, que hay otros miembros de la comunidad del Valle de Coachella que quieren apoyar a ustedes. Ella ha visto que las cosas están separadas y ella está interesada para ver si se puede crear un plan estratégico donde se pueda tomar en cuenta las diferentes necesidades, por ejemplo, viviendas, educación, crecimiento económico, el lago del Salton Sea. So, la pregunta es de que si ustedes han escuchado que alguien ha mencionado sobre crear ese plan.
Gracias por su comentario, muy agradecida por eso. Y pues toda la ayuda que nos brinden es muy bienvenida. Entre más sepamos, más aprendamos. Y si recibimos ayuda para seguir adelante con estos proyectos, pues bienvenidos. También la persona de Honduras dijo que era, ¿verdad? También usted, muchas gracias. La importancia de esto es que sí, nos interesa seguir aprendiendo. Y si hay programas, proyectos que pueden ayudar a nuestras comunidades, porque sí tenemos mucha necesidad. Entonces, pues bienvenidos. Si gusta, le podemos dar nuestras informaciones. Cualquier cosa, bienvenidos también a... ¿Cómo te llamas? Bienvenidos a Miguel. Una junta con ustedes, cualquier cosa. Todas las ayudas serían beneficiosas para la comunidad y como yo lo digo, el cambio es lo primordial. Entonces, para usted que trabaja en la universidad, gracias. Y para mí, ¿sabe qué es lo importante? La motivación a los jóvenes, el interés por nuestro mar de Salton Sea, por nuestras comunidades, por nuestras necesidades. El que nosotros motivemos a los estudiantes a ver las necesidades que tiene nuestra comunidad es bien importante, porque cuando yo estudié en esta universidad para ser maestra de niños pequeños, y yo venía bien orgullosa a la universidad, aquí, a este campus, y yo platicaba con muchos jóvenes, y yo les motivaba a ellos a seguir adelante sus estudios y todo, pero ¿qué creen? Mis hijos no quisieron estudiar. Entonces, yo me refugio en otros jóvenes que tienen el interés de estudiar y motivo a esos jóvenes. Y a mis hijos los motivo de diferente manera y tengo unos hijos excepcionales, maravillosos, pero siempre me han ayudado. Entonces, la motivación hacia los jóvenes y sobre el interés y el impacto que tiene ayudarnos es primordial. Y se lo agradezco de verdad si motiva a sus jóvenes a que nos ayuden en estos proyectos. Gracias.
Okay, so Cecilia said thank you very much for your comment, and I'm really grateful for what you shared, and also the individual from Honduras, and that help is always welcome. So thank you. We want to learn. The community has a lot of needs, and really anything is welcome. So please come. All the help that is possible could be beneficial, would be beneficial to the community. And keeping in mind that the goal is change. Change is fundamental. She mentioned and emphasized youth, in particular students, that your interest is so important. She talked about how she studied to be a teacher and a teacher of young children. And she talked about her connection to students, mentioning that her children did not want to study. And so rather what she did is she influenced those who were studying and tried to influence them and influenced her children in another way. But what she wanted to emphasize at the end is that it's really and critically important for us to influence the youth and to motivate them.
Can I say a brief few words? I'll say first in Spanish. I'm Rodolfo Torres. I'm the Vice Chancellor for Research and Economic Development at University of California, Riverside. I work with Roosevelt. I'm originally from Argentina. You can hear my accent, so I can speak Spanish too. What you all said